to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the state of live music in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sarah Kane and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. We do appreciate it. Could each of you, starting from my left, please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Yep. Zoe Elise Catterall, an artist and Music New South Wales ambassador, and I'll be giving an affirmation.
Jana Beth, also.
Oh, you want that affirmation?
Oh, you want the affirmation? Yep, no worries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Jana Beth, artist, also Music New South Wales ambassador. I'll be giving my affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joe Muller, Managing Director of Music New South Wales, and I'll give the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Kalina Smith. I'm the First Nations Development Manager at Music New South Wales, and I'm going to give an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, I'm Millie Milgate. I'm the Director of Music Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kristen Cornell, Research Fellow and Manager of Research Partnerships at Creative Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would any of you like to begin by making a short opening statement? We start.
I will.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Muller.
Thank you. So firstly, I want to acknowledge also that we're meeting today on unceded Aboriginal land and express my deep respect for the original music makers, storytellers and knowledge holders. We need to deal with
we're having technical issues with our WebEx for our members
fine.
who aren't here.
Shall I?
Just for a second.
Okay.
I think that should have resolved it.
Great.
Thank you.
So I want to express my deep respect for the original music makers, storytellers and knowledge holders who've been sharing song on this continent for tens of thousands of years. We can't discuss the state of live music in New South Wales without acknowledging this place as home to the world's oldest continuous music cultures. I also want to formally acknowledge my colleague Kalina Smith, who is appearing alongside me today, for her extraordinary leadership, her generosity and the care she brings to First Nations music development in New South Wales. Thanks to the committee for the opportunity to share with you today and for undertaking this important inquiry. A little about us. Music New South Wales is the peak body for contemporary music in the state. We exist to support a New South Wales music ecosystem that is safe, equitable and sustainable, and is organised around the well-being of artists with broad participation from connected music communities. We have team members on the ground right across the state who deliver programs which build capacity for artists and the industry that supports them. I'd like to thank and acknowledge the New South Wales Government for its strategic investment in contemporary music through Sound New South Wales, and underline the critical importance of public investment in music and music making. We submit that ongoing support and investment should flow from the ground up, ensuring that the benefits are felt directly by local artists and local music businesses statewide. We're committed to this work and are available to share our insights with this committee and the government more broadly at any time. So today, I would encourage the committee to take advantage of its access to the extraordinary artists who've generously given their time to appear alongside us. Remembering that the only essential participants in music culture are artists, musicians, the makers, and their audiences, communities, listeners. Everything else forms part of the scaffolding that enables that intrinsic artist and audience relationship to flourish. And right now that scaffolding is collapsing, or wobbling at least, under the weight of systemic challenges. We believe the immense economic contributions of the sector take place downstream from the social and cultural, from healthy and connected local music communities where Australian audiences are connecting with Australian artists on our stages, in our homes, on our radio stations, in our media, and in the communities and places we live. Really looking forward to the conversation today.
Thank you very much. Ms Millgate or Dr Cornell?
Just more a clarifier, if I can. I'd also like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and also acknowledge our wonderful colleague, Kalina. As mentioned, I'm Millie Millgate and I'm the Director of Music Australia, and I'm joined today by my colleague, Dr Kristen Cornell, who's the Research Fellow and Manager for Research Partnerships at Creative Australia. So I thought that given today you're also going to be hearing from Music New South Wales, I believe you've already heard from Sound New South Wales. We have a national export program called Sounds Australia, and Kristen and I are here representing Music Australia. It was probably worth just letting you know where we fit in the scheme of things. In August 2023, Music Australia was established within Creative Australia as an action arising from the Australian Government's National Cultural Policy Revive, a place for every story, a story for every place. Guided by the advice of the Minister-appointed Music Australia Council, the National Cultural Policy Revive and Creative Australia's establishing legislation, our strategic aim is to support and promote Australian contemporary music and the development of markets and audiences. With a scaled budget appropriation, we take an adaptive and targeted approach to investment, and we assure that we do this in an evidence-based and informed way by making sure we take the best possible advice from our council through research, through data, and through industry convenings and stakeholder conversations. And we both look forward to the questions today. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and that is helpful.
Yeah, there's a lot of, change a word and you've got a new organisation.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And Dr Cadell, did you have anything to start
Nothing
with?
to add.
I believe
Excellent.
Kalina.
Ms Smith.
Sorry. Yiridu my name is Kalina Smith. I am First Nations Development Manager at Music New South Wales. I've also been a musician for over 30 years, and my role is to consult and support and hopefully empower First Nations creatives in their music and in their music businesses. My statement is also in regards to the importance of supporting First Nations businesses, a music business to support the sector. In 2024, I consulted with First Nations artists and industry workers across New South Wales to better understand how we can better support them. The report that followed outlined a vision for a thriving, culturally safe and financially sustainable First Nations music sector, with some of the key recommendations which can be found in the Music New South Wales submission, which included mentorship programs, tailored business and professional development support, increased funding and investment opportunities, and that should include core funding, stronger cultural safety and accountability across the sector. Through investment through Sound New South Wales and Music Australia, which also aligns with the First Nations focus in the contemporary music strategy. One of these recommendations came to fruition last month with the establishment of the Wamarra Music Program, which is through Music New South Wales. Wamarra means to build in Wiradjuri, which is my language. We were very privileged to have 9 First Nations-led music businesses participate in an intensive professional development program, and they now have gone on to create a collective, and they are now working together, and we hope to expand that to a national program. As we invest in regional live music infrastructure, we must ensure venues are not only activated, but are culturally safe and welcoming for First Nations music workers, businesses and audiences, and that's what's very valuable about having First Nations-led music businesses. Reducing barriers to participation must include culturally safety measures stronger First Nations representation in decision making. A thriving New South Wales live music sector is one where First Nations people are not only visible on stage, but are also supported as business owners, cultural leaders, decision makers and employees. Continued investment in First Nations leadership, cultural authority and culturally safe spaces will strengthen both the sustainability of the sector and the cultural richness in New South Wales. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we do have a new witness who has just joined us. So if I could get you to tell us your name and your position, and also then either to swear an oath or an affirmation, which I think is in front of you to choose from.
Which one's the one with no Bible?
The affirmation.
Okay, cool. Is this on?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Alex Lynn,
Mm-hmm.
I'm an artist.
Mm-hmm.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much and welcome to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Did any of the artists have opening statements, or you're happy to go straight to questions?
I have a bit of a statement.
Sure, Elizabeth.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. A bit of background on me, I think it's relevant. I left school early and studied music business at TAFE and became an artist. Today I run a studio and creative business in Marrickville, which supports emerging artists through recording programs, writing camps and development opportunities. We're also an indie label, so I'm involved in the stages from creation all the way through to release and beyond. What I've learned is that artists don't develop in isolation. They develop in trusted places and around trusted people over time. From where I sit, there's often support available from individual artists, for individual artists and large organisations, but there is a missing middle. The small studios, the creative businesses and grassroots organisations are doing the day-to-day work of developing artists, building communities and creating pathways, often without the long-term certainty they need to sustain that work. I want to acknowledge that the recent investment in music and arts by the New South Wales Government has made a real difference. We're seeing momentum, we're seeing opportunities emerge, and we're seeing greater recognition of the value of our sector. My encouragement would be simple: not to stop. Part of my role has involved far more than making music with really cool artists. I've housed artists, written support letters for court matters, helped people navigate housing insecurity, financial stress, and supported people through some incredibly difficult periods of their lives. Much of the work that I do isn't just helping people become artists, it's helping people stay engaged long enough to become the artists that they are capable of becoming. You can build beautiful studios full of equipment, but the artists won't stay because of the equipment. They stay because they trust the people inside that space. One of our biggest challenges is the lack of long-term security for creative spaces. It's difficult to build a sustainable vision here when I'm operating under short leases, rising costs, and constant uncertainty. I recently returned from the UK and Europe. Thank you for the export. It was both federal and state funded. It meant that I could take 6 amazing Australian artists over to debut international audiences. What stood out wasn't just the demand for the Australian music, it was the culture surrounding it. People were out in public spaces, moving between venues, gathering and discovering artists they've never heard of before. It reinforced for me that live music also doesn't exist in isolation. It exists within a broader cultural ecosystem. If we want thriving live music, we need thriving public spaces, sustainable venues, creative spaces and policies that encourage participation and discovery. The culture cannot be manufactured from the top down, but it can be supported, enabled and protected. There is certainly a growing appetite internationally for a contemporary and diverse view of Australia, and music is one of our most powerful forms of cultural exchange. Each emerging artist that we support today has the potential to become part of how Australia is understood globally tomorrow. So please continue investing in artists, continue investing in music and the grassroots organisations, the trusted people and the creative spaces that turn potential into real careers.
Thank you very much.
If I may,
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to, give a little snapshot of what it's like to be an artist in a band. My name's Zoe Catterall. I started my band in 2016 called The Boys, and I can currently maintain a career as a scientist in public health to cover my living expenses. That's the reality of being a musician. In the early days, a lot of my external income was funneled into the project to keep it afloat. And myself and my 3 bandmates didn't earn any income from the project until 2023, so that's about 7 years into starting the band. Our income from the project roughly amounts to about $10,000 to $15,000 a year each, which is obviously not a livable wage, let alone in Sydney, the most expensive city regarding livability in Australia. Generating this income for 4 band members looks like roughly 2 national tours stopping at major cities around Australia per year. This is pretty standard for bands our size, so as to not, oversaturate the market, they say. But unfortunately, things like regional touring in New South Wales for bands is unsustainable without affordable, connected touring infrastructure, and so has not really been a reliable income stream for the band. Historically, we could rely on festivals for extra income, but we've gone from playing multiple festivals a year to being lucky if we score one. Festivals aren't just crucial for artists' discoverability, they're significant economic events in their own right, drawing audiences who travel, spend, and contribute to local economies beyond the ticket price. As for merchandise and music sales, what that's like in a running band, the running costs such as freight and storage have increased to a point where we're kind of making minimal profit off what was once our only reliable income stream, so that's been a bit of a tricky one to navigate over the last couple of years. We're really lucky to have a dedicated fan base who do buy our physical works, but I'm sure we're all aware here just how much of a money drain streaming has become in this modern era of music listenership. At present, my project has grown to a point where I can no longer maintain outside work. Being a full-time musician is pretty incompatible with weekends and shift work and reliable availability, which is what I'm used to in my science career. So I've had to move back to my family home. So that's the only reason I've been able to continue with this project that I love so much. And I'm just lucky that my home happens to be in Sydney, where our industry is really concentrated. There's no strategy here, just luck of the draw. So I've watched a lot of friends and colleagues leave the industry entirely, not because they lacked talent or drive, but because the income a career in music generates doesn't come close to covering the cost of living in the city where a lot of that work takes place. And while my project continues to grow year by year, my actual income remains unchanged. We now tour internationally regularly thanks to grant funding, and we would not be able to do that without grant funding. So that really is so important to an artist development and should be safeguarded. But it is a cost cover measure. It doesn't really change the dollar in the pocket, unfortunately. And I guess in saying all of this, I was pretty gobsmacked to find out that in New South Wales, the music economy generates $5.5 billion in economic output. And almost none of it reaches the artists who are creating the music the industry relies on. So I'm really keen to see that be a focus, and I support so strongly the recommendations set by Music New South Wales and hope we can work towards a more sustainable future for artists in New South Wales. I want artists to want to come here and be artists in New South Wales. Yeah.
Thank you. And did you have an opening statement?
I can speak to a bit of my experience. I'm a musician that has worked for 10 years in the industry. I was born in Sydney. I started playing gigs at pubs around Sydney, and then I was lucky enough to be played on Triple J, and that kind of started off my career. I have a management, I have a whole team, and during COVID I saw kind of, I guess, the demolition of all the industry that I had around me starting out. So many of the people that I recognized from before COVID have left the industry, and the incomes of everyone I know have been drastically reduced. Before COVID, I, similarly to Zoe, played a number of festivals. Now those festivals just don't exist. The income of the 15,000 average, the average income of 15,000 per year is accurate to me, despite the fact that I have 3 ARIA nominations and a successful career that I've built up over 10 years. As to living in Sydney, my rent has increased by $110 per week in the last round, which means it's almost entirely unsustainable to live in Sydney and maintain a livable wage. I work 3 days a week with the Starlight Foundation and the teen program for the Sydney Children's Hospital. I work with kids that are very sick, and it is very inspiring to see what music can do to impact those people's lives. Many of the people that I meet in hospitals who recognize my project ask why I'm in there. And I find it very awkward because I have to explain that we can't earn a wage in Australia as a musician. Many of my friends ask me, have I already bought a house? Which I laugh at because, of course, no, I can't. I think there needs to be drastic improvements to the sector. There is no longer an ability for even bands of an established level to tour in Australia without government support. I have a release that's coming out in September, and that release is how it pans out is entirely dependent on grant input or on my very meagre wage with the Sydney Children's chipping in money to allow me to pay for flights and those kinds of costs that have to be fronted before we start. So yeah, I think that as an artist, if there's any questions about how dire the situation, I'm pretty sure I'm a pretty good example.
Thank you. Thank you all for those introductions and opening statements. I wondered, just picking up, Ms. Catterall, on some of your comments, and something that I was interested in is the regional touring you were talking about. And I think you said that a barrier is affordable, connected infrastructure for regional tours.
Correct.
Can you explain what that is?
Sure. I mean, in a lot of cases, it can be actually just be quite hard to find a number of venues that you can go in a straight line that have a sound system that works for a 4-piece rock band. I recently did a regional tour with Ben Lee, and it was acoustic solo set, and that was great. The infrastructure can support stuff like that, but in terms of a full rock band, it is a little bit more complicated. Big sound systems, bigger stages, you can make it work, but it's really hard to get enough gigs within one state to make a profit off that. The expenses of bringing your own sound engineer, oftentimes you have to bring your own sound desk. That is a huge expense. No one owns that stuff. It's very big, very heavy. When you add it all up, regional touring pretty much always runs at a loss.
Okay. So when you're talking about the infrastructure, you're talking about, venues, available venues, making it sort of at least, I guess, break even.
Yeah, I guess the way that I think about it is like touring over in Europe, for example. We'd pop in the car and drive 20 minutes, and there's another amazing stage, amazing venue with great pull, lots of people who are invested in the music scene. You don't have that here, not that I've been able to find consistently. There've been some good small patches, but far and few between. Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to just ask also the artist, and you've all, a couple of you mentioned the support that you've managed to get from either the state or federal government. I just wondered, what are your reflections? You all have long experience in the industry. What are your reflections on being recording or touring artists or working with them, about whether it's become easier or harder in the last, let's say post-COVID, so let's say the past 5 years?
Harder?
You think it's become harder?
Much harder.
Much, yeah.
And why is that?
I think for all of the reasons that, Zoe mentioned and I mentioned, that there's not an established infrastructure for us to tour. That used to be a massive amount of income that would pay for the next release. And so the cost of recording an album, let's say it's $1,000 a song to work with a producer, that's $10,000.
Cheap.
That's cheap. It can be up to, $30,000 to record an album with mixing and all of those things. That's an upfront cost. You don't see any of that money unless you're on a record deal, which then you're getting in advance that cuts all of your future earnings from royalties. And so if you are missing the festival sector, which let's say a band of my size would be paid around $20,000 per festival, 3 festivals, you would have enough to pay for the next recording, and then you would have a little bit left over to pay yourself, a little bit left over to pay your team, and a little bit left over maybe to plan for a tour or something like that. And hopefully a grant or something like that would just boost it to make it a bit more sustainable. At the moment, that's $60,000. Any kind of live income is completely non-existent. Yeah. So if you take $60,000 out of any small business when it's 80% of the income, that business can't function, it can't pay for anything to put out to the audience to get income. And then the same with merch and all of those other things. Those costs have increased. Studios in Sydney, the cost has increased. Venues in Sydney, the cost has increased. So then if you don't have anywhere to play it, you don't have anywhere to sell merch, you don't have anywhere to store merch. I don't know. Yeah, there's no section of the industry, I think, that is improved in any way.
Yeah, I haven't made profit on merch in over 2 years now. It's been really bad. Freight and all that kind of stuff, storage. Yeah, that used to be our main income stream, aside from touring, which when touring left, we thought, it's okay, we've still got merch, but we're just watching all of those income streams completely disappear, and those would fund our recording projects. Yeah.
So when we talk about merch, can you detail sort of the extent of what we're talking about? Because I would not have instinctively thought that, you know, merch would be the thing that would be keeping you afloat. So what's the scale and what is it?
Oh, what, like the scale?
Yeah.
It depends. So, like, for a project, you might print between 1,000 to 2,000 T-shirts, up to 1,000 vinyls, and then you might make some fun stuff like socks or hats or. So for us, we go through a merch company because that's a large number to store in one's home, which I have done. I'll never do it again. And so, yeah, that's storage fees, service fees, freight, and all that kind of stuff. And even the blanks themselves, even though they are a merch company. So the great reason to go with a merch company is because they service multiple artists. So you can tend to buy blanks in big bulk numbers, which usually reduces
Blank
the price.
T-shirts.
Reduces the price per item. But that price per item has been going up and up and up to the point where we haven't really made a sustainable profit off merch for the last 2 years.
Thank you. And did you have anything to add to?
I think the pre-post-COVID observation is, we used to receive, or we do receive royalties through, One Music, PPCA, kind of APRA. The figures pre-COVID that would be coming through to me as a songwriter or as a performer, they probably. It just went from, oh, wow, I can see that you start having an income stream coming through from this to just, $4 now that you might get out of a quarter. So I don't know what happened there, but I feel like maybe there was an issue even just with the shops closing down, the stopping of collecting certain royalties. I'm not an expert on why that factor. I could just tell you that pre seemed pretty good going up. I mean, I've since then tripled my music catalogue. And I've gone more than triple down, so I don't understand that. So that's pretty challenging as as an income stream. They sort of say your catalogue's important. This is something that's a bit of a long game. You might get income through syncs. These catalogues are ours to continue monetizing or exploiting in that way for the rest of our lives, as long as we kind of have those avenues where they are being used. So, yeah, I think that is probably another interesting observation of pre and post-COVID.
I've definitely experienced that, especially with streaming and with syncs. Pre-COVID, the streaming, I mean, it was always going in a not very good direction before COVID of less access to Spotify, less access to kind of basically if you get on a playlist in Australia, for Spotify, they have an inbuilt audience. So that song kind of gets serviced to thousands more people than it would if it was just sitting on your profile. And so when you had someone from your team who could go into Spotify and say, hey, this is Alex's new song, do you like it? And they say, no. Well, then it doesn't get added to a playlist and you know that you've had that go. Whereas, in the positive situation, yeah, they really like that song. That song gets fed into thousands of people. That song gets royalties for the artist that has written on it. That song gets royalties for the producer that has worked on it. Whereas now those playlists being constricted down based on geography means that we don't have access to those thousands of people that were an option if those businesses did enjoy our music and want to share it with other people. My streaming, I think, has gone down from, I thought was a bad figure during COVID, was 250,000 monthly followers. And then that has been reduced and reduced and reduced, and now I'm on 45,000 monthly followers. So, listeners, sorry. There's not that stream of income even before was unsustainable and now is just completely, $100 every month, even when you've got songs that have millions and millions of listens.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I know that we have a new witness here, so I wonder if we could get you to introduce yourself and take either an oath or an affirmation so that you can join the discussion.
Of course. I say this first.
No, say your name and your title first.
Okay. Kia ora, my name is Jamaica Moana. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And maybe to wrap up my questions for now, I've got more. I might
Yes.
put to you the question that I've just put to your colleagues, which is, in the past, say 3 to 5 years, have you found it easier or harder in the industry
For
for getting work, making a living?
Yes, I've found it being in this industry is harder to create a sustainable living from just being solely an artist. I feel like in the past 3 to 5 years, I've had to juggle many hats and different lanes and different events, having music on streaming services, from performing to running different things with communities and being a mentor in different aspects. I have to do at least 20 things to pay rent, as an artist, to be honest. Like, being an artist in Sydney is like, from the first breath to the last breath, you better keep working, because if you're not, someone else is, because this rent needs to be paid. Honestly, like, I do, and I say it with humility, but I do 20 things a day, and I have 20 breakdowns a day, because this career really services for that. I wish that I could just be an artist, but I didn't realize I've also got to be an accountant, and I've also got to also be my own cheerleader for a space that sometimes doesn't want you here. I'm a person, I'm a walking spotlight. I'm in an industry that I'm constantly proving my space and my worth. And then at that same time, I'm like also being like, guys, can I get some money in some form? Because at the end of the day, I do have babies at home that are relying on this career to work. And it might look funny and just like performative and like, oh, you're just up there getting it done. But I really have people relying on every breath that I'm doing to relinquish boundaries. So in the past 3 to 5 years, I've realized that just being an artist ain't going to get you through. Just having a song that's popping off is not going to get you through. But you better be ready to cut off a limb or something in this industry to make living work. So I hope that in the future, somebody like me, somebody that's either Māori, that's moved over here, that is either queer or somewhat of my intersections, finds it a bit easier to be a rapper in this industry. I'm really grateful for people and companies like Music New South Wales, places like local studios like Offbeat Collective, places that have really held me in this industry. And shout out to my queer community as well. Because to be honest, walking in here today was a bit scary. I walked in late. I had a bit of a day, and that also is an attest to the juggling hats. Like this, I really had to get my babies ready for school, get them done. Had to do this, all of this. I'm not making excuses, but it's just saying that sometimes I can't just wake up and be like, let me write 4 bars. It's like, actually, no, you've got to like make the bed before you lay in it. And sometimes you can't lay in it until after midnight. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. We
You're
appreciate
welcome.
you being here and that opening response. I've got more questions, but I will pass over to my colleagues.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for getting here. I do think the 9 a.m. start was a bit rough for the musician session, just saying. Could have been after lunch. I've
got more musos later in the day. Sorry, you could have been on that panel. Sorry.
But anyway, I'm wanting to pick apart a little bit the kind of solutions, if you like, to what I don't think any of us doubt is a really, really tough and getting tougher environment for musicians and artists for a heap of reasons. Thank you for the great submission, by the way. I really liked how you've laid out the issue with the streaming services in terms of the English language. Like, I hadn't quite realised that. That was the issue. It's so obvious, but thanks for putting it all down for us. So you called on the New South Wales government to coordinate with state and territory governments in terms of advocacy with the federal government around stronger regulation. I'd be keen to know where is that up to, because I know that that's been a thing for some time. Is there some formal mechanism through which that is happening at the moment, and I'm thinking in terms of as concrete a recommendation as possible for the committee to come up with in that area, firstly around streaming and how we can make it better and more profitable for Australian artists.
Thanks for the question, and it's a complex one to try and answer. And yeah, so I mean, one I guess vehicle for this conversation has been the recent National Cultural Policy submission process. So that is ongoing, and perhaps Millie and the Music Australia folks can kind of add to this as well, being a kind of a national thing, and Millie is absolutely right in the kind of arrow point of these conversations. But the other part of this is that there's no one, unfortunately there's not one exact fix, because there are multiple different streaming platforms, each with their own complex algorithmic and often opaque algorithmic set of circumstances. And so we absolutely see it as vital that we look to address this with a mix of kind of adjustments on algorithms, whether it's adding quotas or looking at other kind of carrot and stick options.
Can you pull the microphone?
Oh, sure. But yeah, in terms of where it's up to, I think the National Cultural Policy process has been a really useful one. But perhaps Millie can jump in on something.
Yeah, I'm happy to add to that, and I think Kristen can talk to some of the research that has really consistently now showed us that we have a problem with consumption in Australia by Australians. So the current numbers from a research firm called Luminate have Australian consumption sitting at 8.3% of the top 10,000 artists that are streamed across all platforms. The US artists that are being streamed in that same data set are 56%. So Australians are listening to 56% US. I think the UK is sitting at about 14 to 16%, but it's that 8.3% Australian content being consumed by Australians that is deeply concerning. I think there's a number of reasons for that. I don't think anyone sat there and went, how do we make this really difficult for Australia? But I think what the evidence has shown through multiple research now, not only locally, but domestically and internationally, with some of our Commonwealth, I guess, comparisons. If you look at the UK, if you look at Canada, it really is what you're talking about is that language. And so the algorithms see language. They see if you're in Japan and you're listening to Japanese music and the next song's another Japanese song, you're going to keep getting recommended Japanese songs. That happens for a number of territories, from India, for Vietnam, all around. When you're looking at an English language and a particularly small population at that, we might put on an Australian artist, any one of these 4, 5, fantastic, actually 6 with Joe, fantastic artists. You could be listening to it, we're listening in English language, the next recommendation isn't from Australia, and it can be a long time before that happens. I definitely think that the cultural policy is going to show a number of applications and submissions that are talking to this. It really will be something I would imagine the Office for the Arts and the Minister will be considering. And if we look at a precedent with what's happened in video streaming, with news media, there is an absolute desire to prioritise Australian content. So how that might happen, I think, remains to be seen. But I think the idea of is it being taken seriously, the answer is yes.
Ms. Fairman, I have Ms. Mitchell with a streaming service question. Would you mind if we go to that and then come back to you?
Yeah.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everybody. Sorry to jump in on you, Kate. I like that others really found that part of the submission pretty fascinating in terms of the streaming. But I wondered about, in the submission, I think you call out doing Ozify, trying to get people, I guess, to make their own algorithm feed into Australian artists. How do we do that in practice? If I were to do that today, what do I do to help get more Australian content on my own?
I tried this morning on the train on the way in.
I've done it.
I tried.
Oh, I'm so proud and pleased to hear you. So, Ozify was a...
I also share my Spotify with a 12-year-old daughter, so
well, that's always going to have an impact.
But a genuine question, how do we as punters get more Australian content and kind of work the system, I guess.
Yeah, and it's about, none of these personal changes will change the algorithm. That needs to be done from the people that own and run those algorithms. What we can do as Australians is make intentional and really conscious decisions about what we're listening to. So it's really a cognitive change our habits. And the campaign Ozify came about directly from research. It was research initially looking at festivals and then looking at that behavioural change. People were buying tickets later. They were holding out for the big international show rather than going to the local venue. And it was because that's what they were hearing. So the things you can do, you can go in, you can like an artist, you can save an artist, you can add them to your playlist, you can share them with your friends, you can buy the merch, you can go to the gig. There are multiple ways, really simple, like they are so simple. None of this is rocket science. It is a very easy thing for an Australian to decide, I value Australian music. Everyone, when you talk to them, I love Australian music, when they really look at what they're listening to, they're going to see it's not there. So it's making those decisions every day. We've looked at the Australian Made campaign. This is a 40-year, I think it's 40 years. It's been going around 20, it's been going for a long time. There are Australians that will pick up a can of beans in a store and they will consciously decide, I'm going to buy an Australian made product because I know that it'll benefit, a flow through of Australian producers, Australian retailers, and I'm going to make that decision. We just need to do that for Australian music. So the ask of Ozify is really, really simple. It's looking at what you're currently doing and making a conscious and intentional decision.
I have a bit to add with that. I think that as an artist that came up through Triple J and Triple J Unearthed, there has been a reduction in the culture, youth culture around Triple J. I think that that space has been somewhere that has fostered young talent and has created a community. All the people that I came up with, like Angie McMahon and G Flip, are doing amazing things internationally. And I think that the more support into those smaller, not small, Triple J is massive, but community radio and Triple J does enable for a little bit of community, which helps the artists to keep making music because we can share resources, but also it puts us on those playlists. Like this Triple J radio station has a playlist. All of these which we have direct access to. I've just released a song. We no longer have access to Spotify to go in there. We have to just kind of throw it at the wall and see what happens. I was going to swear, but I didn't, so good job from me.
Can you explain what you mean by we no longer have access to Spotify?
Sure thing. So if you have a manager or you have a label or you have a radio plugger or a publicist, those people have access or have relationships with Spotify or Apple Music, whatever. We can say Spotify, but I mean streaming service. They used to be able to say, hey, we're going to come in, we're going to meet with you about Alex. For instance, on my second album, we had a presentation that I did for Spotify. I did a PowerPoint. It was really good. I had lots of those little GIFs and stuff. That meant that Spotify were aware of my project when they were picking their editorial playlist, the playlists that have those thousands and thousands of numbers that can kick off a song when it starts and in turn get it radio play in Australia and overseas. Now we don't have that access. You cannot contact or change kind of what Spotify is doing editorially. They pick more based on algorithmic. They used to pick first week, you submit your song, you've come out with a brand new single and they liked it themselves, the people, and they would add it to their editorial playlist. Now it is a stronger skew towards algorithmic choices, so they'll test out a song on one or two playlists. If that song doesn't test well with the skip rate or whatever else, they take it off because they don't want to risk that person clicking off the app. And so we can't meet. All of your team members can't meet with them. The individual artists, if they're unrepresented, cannot meet with them and have no opportunity to change any of the algorithmic things that we're talking about.
I think what you're seeing is a lot of these are streamlining efficiencies from a global tech company. I'd like to say that the local Spotify team are doing everything they can. I think they truly
Totally,
believe.
sorry, yeah.
No. I think
Yeah.
it's just something worth acknowledging in this conversation. I think the Turn Up Oz initiatives, what they're doing behind, sponsoring various initiatives, I really truly think they understand what's happening here, but they are bound by policies and I guess processes where you're pitching through Spotify for Artists. So it does just make it a much more, I guess, efficient from a global perspective, but we're just listening to what the artist's experience is, and I think that's really important.
Thank you. I'm very conscious of time.
Yes. Last one
I've
from
got
you,
lots
and
of
then we'll try and
So let's see. Last question. So that brings us back to there's streaming, but supporting the gigs and supporting the musicians at the grassroots level and the local kind of music scene and ecosystem, and the loss of festivals. So the Music New South Wales, this question is around the support that the state government is giving already to Sound New South Wales, for example, that we've heard good things about in all the submissions, that there's some support there. But it seems as though as well that the support and the funding isn't getting to as much as it should be, if anywhere near as it should be, to the musicians. And we've also heard about the Ticketek, major globalisation of the ticketing companies and what happens there. So your submission does make some recommendations around, say, a levy, for example, to get to grassroots musicians. I personally think that we charge people enough for those tickets, and the ticketing companies, you heard my comments on that. But at a state level, you're recommending a levy first and foremost to then be directed to grassroots musicians. Is that kind of the biggest pitch in terms of what a state government could do?
Yeah, we certainly see it as one available mechanism. So the idea being that when you have a big internet, so we're already the downstream from the kind of algorithm and the lack of audience discovery and for Australian audiences connecting with local artists is the fact that we have Australian audiences who are deeply connected with big international global touring superstars who can come out here and charge very high ticket prices, and so all of the money that perhaps once might have been invested in going to see local shows is being invested in the big end of town. And so when you have a kind of multinational touring company bringing out a big international artist, and all of the economic benefit of that show is then leaving with them, our proposal would be that some of that value is left behind and then used as a reinvestment mechanism into the grassroots, and that could flow wherever it's.
Things like grassroots music festivals as well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Music festivals. I wanted to put music festivals in as a question too. So
no, absolutely. It could flow wherever it's needed. So it could be there to support the creation and presentation of new work. It could support industry pathways. It could support infrastructure improvements for venues, although I would say that the government's already been doing that fairly well. I mean, we've talked about quadrupling the number of music venues in the state or something. So the venues are pretty well dealt with. But yeah, I think in seeing that flow into with a needs basis, it can be pretty flexible.
I'm going to pass over to Ms.
Yeah, thank you so much, and to all of you very much for your time and contribution. Just one question. Look, I understand that in terms of the 10-year contemporary music strategy, that there was sort of $3.25 million committed to strategic funding from Sound New South Wales. Just wondering, and Ms. Milgate, this might be, or Mr. Mullen, maybe your area. Just how much of that money, did you guys see, or?
Sure. So, I mean, that's probably a question you need to direct to Sound New South Wales and the government. We don't have access to the kind
but just as a recipient, in terms of where you stand as a not-for-profit organisation on this, and that funding was committed to support that strategy. Did you see any support through
I mean,
there?
we're obviously non-government peak body, but we are mainly funded by the New South Wales government. We're also funded a little bit by Creative Australia, and we have some other donations and philanthropy and other bits and pieces. But we're absolutely, like most not-for-profits, on the funding treadmill and trying to ensure that we're able to survive and do the work that we do across the state. But yes, we have been the recipients of core funding from Sound New South Wales, and I'd be happy to provide that number to you later if that's helpful.
I'm happy to add to that from our position at Music Australia. I think one of the things with the funding that's flowing from both the state and federal level is we're playing catch up. So Sound New South Wales is almost 3 years in. They're coming out of a lockout and a lockdown environment. So a lot of the money that's coming through, whether it's direct grants, whether it's strategic partnerships, money for organisations, it's a little bit of gaffer and scaffolding to keep an industry that absolutely, as I think Alex, you said, demolished during COVID. So it's going to take a little while to start to see this really implement. I think one thing for us is watching what Sound New South Wales are doing, and we've been able to complement it. There's a number of programs or organisations that we've been able to provide core funding through, whether that's the Association for Artist Managers, whether it's the Australian Festivals Association, the ALMBC, the Push for Young People, the Premier Young Music Program. All of those we've provided funding for. Sound New South Wales is also investing in programs. So we're sort of double-tailing a number of initiatives. There's initiatives with Crew Care, with Song Smiths, which is for disabled and deaf artists. There's Regional and Remote Music Summit we co-invested on. So there's a number of projects that we're working on together that are only just starting to happen. These are two new entities that needed to take time to get set up. They needed to take time to create strategies and plans, and it's only now we're starting to see some of the initiatives happening. There's definitely some really great things going on in the state of New South Wales that we're now scaling nationally. So it's been a beautiful opportunity to see effective pilots that we can take that example of a, evidence-based, fit for purpose, and we can now take it nationally. So I think when you talk about the initiatives, there is a list, I'm just looking at their submission now, of things that 4 years ago did not exist. And when you've got vibrancy reforms, working with special precincts, working with money for direct money for touring and travel, it's all just starting, it's all just bubbling, and I really believe we're only at the beginning. We just can't stop. Whether that's either side of government, we need to keep going because there's some really clever, thoughtful and considered in-bed policy that just needs time now to make it happen.
Thank you. And just a second question from me. You make reference to music education. And the call to mandate that. I also, in your submission, you make the offer of the role that you guys could play in facilitating that within, the New South Wales schools. Just wondering where your discussions might be at with the New South Wales government on music education.
Sure. I mean, we participated in the inquiry into music and arts education, I believe it was in 2024, and we're still kind of calling for the collection and publication of data, which kind of clearly maps access to and participation in quality music education across the state. And that's something that we think would be really useful. And we would love to see the recommendations from government adopted in terms of the response to that inquiry from a couple of years ago.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're pretty much out of time. I do, though, I'm going to take Chair's prerogative to ask one very quick final question and to settle a discussion that happens in my house all the time, which is which streaming service is best for artists?
Go to Bandcamp and buy the digital downloads. So I'm a bit, streaming has come up quite a lot for a live music inquiry, in my opinion. And I think that there are just so many lanes, and this is a wonderful world. And I'm sure if we had 10 hours, we might be able to get through just even the surface of what the opportunity is out there. I am a huge Bandcamp fan. Or just directly from the artists, you can go there. I mean, obviously, the artists are all small businesses. This is another huge thing. Even with the new super rules, you got to pay super on the day of payment or something. Like, I am just, as a business owner, the admin of onboarding one DJ for one event one time, that now I have this administrative burden that just to stay compliant is like, help me. Doing it though. But like, you know, there's a whole world here, and I think going directly to the artists as small businesses or collectives that are kind of forming their own infrastructure is how to do it. So personally, I buy vinyl, I listen to records, I listen to full albums. I don't even know if I stream that much.
I think I think you said you had a teen. I've got teens in my family. MP3 players are back in vogue, and going directly, like streaming is like you can't.
It's just this one thing.
Buying direct from artists, the difference is so massive. But I think it also plays such an important part of like bringing the romance back into music, like how we used to make our friends playlists. And I think culturally in Australia we do have an issue with young people engaging with music. So I would say direct to artist, MP3 player, headphones, you know?
Yeah.
You can also, if they have MP3 players, you can buy the CD because that means that it's merch off our back and it means that you can download that forever and that's your file to have.
Streaming to me is passive listening. It's more, where's your active listening? Where's the fan? Where's the fan that actually cares about, oh, they made that in this recording studio with that person and now they're doing a collaboration with Jamaica and now they're doing, you know, that's like there was that whole culture around it, this discovery, the reasons that you listen to it. Spotify is just something that you have on in the background.
Yeah, I don't think there's any difference from the artist perspective of how much income you get from streaming. It's not like one's like, hey Alex, here's $100 and the other one's like, here's $2. They're all like, here's 10 cents.
It's the difference between 0.00001
yeah,
cent
there's no
versus 0.0002.
Yeah, ethical. I don't know, but yeah, buy the stuff.
And tune into community radio.
Yes.
You got FBI, you got 2SCR, you got Gadigal Koori radio station all here. Like, that's in the city. There's many, many more regionally in New South Wales as well. And there was a fantastic report that just showed the value of community radio for the Australian music industry.
They usually play Australian
Yeah,
artists.
absolutely.
It's the
So,
big thing of
yeah.
Jamaica,
when you're
did
walking
you want to say
around, you just
something?
kind of hear all this music from the States. When I was in the UK recently, like, you know, I'm in the cab, the radio's on, and they've got like full UK music being played pretty much every single song. So, yeah, that's not really what you hear on the commercial stations here as well, I would have to say.
Great.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Great. Oh, sorry.
You're fine. Oh.
Do you make it? You
No, I was just going to quickly say, if you don't know how to to support certain artists, reach out to the artists as well and build that rapport, like bringing that romance back into it all. Creating that reciprocal energy is really nice as well.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you. A lovely way to finish. Thank you all very much for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Thank
First
you so
cabs off
much.
the rank. Sorry about that. We appreciate it. We may be in touch with supplementary
First cab
questions.
off the rank.
The Secretariat
What a
will let you
early
know.
cab off
Thank you
Thanks
so
for your
much.
time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Welcome and thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it. If I could get you to start by stating your name, title and swearing either an oath or an affirmation.
So Julia Robinson, Head of Government Relations and Programs at ARIA and PPCA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Celine.
Brent Lean, Head of Programming for Great Southern Nights. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I'm now about to given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And do either or both of you have a short opening statement?
Yeah, I've just got a short opening statement.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So I'd also like to acknowledge that we're on Gadigal land. So my name is Julia Robinson. I'm Head of Government Relations and Programs at ARIA and PPCA. ARIA is the peak body for recorded music in Australia, with over 200 members nationally. PPCA is the collecting society that licenses recorded music and returns revenue to artists and rights holders. Together, we represent the people who make the music that fill venues, festivals and playlists right across Australia. We have a stake in live music in this state. The ARIA Awards, the Australian music industry's Night of Nights, is held right here on Gadigal land in Sydney. In itself, it is a live event, one that draws the industry together, celebrates Australian artists, and generates significant economic activity for the city and state. We also run Great Southern Nights in partnership with NSW, which just wrapped last month. It's no secret that the live music sector is under real pressure right now. Audiences haven't gone away, but their behaviour has changed. Ticket purchasing has compressed dramatically. Promoters who once had weeks of advanced sales data to work with are now making decisions days and sometimes hours out. That makes touring financially precarious. Add to that reduced bar spend per head, the rising cost of crew, travel and production, and you have a sector where margins have become more razor thin than they ever were. For Australian artists specifically, live music makes up approximately 60% of earned income, so when touring becomes unviable, artists lose their primary revenue source. This is why programs like Great Southern Nights are absolutely critical. Delivered by Destination New South Wales in partnership with ARIA, it's the best working model we have of government and industry solving this problem together. In 5 years, it's delivered more than 500,000 attendees across close to 2,800 shows, across locations like Sydney, Dubbo and Tamworth, in places where touring artists might not normally play. It underwrites activities in the shoulder season. It connects audiences with Australian artists at a time when streaming data tells us that local music is losing ground on its home turf. Of the top 10,000 artists streamed in Australia right now, just 8% are Australian. The 2026 program we just wrapped last month was the biggest yet, with 90,000 fans at 320 gigs across 215 venues. Stepping back, however, to assess the bigger picture of the music industry, we are also living through the most significant disruption to the creative industries since the advent of the internet. AI is reshaping how music is made, distributed and consumed. While the live experience can't be synthesised at the moment, live music won't matter if artists lose their consent and compensation to tech companies. This is our top priority at ARIA because the threat is existential. The decisions made right now will directly affect the entire ecosystem for every generation to follow. Thank you. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I might, given I probably took too much time last time, I might start with my colleagues this time. Ms. Fairman, if you'd like to begin. Is that okay?
Expecting that. Yes, I do. Thanks for coming. I do want to just get into the what your recommendations are in terms of the kind of audience. You talk about the different audience demands now, and what the kind of key recommendations from you are to government, thinking of a state government, obviously not federal, in terms of supporting audiences to appreciate live music more, go out to live music. What are those key recommendations?
Yeah, so I'll start if you want to just jump in. But so we have talked about our Great Southern Nights program as being a really useful example of how government and industry can work together to remind audiences what to do, to go out, to buy tickets, to travel and experience music tourism. So head out to a regional location. We had gig trails operating in Dubbo. which Brent went to, and people spilled out onto the streets and experiencing live music both in venues, at pubs and in the street as well. So I think funding and priorities like that are taken by the government through Sound New South Wales, but also through Destination New South Wales, is certainly the examples that we would like to see continue. And to see the Sound New South Wales strategy be fully funded and, bolstered into the future, because they are delivering incredible programs, trying new things and seeing what works. So that's sort of what I...
Because we did just hear from musicians who were saying that while they didn't say this exactly, but the Great Southern Nights initiative is there, which has been hugely successful, as well as, we've got the contemporary music strategy, which everyone is saying is good and needs to be funded and implemented over that time. But what about in terms of the consistent support of grassroots musicians and that kind of local New South Wales Australian-based kind of music ecosystem? Do you have any recommendations outside of Great Southern Nights, which again, no doubt has been and is one of the success stories?
I can go again. Look, I think that the reason why you're probably hearing the consistent message that the strategy is worth spending money on and spending funding on and bolstering into the future is because it is a very comprehensive 10-year strategy. I think the changes that we have seen over the past 4 or 5 years, or even longer after the lockouts, to roll back some of those government-imposed restrictions on venues and on festivals, that has been incredibly beneficial. I think Kate, you know that I could keep talking about the New South Wales Police as well. There's some further work that could be done in that area. But I think the reason why you're hearing a lot of the same thing is probably because it is working, and that we'll just have to wait and see those green shoots sort of sprout up a bit more. I mean, Brent does a lot of promoting and touring of artists in the state and the country. I don't know if you have any...
Outside that, it was interesting what Millie was saying previously about how these programs are all coming together now. We're only just seeing what's happened. This isn't the end, nothing's been accomplished yet. It is really about developing all of these projects together. And I think, a great thing with Great Southern Nights is the way that we work with, the Office of the 24-Hour Economy, Destination New South Wales. So we're bringing together a lot of agencies, and then that turbocharges a lot of these things. So I think more working together through the various agencies will be a really good thing. But also individually, these new programs and everything, or 5 years in, we're still considering Great Southern Nights a new program because it's still accelerating and there's still more to be done. But definitely working with other agencies, I think, is a really important thing to really turbocharge everything as we go along.
Okay, come back to me.
Thank you. Ms Mitchell.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you both for being here today as well and for your submission. I wanted to also just ask a few questions about the Great Southern Nights program, I suppose I'll call it. So I live in a regional, I'm in Gunnedah now, so it's always good when we've got opportunities out in country towns to go and see live music. I was interested in your submission though. There was one part towards the end on the section on Great Southern Nights where you said that negative sentiment in the market affects marketing spend and ticket sales, and also that mainstream news outlets sometimes prefer to talk about the bad news rather than the good, but particularly that part about negative sentiment in the market. Can you just explain that a little bit more in terms of what you meant by that?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for picking that part out. Definitely only just yesterday I was listening to a podcast about the Australian music industry, and it was all the negative story, and definitely at ARIA we're trying to be really mindful of also focusing on the positives, because sometimes it's a little bit of a case of fake it till you make it. Just keep on talking about how great Australian music is and people will be reminded of that. But I think in terms of the marketplace there, as we've heard from other, I think across this inquiry and from other people today, the sort of dual speed of the market. So there is incredible appetite for some of the bigger artists selling out shows, and then just maybe for artists or events or experiences that might feel like they might be able to come back again pretty soon, that sort of FOMO, I guess, is not there, and it's just that dual speed of the market. So some of that negative sentiment of, oh, well, maybe I'll save my money for the bigger things, and that's why, and we keep talking about Great Southern Nights because we think that it keeps reminding people to go out and experience all the levels. So we do have a really incredible range of programs, so from the smaller events that are free and maybe just outdoors to a bigger headliner show or a festival.
And in terms of, because I agree, I think Great Southern Nights is a really good concept, and I think it works well. And if I can only imagine the logistics behind organising that period of time for all of you, so I don't try to put more work on your plate. But if you had more funding on it, like, is there a reason why it couldn't happen more frequently? Kind of picking up what Kate said before, to just kind of sustain that opportunity for artists, but also for audiences. If you had more money, could you do more like that?
Yes, potentially, for sure. It'd just be about, where you'd position them in the year. But, obviously 6 months apart or whatever, the big logistical thing around it is timing, and the time that we have to procure talent and move it through, because everyone's working to different touring schedules and, recording schedules and everything. So you really need to get ahead of the curve in order to deliver programs of this size. As Julia said, we did 320 gigs in 17 days. So there's a lot going on. Yeah, there's a lot going on there to make that happen. But, definitely if it was resourced more, we're a pretty small, nimble team that put this together, really. So it would get down to, I think, if we were to do it more often, it would need more human resources, more people in there. You probably don't hear this very often in these sorts of things, but the funding amount is, we're quite happy with it. We've been able to develop the program with the same amount of funding through the last 5 years and actually grow the program. So, so in regards to, the funding that we currently receive, or we've just finished, the 3-year cycle now, so we're hoping for more funding. That in itself, I believe, is enough. But if we were to do it, biannually, definitely, we'd need more boots on the ground, more resources, and then obviously the budget to carry the program forward.
And just to build on that, exactly what Brent said in terms of the timing, that is the biggest logistical issue that we come up against each year, getting sign-off on the next year of programming. Because of the way that the touring cycle kind of works in Australia, things are really booked up, sometimes 12 to 18 months in advance. That would be that right. And if we get notification that the funding's going ahead less than that 12 months, it just impacts on the variety and the level of artists that we can get for our program. As we said, the funding for the package as it is, we've honed it down to work really well with what we want to deliver, so that we can deliver that wide range across regional, across metro. One thing that we would like to do a little bit more of is all ages shows. But using kind of the program that we've managed to hone in 5 years, it does really work very well, as long as we've got the runway that we need.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Ask one more, Chair. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and then we'll go to Mr. Diadam. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Just, I was interested, Mr. Robinson, you talked about AI in your opening remarks as well, and I don't want to paraphrase, but I think saying, it's kind of like the biggest existential threat in some respects to the industry at the moment. And I just wondered if you could talk to that a bit more. We did have some artists, I think it was classical artists on, I think it was our first day, talking about how they'd been impacted by, certain decisions being made by bigger organisations to basically put computers in instead of real people, which I think we're all quite shocked by. But I guess, what are you hearing from artists about that, and what are some of the things that our committee could recommend to help address that as an issue more broadly?
Thanks, and thank you so much for asking about that. It is existential, and we've also, I've certainly never experienced, I guess what would be my relatively short experience doing this kind of work, so much pressure from the big tech companies to wind back effectively, hundreds of years of what is a copyright system that helps protect IP. That is the number one issue that we are fighting as ARIA and PPCA against basically allowing the tech companies to take and use all of the music and all of the art and all of the creativity that has ever existed to train their models, which they are in fact doing already, just illegally. So what we're trying to protect is our ability to have a free market for that. So we want to be able to do deals with the tech companies for artists if they want to opt in and if they want their work to be used. We just want to be able to do those those licensing deals, which in fact are happening at the moment. So licensing is happening. There are a number of licensing deals in the works or signed. Usually they happen in the States, and it does affect Australian artists because they're global deals. The tech companies just want to be able to take everything for free without consent, most importantly as well, so that the rights of the IP is just completely diminished. So, and then of course that music that then might be generated using an artist's work is then thrown into the mix and is being you are competing against that AI music. So I think a lot of artists already use AI in various ways, certainly in production, but sometimes in parts of songwriting, sometimes in parts of recording. And I think artists have always been at the forefront of technology, and it's not about being a laggard or being afraid of technology, but the copyright provisions that we need to maintain are really important. And I think coming from a state perspective, there's a lot of talk, and I know that there was an inquiry into data centres. That's certainly an avenue that we have heard the tech companies saying that we just need to roll back copyright provisions in order for us to train. We'll give you a whole bunch of money so that we can have a data centre here and train on your copyrighted materials. So it's massive. There's a lot of pressure, and if there's no copyright and IP protection, then there really is no music industry.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
I think earlier you talked about the declining margins in terms of touring, and I wanted to just ask you about what's driving sort of the inflation in terms of touring costs. Why is it changing? Why is it becoming?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I guess the cost of living crisis that we're in overall, I think certain companies are knee-jerking into that and just raising various fees. Obviously, certain stuff just gets more expensive. Human labour is more expensive. Obviously, fuel is more expensive. A lot of things that create the ecosystem of touring. Those prices are going up, just as we see in our supermarkets or whatever. Service providers, things like medical and policing fees. All of these things, they're all really going through the roof. The biggest problem is uncertainty. So as a promoter, moving forward, it's really difficult because you put those rising costs with the uncertainty of the ticket buying patterns now, whereby, for an example, a major sort of festival or a festival's doing 20,000 people, for instance. Prior COVID, you'd go on sale and within 2 days, you'd hope to sell 50% of your tickets. And if you did do that, then you'd know that you'd sell out then across the period of the campaign and until the event, maybe three months later now. Unfortunately now, it is so risky because people just aren't buying tickets that quick. And again, back to the point with the previous panel around, some of these mega shows that are coming more frequently into the country now, they drain the pool. So, every time a Taylor Swift or a Dua Lipa or someone comes here, it does affect our grassroots because people save up for those tours. The cost of those tours is through the roof as well due to all of the exaggerated touring costs. So it filters all the way down. So it's really quite a dangerous mix at the moment whereby rising costs, and sometimes now when you're doing your budget projections for a festival or something like that, you generally go through 4 or 5 iterations of budget development. And you know pretty much, 3 months out, when you actually set your ticket price, you go on sale or whatever, what your costs would be at the end. That's not so much the case anymore. Like, costs can go up quickly towards the end of a campaign. And you might be, 3 weeks out and a increased traffic bill comes in for traffic management, or there might be more requirement for safety and things like this. So that really changes how you can project your profit and whether to move forward. And then also the late buying of the ticket purchaser now.
What's led to that change behavior?
Look, it's a tough question because it really has come out through COVID. What we did was we've lost.
A global phenomenon, like is this observed across
it's pretty much global. I think Australia being a smaller market, it's felt more acutely here. But that late purchasing is because we kind of through COVID, we lost a couple of generations of, the rite of passage, and, people have spoken about it that, as a 16-year-old, all you're waiting to do is turn 18 and then be able to go to these music festivals. And then unfortunately through COVID, 3 or 4 years of that, we lost that. We also lost confidence in the events going forward because so many cancellations due to COVID or postponements, then cancellations. So it really created uncertainty around the industry as a whole. And so people wait and wait. They now know that they don't have to buy a ticket the first day it goes on sale because there will be tickets available later on in the campaign as well. So it's kind of a vicious cycle at the moment. And how we actually can stop it, there's probably many ways to do that. But, education of the audience younger, getting more all-age events up, bringing them forward so that they see live music as a crucial part of their social fabric and their cultural needs with their friends, how they can bring that forward. So it's really about educating them through. And this is a good thing about programs like Great Southern Nights, is that they focus on that. We focus on, how do we engage all demographics. It's just not targeted for one or whatever. It's a broad spectrum program whereby we really are appealing to all demographics and, getting those younger people in there. Some of the events like the Dubbo Live Fest, out in a winery, seeing generations together of families, that was great. Again, we supported the bringing back Groove and the Moo up in Lismore, and we had 8,000 people up there, and they were all families and all of that. So these little steps of bringing them through, getting confidence back into the sector, but also educating the young people to go, hey, live music's viable. I came up in the day where there was only 3 things you could do. You could go and see a live band, go and see a movie, or have a Chinese dinner, and that was pretty much it. Now there's so many options for everybody. So it's really about highlighting the importance of live music and our arts in that and bringing through the youth.
Is there any policy sort of interventions that could be made to address the inflation on touring costs?
I mean, we could talk maybe a little bit to insurance costs. I'm not sure what the pathway would be, but insurance costs have risen quite a lot, and there potentially could be a pathway there. I know that there was some discussion around that in COVID, and now I've broadly left live music from the festival industry that I used to be in, so it's less something that I'm across. I think ALNBC are on later today. They have a lot to say about insurance. Certainly user charges, police fees are something that the state could control, and they're quite expensive. I think just supporting things that do underwrite some of the bigger costs while this sort of transition phase is going through is probably the best lever that the state government would have, I would suggest.
Yeah, you have major costs in the festivals and whatever around public sector expenses really. So yeah, user pays police, traffic management, medical, all of these sorts of things, and they're just rising all the time. So, potentially, hopefully there's a lever somewhere within government whereby they can help the industry in those costs that we bear. Everything else that's private sector, that's up to the promoter, and you've got to take a risk sometimes yourself.
And we did really see that actually happen in real time with the petrol costs rising because we're on sale sort of from March until May for Great Southern Nights, and it was quite astounding to see some of those prices go up in real time, and then the budgets change, and then also there was the concern that people wouldn't travel to some of the regional areas to see some of this live music because they might not want to drive and spend petrol, and so sort of pivoting towards trying to find the transportation options that public transportation might be able to get them there instead. So it was we were sort of live in real time with that petrol crisis.
Yeah, and simple things like diesel. If you're bringing 5 trucks out of Melbourne, 5 semis to do a music festival or something large scale like Live Fest, just the pure cost of diesel alone for that, and then the generators on site, all of these things, and that's a perfect example of a price rise that you don't have a contingency for when you're setting your budgets a year prior to the event. So you've got to be very nimble with how you manage all of those aspects.
Thank you. Could I go back to Mr. Lean? You mentioned the big stadium tours and the impact that they have on, I guess, people's capacity to pay for other forms of live music. And in many of the submissions that we've received, one of the suggestions is a levy on those events, and I wondered if Aria or either of you have an opinion on that aspect.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just jump in. I know that it was directed to you, but we, through our Revive 2.0 submission, or our second iteration of Revive, the National Cultural Policy, we did support the music industry submission, which included discussion about a levy. Mm-hmm. So certainly it's something that the music industry broadly and ARIA and PPCA supports. It's not something directly that we would have a normal interaction with, but it's definitely something that we support if that's what the wider music industry have called for.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mr. Lane, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, agreed. I think its implementation will be, obviously the hard point, because effectively what you're asking for is someone to rescind some of their profit. And maybe in some instances not a profit. Obviously these big stadium tours and whatever, they're profitable, but also they're high risk as well. It's not like the promoter is making 50% of the take or anything like that. The margins are still very small, but because it's just a bigger beast, there is more money there. So in that regard, I think it's a great idea. Yeah, just how it could fairly be implemented, I think, is the issue.
Thank you, Ms. Merton.
Thank you so much. And if I just make reference in your submission, and I think you touched on this in response to my colleague's question from Mr. D'Adam, and that is in terms of the industry operating at 2 speeds. I'm just wondering whether you might be able to elaborate a bit more on that.
Yeah, it gets back to, obviously there's hugely popular international acts that come in, and the 2 speeds is created by the fact that they sell out extremely quickly, a lot of them, and then you'll see a second stadium show announced all the way around, like the Ed Sheerans of the world and the Taylor Swifts, like they could stay here for a year and sell out every show for a year. So a lot of the money in there are high ticket item, obviously higher cost, so it works in 2 speeds, that while the top end of town is doing very well on those, that money has to come from somewhere. And it might be whereby a punter would go out and see 3 live music events a week. Now they'll go, oh well, I've got to save for that, so I can only go to 1 a month for the next 6 months until I've paid off that ticket, and then I can start again. So it is just obviously a variable of the Australian music market. We're not huge, but given that, it's a similar pattern around the world also. So what happens is, smaller artists and mid-range artists, for us to be able to push them through and to have audiences, we've got to develop those audiences, for those level of artists as well, so that when the big ticket item comes to town, they're not totally swamped, and no one's turning up to the Vanguard to see someone on a Tuesday night.
And that's why it is the Michael's rule, which has been sort of talked about quite a bit, and in New South Wales, there's some funding available for support acts that are Australian to play alongside these big international tours. That's why, I mean, the big international tours are going to continue happening. They're really important for the music industry as well. It's just that, you know, situations like that where we can get some Australian artists supporting those massive international acts, that can really boost an artist's career. Or being on a festival lineup with a massive international act, you know, that will boost an Australian artist's career. Some people, you know, who've blindly gone along to just see Taylor Swift were so excited to then learn about the support act that she brought along, Sabrina Carpenter, that they, you know, start streaming her music. If there was a third act that was an Australian artist, I think the same thing would have just happened, because those fans are just, you know, pure fans, and they just want to kind of follow whatever Taylor Swift kind of says to do. So those kinds of things that the New South Wales government has actually helped to support, and, you know, I think it could go a step further. They're really impactful, and they could be really, really life-changing for an artist if they're booked and they weren't previously going to be.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question, in terms of the ticket levy, and it's proposed here that, you know, implement a ticket levy on all government-owned stadiums, arenas, greenfield sites and other large-scale venues, with proceeds of the levy going to form, you know, a New South Wales Music Futures Fund. I'm just wondering, just in terms of a barrier and an additional cost on the ticket price, do we think that this is going to be will this be a barrier?
I mean, I think it depends how it's rolled out, right? So a lot of people do want to support Australian music and want to support, you know, their local scene. So if they saw an additional price, that might be a positive to them. I think it just depends how it's allocated and showcased on the ticket, in fact. But it would just all depend on how the rollout happens. But I think it would be from my understanding, it would always be a small amount that would potentially be relatively negligible in the single ticket purchase, the single ticket purchaser, as opposed to once you sort of get all 80,000 tickets together and you add that all up, that's a significant amount of money.
Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. It really is the level of what it is. I don't think, you know, when you're talking, you know, $260, you know, ticket to see someone in a stadium, you know, in a good seat, you know, if there's a dollar or two on it, it doesn't have to be a lot, as long as it's obviously spread across, you know, the entirety of shows, then, you know, it will add up, and it would be significant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Good, I think. Yep.
Good. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us here today and for your submission. There may be questions on notice, and the Secretary will be in touch. We very much appreciate your time today.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having us.
If I could ask you, starting with Ms Andrews, to state your name, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, which should be in front of you.
Sure. My name is Karen Andrews, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Ventura?
My name is Adam Ventura. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Declan Kelly, I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Dean Ormston, I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Nicholas Pickard, I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you, any of you, all of you, like to start with an opening statement? Thank you, Swanson.
Thanks for the opportunity of presenting to the inquiry today. My name's Dean Ormston. I'm the CEO of APRA AMCOS. I do want to thank you for the opportunity and just make a couple of introductory comments before I hand over to the three songwriter artist members, APRA members who are with me here today, Karen Lee Andrews, Adam Ventura and Declan Kelly. So I'll be sort of short and then hand over. For context, APRA AMCOS represents 128,000 members from across Australia, with almost 30,000 from New South Wales. And our members are songwriters, composers and music publishers whose livelihoods depend directly and indirectly on a healthy live music ecosystem. One of the points I wanted to make here today is that most of our members are micro businesses and often sole traders, and that's important to note as state and federal governments look at policy and tax settings that support small creative industries. Across New South Wales, there are 1,496 licensed with APRA AMCOS bars, clubs, pubs and venues generating royalties through live music performance. From 270 venues in Sydney's city and inner south to major clusters in Newcastle, the Hunter Valley, Central West and Richmond Tweed. As heard earlier today, Music Australia research shows that live music alone generates around $5 billion in annual revenue, and as part of a $10.76 billion Australian music industry. We've talked many times about the status of the live music sector, and it's true to say that there's been a recovery, but that recovery is fragile. The number of licensed live music venues in Australia has only just returned to pre-COVID 2018 figures, with a 13% year-on-year increase. And this follows the loss of more than 1,300 venues during COVID and an estimated $600 million in lost income to artists. Live performance royalties at $6.9 million are nominally close to the financial year 19 all-time high of $7.1 million, but it's taken 6 years to return to that figure. In real terms, accounting for the cost of living increases over that period, this represents a significant decline in what members are actually receiving in royalties. And just to talk about audiences briefly, the attendance picture is split. Large-scale concerts and festivals, especially those featuring international acts, remain strong with audience figures, but attendance at smaller venues like pubs and clubs and the grassroots circuit, where careers are built, is declining. And just a couple of quick comments in terms of the ecosystem itself. We would argue that it's never been more important to look at the security and opportunity of human creativity and performance, especially in a fast-evolving generative AI context. Live music and the live music ecosystem will be critical as a foundation part of people's income. And I say that against the backdrop of micro royalty payments from the streaming world and our forecast in terms of the generative AI ecosystem. Generative AI won't replace the experience of live music performance and of being part of an audience. So this conversation is really timely, and it's really important that we look at the importance of live music in that total digital ecosystem. The viability of live music is dependent on the visibility of Australian artists on commercial radio and TV, on audio and video streaming services. And all of those mediums contribute to building audiences for local gigs and developing export opportunities for our artists touring and collaborating internationally. And just a point in terms of New South Wales, we would argue there's never been a bigger opportunity for New South Wales to be positioned as the creative engine room of the Australian music industry. It's a commitment to that vision that will underpin a government and industry collective drive to support the creation and local performance and export opportunities for Australian music creators. So with that, and through Chair, I'd like to introduce our artists, who I've already introduced, and really invite them to make comments in relation to what they do and their experiences.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. My artist name is Karen Lee Andrews, and I have been a professional musician for the last couple of decades now. When I first started in this industry, I had a universal contract, and at the same time, I had 2 full-time jobs. One was working retail at Woolworths, and the other was working for my church. Over the course of 4 years, I had released 2 EPs and 1 album with them. I then became an independent artist and released my own EP. And then momentum for my career was going very well. I was getting hired for festivals, predominantly festivals, and doing my own sold-out tours while still working in retail. And then COVID hit. I was very fortunate to have my job in Woolworths at that time. And then coming out of COVID, I wasn't hired as much in festivals because they were closing, they were shutting down, venues started shutting down, and it was becoming increasingly more difficult for me to ask for a fair price to go and play at the festivals that were available without compromising things like my musician wages, because all of the expenses started to go up, like airfares, petrol, car hire, and things, just basic needs that we needed. So after a few years of breaking even, or sometimes even going into debt, doing my own tours, I didn't tour Australia for my last album release. Instead, I focused on doing an international tour and making plans to continue touring over there in hopes of establishing more of a profile. And as soon as I did that last year, I did my first international tour. I broke even, which in my case, I was told I was very fortunate. I came back and my profile went up here in Australia, and then all of a sudden I was hired and put into festivals. So for me, the perception of my profile has been very beneficial here in Australia. But the reality is that the fee that I am asking for is on a survival level. I haven't been able to do my own tour with venues because people don't invest in their local venues or invest in the local acts. And the venues are either too small or too big. So I'm in the middle. I'm somewhere in the middle. So for me, I've had to put that on pause. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ventura?
Hi, my name's Adam Ventura. I am essentially a session musician. I'm also a composer and a producer of music. I play with both of these people in different capacities, but I also have played with Midnight Oil, and I played with Ian Moss and a bunch of the Australian kind of Oz rock acts as well. 35 years as a professional musician since I was 15 years old. And there was a point right up to COVID where I felt like I have a family and a mortgage and a relatively normal life for someone who's, is in music. And up to COVID, I felt like I was sort of coping with everything. Everything was very much on the line. It's always been one of those things where you feel like it's hand to mouth. But after COVID and with the increases in cost of living and everything, since then it's just been very much a challenge. I sort of have a lot of fear about not being able to stay in my house and keep my family in the way that I have been accustomed to, and I thought was it was normal to me. It's not quite normal within my industry because not a lot of my friends are able to do what I've done. But I have made more money as a session musician applying myself to playing for other people than to my own music. If I was to rely on my own music and my own name, I don't think I would be able to survive or do what I'm doing in any way. You always need to sort of expand outside of those things to try to survive. And you know, it really feels like there is a big kind of gap where, you know, people who are just out there living a relatively average and not very sort of high earning kind of life in music are sort of struggling quite a lot right now because just they're getting kind of a bit squashed. I think tax is quite a big deal for me at the moment. But, you know, essentially, if it just feels like there's again, like what Karen said, the middle, there's a gap in the middle. Sydney feels a lot more alive with music than it did 5 years ago, definitely for the whole decade of lockout laws and then COVID. It's been great that there's a bunch of venues that have really come alive, and it seems like it's thriving, but it's not quite there. There's there's not the rooms for creative artists to be able to perform and sell tickets and sell merch. There's not the spaces or the range of spaces, the spectrum of spaces that we need to sort of survive. That's me.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly.
Hi, thanks Adam, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I started also 3 decades ago when I was 15, living around Balmain, and my first band was with a fellow named Alex Lloyd, who went on to, you know, have some great success. And from there I joined a band when I was 17 that toured around Australia in 2 4-wheel drives, and we were playing 5 to 6 nights a week.
Sorry, excuse me, Ms. Merton, you're just...
Oh, yeah. So I was travelling around Australia and with these elders. I was only 17, and they took me under their wing and taught me that, you know, you can survive off music. It takes a lot of work, you know. So we toured around, and I was making a good living, and I saw it as my out from, you know, having to do a job that I didn't really want to be doing. So it's truthful to say I love what I do, and I love playing with these two, and our community is it's pretty tight and strong, but I've seen a lot of people kind of disperse from Sydney, unable to afford to live here and sustain a career with music, has made their lives kind of just take a left-hand turn. So just to give an example of where we're at now, so this year I started playing percussion with a group called Ocean Alley. We did the Domain down the back there. They played to 15,000 people, and as soon as I finished that gig, I had to run off to do a 12 in the night gig for $200. So it's like we have to try and just make it work and balance it out and take what we can. It's like it's a definite survival game, I feel, at the moment, where we're all kind of taking a whole bunch of lots of work that maybe doesn't equate to making ends meet, but we have to just take what we can at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I wonder if I might ask the artists. A lot of the submissions have discussed, you know, the benefits or shortfalls of some of the funding and programs offered by Sound New South Wales for artists. And I just wondered, have the establishment of those types of grants or the availability impacted on you? Have you applied for them? What's been your experience with sort of grant funding for anything?
I received a grant last year to go overseas.
Mm-hmm.
It paid a percentage of the expenses, and that was very helpful. That now goes into my income tax, so I pay tax on that. Also, I have applied for various grants. I've just been rejected for one, actually, for a very big show that I've invested in. That's my experience.
Yeah, I've been successful with a few grants and unsuccessful with many grant applications. I think it's really competitive, and I'm not sure of how they kind of allocate where it goes to, but yeah, that's been my experience. I think it's there, but as being self-managed artists, I think for all three of us, like, apart from having to book tours, book gigs, keep logs of all your stuff, yeah, the thought of writing applications is kind of detracting from what, essentially we're supposed to be doing, is playing music, arranging our band members, looking after them, and so.
Can I ask, has the establishment of Sound New South Wales, because the grants and funding over time, but has the establishment of Sound New South Wales changed any of that, or does it feel like it's been a consistent?
I don't know if we've touched on that in our experience. We're sort of like an older generation of musicians. Yep. We're sort of still running it like we ran it in the 90s and the early 2000s, to be honest. Like it's always been a very interactive within our community-based interactive thing where I'll get a gig and I'll call Karen to come and we'll go and play at the pub down the road, or Declan and I have a regular gig at midnight every Friday night that we play at, and so these are all the things that keep the groceries coming in, or or part of the rent paid, and then we reach out into other things where we do play for other people, and then there's our original music, which sometimes feels like you're on a hiding to nowhere, but there sort of is no existence for us without that, without us sort of utilizing our voice as musicians and telling our stories. I'm terrible administratively. I'm absolutely shocking. I'm very good as a musician. That's what I do. So as far as grant funding goes, I've never even tried. But I have lots of people that I work with that basically most of the people around me are unsuccessful in grant applications, basically, and they're the best people that I know after 35 years in the industry. So the people that I know, and it may be my personal opinion, but the people that I'm involved with aren't getting those grants. So these are people that are a long time, and I think the idea is that they don't need the money, and but the reality is that they very much do need the money.
Thank you. I wondered if I could maybe pivot to sort of a different aspect. One of the things we're looking at in the inquiry is driving audience demand, which is an issue, and I know is an issue for obviously the artists, but across the sector and for venues as well. In your submission, you talk about the potential of voucher programs for music, and I just wondered where else you've seen this work, and if there are things that New South Wales could learn from other jurisdictions.
I might kick off with that and then throw to you. As an opening comment to that, I think it's right to sort of take the view that there's no silver bullet to solving the problems of the ecosystem. So grants are great and they're useful. There's always going to be a finite amount of money available in grants, and it's going to be competitive. So, that's a thing, and everybody understands that. It's why also in our submission we look to other instruments, so tax. How does the tax system work to motivate a venue to try live music, put on live music, sustain live music, pay artists? And so we've been pushing that position to the federal government for some time. It's been the outcome of inquiries that we've appeared before to now seriously look at that question. And we're grateful for the, led by John Graham, the tax summit that was held here in New South Wales. That is an instrument that will absolutely move the dial in terms of the attitude of venue operators. And the reason we've looked so directly at that is you need the publican, the person running a venue, to make a conscious decision to present live music and then do it in a way that makes it sustainable for the artists, which has to mean that the artist is not turning up and doing it for free and paying to play, that they must be paid, there should be a guarantee, and that you look at all of the relevant attributable costs to the presentation of live music and there's a sustainable approach to it all. And that also moves the whole conversation into an investment approach. So what do we need to invest in the bedrock and the grassroots of the live music industry? And it would also address the point that Declan, Adam and Karen are all making around that middle zone, if you like, in the live music sector, where sure, it's great to see small bars, etc., trialling live music, but where do you go for a mid-size audience and for career-focused artists in that space? There's other areas, just really to give a nod to what has happened in New South Wales over the last 10 years around vibrancy reforms. There were so many things that acted as substantive handbrakes on the presentation of live music. They've been removed. Like, from a regulatory framework perspective, New South Wales is probably in the best position of all of the states in Australia. So we're off and running, but it is now looking at what are the various areas. To come back to your direct question, yes, I think anything you can do to activate audiences, to get them off the couch at home, to come and see a live show. As I said in my opening comments, we know kids will want to pay a lot of money to come and see Taylor Swift or international acts. That's great. How do you motivate other audience demographics to come and see a show in a pub for $30, $40, $50 a ticket? That's the area where there's difficulty. Vouchers can address that. It did work in New South Wales as we came out of COVID. So that is a mechanism that will work. And Nick, I'll throw to you just for more in that space.
And combined with the regulatory reform that's happened over the last 5 or 6 years, particularly around the creation of special entertainment precincts, which were legislated 6 years ago, you've got to remember that audiences are behaving a lot more differently to what they were pre-COVID. The activity is a lot more decentralised. So, what used to happen in, the CBD, the inner west, is now spread out into, the northern beaches, to the inner west, to, places like Blacktown, Bankstown. So, the rollout of special entertainment precincts is critical to provide that regulatory surety to the venues, but also to foster other venues so that they can create clusters. And that would then have, a knock-on effect into the audience demand if they start seeing, kind of like the special entertainment precinct in Enmore, where you've seen clusters of other venues suddenly emerge around that venue. So you're seeing this sort of scale of venues around it. And if we can get that in outer metro and regional areas around New South Wales, that'll provide some sort of depth. Any instrument, kind of like what Dean was just saying, to support the sustainability of those venues through Commonwealth tax incentives, similar to what happens for the screen industry, for the digital games industry, where a venue or a touring artist would have a rebate on the expenditure related to that live music expenditure, would really support, the sustainability and help get those, ends meeting for these artists and for those venues that are staging them. So it's an ecosystem approach, and it's also just worth talking about, that exposure of these artists across other mediums, whether it's streaming, whether it's broadcast radio, whether it's community radio, which there was an amazing report that just got released a few weeks ago where 5 million Australians are listening to community radio. And that's a huge platform for artists, and often forgotten and critical to the health of the ecosystem.
Thank you. I'm going to pass over to my colleague Sarah Mitchell, who's online. Sarah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for coming today, and particularly to the artists for sharing your personal insights. I think it's really valuable for the committee. I wanted to ask a little bit about, and I think you just touched on it then, but support, I guess, I think somewhere in the submission you talk about making sure you can support musicians to have careers, not just gigs, which I thought was a really good line. But I'm interested in the part of the submission where you talk about access to sort of rehearsal spaces and the behind the scenes work that needs to occur. And I guess from my perspective, I live in a regional community, so I'm interested in where you see the gaps in terms of that sort of career development and longevity for artists who might be based outside of metro areas as well, and what more we could be doing in that space.
Yeah, there's currently, obviously the federal government are consulting on a national cultural policy at the moment. One of the things that we explore in that, sort of to drill down on that more specifically, is around, community music hubs. Where do young people and where do, established artists, where can they, for APRA AMCOS, the writing and production of new original music is our bread and butter. That's where, our members' work is so important. So to create those spaces, particularly for bands, for, groups of artists to come together and to collaborate and provide that space, that's really important. It's particularly important for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, the spaces where, very similar to what the Commonwealth supports with visual arts centres, how can we replicate that type of investment around around music creation, which is also so critical to Indigenous cultural expression. That community and creating that community space and that accessibility in where people are and where they live, that's crucially important and critical to then the presentation in those grassroots and larger venues.
Could probably add to that. I mean, I think utilising existing venues is always a good way to go, and not linking everything back to tax, but just in terms of policy settings where hotels, clubs, etc. might be able to provide spaces up that aren't being utilised every night of the week. I think there's opportunities there as well.
Thank you. Ms Mitchell?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Ms Fairman?
Thank you, Chair. Morning, everybody. It is still morning. I just wanted to ask you firstly about the venue situation. So I think some of you at the beginning talked about the fact that medium-sized venues are closing down. That's the big issue, one of them. What's some examples, like over, let's kind of stick to the last 5 years, kind of post-COVID, but some examples of those medium venues that have closed down?
One is the Great Club that was in the inner west Marrickville, and that was what looked like was quite successful, but due to a noise complaint, and this is when the precinct started to kick in, but they were just one street away, and it was one neighbour who actually kept on complaining about noise and things like that, and eventually their insurance was through the roof and they had all these repair complaints as well, and it was just too much for them to exist anymore, so they closed down. And that's a perfect venue for artists coming out of that small space and not quite into the bigger spaces yet.
What's the capacity? What do we talk about?
Standing room for that venue was around 400. Seated was around 250.
You've also, Mr. Ormston, you mentioned the pubs and clubs in terms of the, I think you said audiences in pubs and clubs have declined. How does APRA AMCOS, how do you get your data? What's your data collection, for example, for that statement?
Our data is primarily around the expenditure, so two ways: the expenditure of the venue on the Live Artist Act, or the box office that they receive. So the box office can give us an indication of how many people have been in a venue. So for us, it's primarily through that relationship with the hotels. We have a really good relationship with the Hotels Association and working with them. So this sort of discussion we haven't had in a siloed approach. It's been talking with and working with industry associations. The whole concept of tax rebate we've discussed with the Hotels Association. We actually surveyed hoteliers nationally last year to test that hypothesis that if there was a tax rebate available, would that be a good thing and a positive thing? And the response, 85% of respondents said it would be a positive thing. So it's a mixture of our statistics, our data, plus conversations with and anecdotal information from the hotel sector.
Okay, because you mentioned clubs, I can't resist but pushing this a little bit because the revenue that clubs have taken in terms of poker machines is growing. I'm sure many of the struggling musicians and artists would just think about that $10 billion almost that's lost to poker machines in New South Wales each year. Not quite $10 billion, but it's going to get there. So it seems as though, say, let's take clubs, it seems as though more people are actually going to clubs or more money's being poured into the poker machine. So I don't know what the attendance is. In fact, I do. Some of the membership numbers are growing. So the pubs and clubs have also been able to access the late night trading, various incentives that the government has put out there, which is a good thing in terms of those incentives. However, you've also just said that the audience numbers are potentially declining. So if the government is incentivising the pubs and clubs to stay open for live music, we want to make sure that that is actually happening and they're not just staying open to, for more people to drink more and put more money into poker machines. And also, how does that money get to the artists? And sorry, that's two questions, but how do we make sure that the late night trading, is actually working for musicians? And secondly, I'm interested to know the payment mechanism. So these clubs and pubs say, we'll access all these things that the government's done and open later, and it's excellent. But how is that additional couple of hours, making sure that the additional couple of hours are actually going into the pockets of the musos?
We might share that.
I can talk on this actually. So we all do play in pubs and clubs for a crust, right? We go and play at different places. These are the things that are guaranteed payers. I know for a fact that there are a ton of venues that are pokies pubs and pokies, and clubs and stuff that are absolutely just putting a single cover musician off in the corner for $300 odd bucks. It's actually probably more because it's like larger booker companies, booking agencies that are getting into all of these pokey pubs and they're getting paid whatever they get paid. About $300 makes it to the musician. And they're literally just putting a solo musician in the corner, they don't care. There's no thought about it at all, so they get their extra hour trading or whatever that whatever they get. I've heard about it, and I've actually played in these places. You get put in the corner, nobody really cares, and you're just there. It's not a great. I mean, obviously, it's great that there's musicians that we can go in there and we're surviving, but if it's meant to sort of stimulate a little bit more, it's not really kind of creating any kind of community kind of benefit. It's just like basically putting some money on the table, which is not. I'm not complaining about it at all but not everybody can do what we do. Nobody can. We pick up a guitar and we go and sing for our supper. So, and we'd prefer to sing our own songs. Because we have been making our own songs forever, but we'll go and sing Brown Eyed Girl for somebody because they are paying the money.
And you've got to do covers. Is that
and it's
correct?
pretty. Yeah, you can't go in there and do your originals. There's no way.
Just to add to that, so what our data will show is that the investment in live music, if you're just looking at a venue approach, and if we look at hotels versus clubs, that the club sector has traditionally spent more money on live musicians, and as Adam says, will pay a guarantee. So we can see that come through our figures, and you can compare New South Wales to Victoria, where the club sector in New South Wales is considerably larger and stronger than in Victoria. And in our view, from an APRA point of view, is we're sort of agnostic about that. We go, great, it's employed somebody to play music, so it's ticking those boxes. But it's partly where, policy settings and funding and investment opportunities and tax might be ways of incentivising other types of venues to say, well, we want you to present live music. Ideally, what we'd really love is more venues that will provide the opportunity of you playing your own original music. So, and those policy settings can help change behaviour. So I think for a lot of venues, like a pub, they might go, well, it's a risk. I don't know what audience will come if you play your own music. So part of the challenge, I think, is how do you de-risk it for venues? Because that's part of the audience training piece as well. So it's why we say there's no silver bullet. It is aligning audience with venues. The precinct piece is a critical part of de-risking for a club or a pub or a bar, the notion of putting on live music. And so, we want to get past the Oxford Arts Factory being the only place on Oxford Street that presents live music. You want a cluster of live music venues, small through to large. And what we are seeing, I'm going to throw this out as a positive example, smaller venues, Coaldale RSL Club, a small community-led club down there that went, you know what, we actually want to get behind musicians to come and play their own music. So there's really good examples happening out there, and we should leverage those and look at how do you fast-track other like-minded venue operators to do something similar.
Yeah, we play at this venue. It's probably one of our favourite places to play is Lazy Bones in Marrickville.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy who started that was 15 years ago or thereabouts.
Yeah,
Took a gamble in the middle of Marrickville Road.
There was nothing going on.
But he sees the value in, providing an outlet for stories, song, and musicians to create and to grow as artists. Culture. And we love playing there. It's like he sees that value, and I find that utmost important in our cultural kind of value, And there's a whole bunch of other venues that I play that have that same kind of, ethos. Is like musicians, a place to tell stories, a place to bring people to the community together, and, dancing. Where else are you supposed to go? Blue light disco.
I remember those. I'm going to hand over to Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much for your contribution here. If I could just, Mr. Ormston, this might be one for you. You talk about sort of de-risking and wanting, venues to be confident in, hosting artists. I'm just wondering, is there anything sort of from a government perspective here in terms of sort of specific regulatory change or government barriers or maybe obstacles that could be looked at in terms of increasing performance opportunities?
Look, I think there's good work that's being done, and as we said earlier, the vibrancy reforms have been sort of instrumental. I would suggest that one of the single biggest opportunities for government is talking across portfolios, so that the communication of the opportunity is consistent. So whether that's liquor licensing, through policing, through Destination New South Wales, through all of those portfolios of government are on the same page as to the objective. And if the objective is a vibrant ecosystem, creative ecosystem for creatives to be able to work in and have a sustainable living from, and for audiences to participate in, then it's about getting all of those avenues of government and opportunities of government aligned. And to give one example, this is quite an APRA example, is if government's involved in advertising in some shape or form, the opportunity of using an artist, a song from New South Wales in that advertisement has a relationship through to the live music sector, because it generates longer term income for that artist, because the royalties will flow back through us to them, which alleviate some of the pressure on the living hand-to-mouth day-to-day. So I use that as an example to go, whilst we're all here today talking about live music, if government can take that broader view to go, where are all of the points of influence that government has and around the utilisation of music, that whether that's music within a department or across areas of government, that's a low-hanging fruit where the government can move and do something, and it sends a signal then across industry in New South Wales. And it goes back to the point I made in the opening remarks around New South Wales can set itself up as being the engine room of the Australian music industry. And that also includes attracting international production here, so co-writing opportunities here in Australia for Australian songwriters with internationals. That supports everybody in the ecosystem. So, sorry, slightly indirect way of answering your question, but I think for government to look across all the portfolios to go, we're all on the same page. We're all here with the same objective about supporting the music ecosystem.
Thank you. And then just on the first page of your submission, in the introduction you commend Minister John Graham for convening the Art of Tax Reform Summit in 2025. Just wondering if you might be able to share with us maybe what some of those outcomes are, or sort of take up, or what came out of that summit that's actually going to assist some of these issues today.
And I'll throw to you as well, Nick, but I think to have in New South Wales a summit convened that is all about tax for the creative industries was a really, really powerful moment. It absolutely brought all of the sectors from the creative industries together and to think about how the instrument of tax might be used. So that was a big positive and a big win for New South Wales. And again, if you're trying to own we're the engine room, no greater place than to convene a tax summit than at the Opera House here in Sydney. We're all going to be submitting or have submitted through to the National Cultural Policy. So I expect people will be raising tax through that instrument. And certainly, I think it will be important for the breadth of creative industries to be speaking as one with a single drumbeat around we absolutely need to look at the tax system to support creators. And talking to these fine three people yesterday around whether it's GST or income tax and those other personal tax considerations, that all the way through to tax with a venue, I think is the breadth of opportunity we should be looking at.
Thank you. Any final questions before we close?
No, just I do have a final question about the tax summit. Was the incredibly low tax on pokies in clubs brought up? And how useful that would be if some of that went to live music?
It might have come up in one of the working groups.
I certainly hope so.
Cheeky.
I'd have a look at that.
And with that, I want to thank you all very much for appearing today. We do appreciate it. Thank you for the work that you do. There may be supplementary questions and the Secretariat will be in touch with that. But once again, thank you so much for sharing your experience with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Welcome. If we could start by getting you to state your name and title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with Ms. Termine.
Thank you. My name is Natalie Termine. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Service and Creative Skills Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
I'm Bronwyn Colston. I'm the Stakeholder Engagement Manager for the Arts at Service and Creative Skills Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to begin by making a statement?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, first of all, for us to be able to appear in front of the committee today. As I mentioned, my name is Natalie Termine. I'm the CEO of Service and Creative Skills Australia, or otherwise known as SACSA. I'm also currently an appointed member of the New South Wales 24-Hour Economy Council. I'm joined, as you heard today, by Bronwyn Colston, who's our subject matter expert and stakeholder engagement manager for the arts at SACSA. Just a little bit of background about what SACSA is and what we do to help with context. So we are an industry-owned, industry-led jobs and skills council. We represent 5 major service and creative industries, including arts, personal services, retail, tourism and hospitality industries. We're funded by the Australian federal government to work with industry, governments and unions to support workforce planning and development and to help ensure vocational education and training needs are meeting the industry needs. Today we bring an evidence-based workforce perspective to this inquiry. We will be able to draw on findings from our creative workforce scoping study, our workforce planning research and extensive industry consultation. Our work consistently identifies workforce attraction, retention and training challenges, and they are the key priorities for the music sector right now, with industry highlighting challenges relating to education and training pathways, occupational shortages and skill gaps. Sound New South Wales estimates that live music industry supports more than 14,000 direct workers and almost 11,000 indirect jobs across New South Wales. Given the prevalence of portfolio careers and multiple job holding across the sector, the industry's workforce footprint is actually most likely quite larger. From a workforce perspective, it is important to recognise that the live music industry extends well beyond performers. It relies on a diverse workforce that includes production managers, sound and lighting technicians, venue staff, event managers, promoters, administrators, educators, and many other occupations that support the delivery of the live music experience. We are passionate about supporting industry leaders and the New South Wales Government in developing workforce planning strategies to improve attraction, retention and training and get better outcomes for the live music sector. So we're very pleased to be here today and contribute however we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wondered if you could maybe tell us a bit more about bigger skills shortages across the music sector. We have heard in previous hearings and in submissions about, because we often just think of the musicians, and we've had an inquiry into musician education, but there's all of the sort of attendant skills, whether it's lighting, sound, production, all of those things. So I wondered if you could let us know what you know about the skills shortages.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, part of SACSA's remit is we publish an annual workforce plan, so we produce one of those for the arts each year. We also, in partnership with Creative Australia, produced the Creative Workforce Scoping Study, which was the first time that a report of this depth and breadth has ever been done in Australia around the workforce and the skill shortages and the emerging skills that are needed for, to meet the economic strategies of each of the states and territories around what they want to do with live music and major events. Some of the largest occupational shortages that we've reported in our creative workforce scoping study was production assistants, sound technicians, lighting designers, stagehand crew, production managers in regional areas, entertainment riggers and festival staff. We noted also in regards to festivals that about 2/3 of festival organisers say they are moderately to severely impacted by labour shortages and difficulties in recruiting qualified staff.
What was the last bit?
Difficulties in recruiting qualified staff.
Yeah.
Forgive my ignorance, but when we're talking about qualified festival staff, what qualifications, what specific area are we looking at?
Yeah, sure. I might throw to Bron from the technicalities.
Yeah.
So when they refer to qualified staff in the festival sector, they're not necessarily looking for a specific qualification,
Right.
but rather staff who are able to demonstrate the skills required to the level needed. And certainly a lot of the shortages we are seeing are related to that ability to demonstrate the skills required to the level needed.
What are the skills required?
Yeah, well, that all depends on which area of the festival
Okay.
they're working in. But with the impact of COVID on the workforce, we have seen a lot of staff be promoted more rapidly than they would traditionally have been.
Right.
And so the skill shortage within the workforce, I mean, there is absolutely a workforce shortage as well,
Yeah,
but
right.
within the workforce there is also a skills shortage based on being promoted more quickly into more senior roles and not having had the ability to really develop the depth of knowledge and experience needed in the early years of their career.
Okay, so a workforce shortage generally, and then a skills shortage. And when we're talking about festivals, that skills shortage is across the list of the things that you listed earlier. So across all of those, because you need all of those for a festival. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I wondered, does that, is there nuance by region? So, Sydney, you have just by number, more opportunities. Does that vary regionally in terms of?
Yeah, it does. Our industry consultations have shown there's massive shortages, even worse in the regional locations. And on the regional locations, some of the challenges they've got there also include the fact that they don't have access to training as much as the metropolitan areas do, like the big TAFEs or registered training organisations. There's also lack of professional networks and communities as well, and also facilities and space to either practice, rehearse, and even perform in, as we heard in the previous session.
So what's the plan? So you guys are the ones who are thinking about this. So how have you been working with, particularly the New South Wales government, but how do you intend to, or what's the plan to try and address some of these shortages?
Yeah, sure. So a lot of our workforce planning, as I mentioned, it's focused on attraction, retention and training strategies. We are working very closely with the New South Wales government, both Minister Wan's office around the skill needs, but also in regards to Minister Graham's office in regards to getting an understanding of what the government's priorities are around, visitor economy, major events, the live music industry. As I mentioned, I sit on the 24-Hour Economy Council as well too, and I also sit on their workforce planning committee. So what SACS is doing to support, and most of what we do is at a national level, but we work very closely with each of the states and territories, predominantly because each has varying challenges. If I use, for example, Queensland, NT and Tasmania, they have severe seasonality impacts where, 6 months on, 6 months off. New South Wales, I would say one of the biggest challenges we have is around what we deem as surge workforce needs. So when you have major concerts, major events, major football games, or, so the visitor economy there is, driven quite a lot by surge, and live music tends to go in partnership with tourism seasonality. So in regards to our workforce planning, we provide state government, federal government with information and intel and data in regards to what the workforce shortages are and what the upcoming needs are. We are also working at the moment on designing a framework for creative producers. There's no actual qualification around that at the moment, so we're working with industry to look at designing that. We're also undertaking a major project around career journey mapping, and we're also doing a pilot at the moment. We can speak to any more of these as well, but probably more importantly is probably sharing a pilot that we're doing here in New South Wales at the moment, and we've done that with the support of Minister Wan's office and TAFE New South Wales. So this pilot is supporting the completion of Cert 3 in live production and technical services. It was one of the major shortages we've got in New South Wales. And we identified that, and we'll be able to talk to VET in schools as well too, but there was quite a high uptake of vocational education and training in schools for this qualification, but the students weren't actually completing the entire qualification. They're only doing a number of units of competency. So as part of this pilot, we're working with TAFE New South Wales and the New South Wales Government. We've actually gone back and approached quite a number of those students, and we're actually now helping them complete the qualification and also coupling it with work experience and placements and things like that. So I think Stage 2 is in July next year for that. The purpose of that pilot is to see where we're having high enrolments but low completions in some of these qualifications. How can we enable those students to finish? It's a fantastic pipeline for us. In fact, majority of the enrolments in the creative arts qualifications are actually from vet-in schools. But if they're not completing it, we're actually losing a potential pipeline of workers coming through.
Thank you. I'm going to pass over to colleagues. Ms. Fenn?
Oh yeah, I can jump in. I was actually going to ask, I think, something that would have led to that your contribution then in terms of the pilot. So just picking that apart a bit more in terms of bringing people into the workforce with the necessary skills in terms of those technical skills. So what were some of the main reasons for those students kind of not completing or finishing? What did you find out through that pilot?
Yeah, and it's not just for the arts. This impacts. It's all vet in schools, so it's something that we're actively talking to all the senior skills officials network and the skills ministers nationally about this, because there is a high uptake in vet-in schools for the qualifications that SACSA looks after, being that, tourism and hospitality and the arts. And in fact, I think over 60% of our enrolments are vet-in schools. So we're getting a lot of uptake. The main reason that they're not completing it is that you only need to do a certain amount of units of competency to achieve your ATAR or HSE or whatever it is in that state and territory. So a lot of the training's not being completed. We actually found out in the pilot that I think it was about 60% or something of the students that we approached for this pilot didn't actually realise they hadn't finished the full qualification. So I think there's a lack of understanding of what they are achieving and then how to actually complete the qualification afterwards. So I think that was probably one of the biggest findings. We are noticing as well too, so nationally enrolments in our creative qualifications have actually been declining, but in New South Wales they have increased. So they've gone from, they've actually increased since 2019 by 16% for enrolments and increased completions by 39%. However, the really important thing to understand there is that it's all actually, majority of it's vet-in schools. So 77% of those qualifications are being delivered in high schools. So I think if we can have a look at strategies around then working with the New South Wales Education and New South Wales Government around ensuring that those qualifications are completed, we'll have a much better and sustainable pipeline coming through.
What's the funding mix for those courses in terms of state government, federal government, privately funded in terms of the participant? What's the funding mix?
Don't have those details on hand, but we can take that on notice and get that to you.
Okay. And so in terms of a state government ask, I suppose, in terms of looking at what this committee can recommend, are there more funded placements needed? Is there more demand than what you can offer, or is it more a matter of finding enough people to do the courses? Like, where's the need or the gap there?
Yeah, I'll throw it to you and I'll grab my stats as well.
I think one of the real challenges is very much the perception of arts careers. And I know that the Push will be presenting later today, and their national plan for young Australians and music has a key pillar on music as a real career. And part of the perception is related to how qualifications in the arts, both across vocational education and higher education, are funded. And we do see, and I don't have the New South Wales Government figures to hand or on the top of my head, but we do see fee-free places for CUA qualifications are not consistently offered nationally. Each state does have quite distinct variations, and so in terms of driving demand for places versus funding, I can't answer that with any facts or figures, but I do know that lack of continuation of funding or uncertainty around funding of arts qualifications does drive a perception that arts is not a viable or real career.
And we've seen here, just to add to that, so we have seen, as I mentioned, declined training in general, but we're also seeing reduced grade 12 arts enrolments as well. We're seeing a contraction in creative arts degrees offerings in higher education. And we're seeing very limited engagement in traineeships and apprenticeships. And traineeships, something that comes up constantly from the arts industry, and particularly live music, very keen on traineeships. I think that would be one thing that we'd be keen to talk further with the New South Wales Government about, and also skill sets. So we're hearing more and more that industry and the performers are wanting shorter, sharper, faster training, particularly those that are self-employed, gig workers, freelancers. They don't have an organisation necessarily funding ongoing training for them. They have to fund that themselves. So what can we be doing to better design and package training so it is a lot more accessible, and particularly in regional areas as well?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted you to talk about, the research that you've done is across the country, and so you've had the chance to look at other jurisdictions and see what's happening. Is there anything that is happening elsewhere that you would recommend or have recommended through your various reports that the New South Wales Government consider specifically?
Yeah, there's quite a lot of pilots and initiatives and things trying to fix certain small little itty bitty sort of challenges. I think collectively for us, and certainly a focus for SACSA, is around looking at the qualification reform agenda, but mostly what that means around systems reform. So just to explain that a little bit, as I mentioned, industry is not wanting to dilute the importance of qualifications, but how do we get that shorter, sharper, faster, accessible training? How can we update it quicker? So part of the work that the Jobs and Skills Councils are doing at the moment is working with the Senior Skills Officials Network and the skills ministers around looking at how those funding levers can change, but also how we can design training and skill sets that could be packaged for easier access for industry. Along with that comes, for example, how smart and skilled would then be funded. So I think they're probably the key focus areas for the JSC at the moment, is the reform of the system to enable qualification reform, which will suit the training needs of industry.
So, because that's a kind of a global recommendation, isn't it? That would be across all the sectors that you'd look at.
It would, and our big challenge is the states and territories all fund training and education separately and differently. Yeah. So we're not getting national consistency across the country at the moment. So those transferable skills across states aren't necessarily being recognised for all qualifications. It's not necessarily a huge issue in a lot of the live music industry, but we certainly would like to see some consistency, and industry is definitely saying that, consistency around what a qualification actually delivers and how they get it.
But is that in your views as sort of experts in skills qualification kind of area, is the fact that it's not that a qualification is not transferable, does that detract from its cachet? I mean, does that, I've got to go and do something in New South Wales, TAFE, but it's not recognised in Victoria or Queensland or...
Not for live music, per se, would you?
No, so to clarify, the qualifications achieved through the vocational education framework, so a Certificate 3 in live production technical services achieved in New South Wales is a nationally recognised qualification.
Right.
But where the difference is around which qualifications state governments choose to fund and which qualifications are promoted through programs like VET in schools. So here in New South Wales, we have an incredible cohort of teachers across the high school network who are trained to teach the Certificate 3 live production and technical services, which is why, as Natalie referenced earlier in the discussion, we have really strong numbers commencing that qualification. We do not see similar engagement in that qualification in any other state in Australia. Other states have different qualifications that they seem to invest in, promote and really push as high school pathways. So that's where the inconsistency across states comes in.
So is there a role for the state in advocating nationally for the sector to prioritise it, for example, in the equivalent of the TAFE system?
100%. And I think one of the big pieces of work we're about to undertake that might help support the state governments with this is we're about to embark in writing quite a significant report on a visitor economy projection. So if I use, for example, the construction industry as an example, there's a federal government and state policies around how many houses need to be built and by when, and as a result of that, a significant projection study was done into what the workforce needs would be for the construction industry to meet those economic goals of the states, territories and the federal government. Every state and territory, including New South Wales, we work quite closely with Destination New South Wales, and I sit on their jobs committee. Destination New South Wales, for example, has a ambitious 2035 visitor economy strategy, and part of that is live music and major events. So from a workforce point of view, though, what we're looking to do with this visitor economy projection study is to actually get an understanding of if all the states and territories were to achieve their economic visitor economy strategies, what would those workforce numbers be? There hasn't been done a lot of work in that for the arts or the tourism or the hospitality industries in the past. So this projection study will give us a number. It'll then give us an idea of what workforce needs are going to be needed for live music and major events and concerts and festivals and so forth, so that we can actually do a better job of stewardship when it comes to things like critical skills occupation lists, apprenticeship priority lists, smart and skilled funding, so that we've got that evidence base to actually then put that ask out there. So I think along with that number, that would answer your question there in regards to what could be done to help better advocate for more attention and investment in this sector.
And I just wondered, and it's a bit tangential, but I just wondered, when we talk about the visitor economy, I don't know if it's a legitimate concern, but my concern is that live music that's not, your big stadium concert doesn't necessarily sit under the visitor kind of economy sort of umbrella, because it's more about your local, like your activation of local areas. So I just wonder, is there a danger, or how is it differentiated? How do you differentiate your local live music scene from, your event attraction kind of strategy, because they're quite different.
They are. And we cover the live music in our creative workforce scoping study and our workforce planning. So that's the existing workforce, the existing need. I think probably just to clarify what we're talking about with the visitor economy projection is the ambitious plans the states and territories have on top of those existing needs. So we already have skilled workforce shortages now. Yeah. So we have, I guess, a benchmark of what we got now, what we're going to need. But if we are to achieve those state priorities, there's going to be an even bigger need. So it does sort of come in under it, is in that there is an enhanced tourism and, hotels and restaurants and bars and attendance and things like that. So, but yeah, very separate, granted, but we do cover that as part of our workforce planning.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from my colleagues? Done? Okay. Well, that brings our session to an end. Thank you so much for making yourselves available today and for the evidence you've given. If we have further questions, we will get in touch with you through the Secretariat. But thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome and thank you for agreeing to appear for us today. Before we begin, if I could get you all to state your name and your position and take either an oath or an affirmation. If I could start with you, Ms. Duncan.
Thank you. Kate Duncan, CEO of the Push Youth Music Organisation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Welsh.
Caitlin Welsh, co-founder and director of Sydney Music. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hardy.
Joe Hardy. I'm also a co-founder and director of sydneymusic.net, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Boutros.
Hi, thank you. I'm Tommy Boutros. I'm Music and Programming Director at FBI Radio. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would any of you like to start by making a short statement?
Yeah, I will.
Ms.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. As I just stated, my name is Kate Duncan and I am the CEO of The Push, Australia's youth music organisation. For 40 years, The Push has worked alongside young people to help them participate in music as artists, audiences and industry practitioners. We thank you for the opportunity to appear today and to ensure that young people are a part of this inquiry. Young people are not sitting at the edges of live music. They are making the music, they're filling venues, building communities and shaping what industry becomes next. But for too many young people in New South Wales, they're being locked out before they even have the chance to begin. The number of all ages events has declined. Nearly half of young people tell us that cost prevents them from attending live music. 1 in 3 identifies location as a barrier. Almost a quarter identifies safety. And for underage young people, age restrictions can be the deciding factor. This matters because live music is more than entertainment. It's where young people find their communities, build confidence and develop skills. It is also where a new generation of Australian artists and industry workers see a future for themselves. Last year, as a part of the development of the Push's National Plan for Young Australians in Music, we led a national series of co-design consultations with young people, educators, artists, policymakers and industry representatives. Our New South Wales consultation brought together young people from metropolitan and regional New South Wales to consider what needs to change so every young person can access music, see it as a viable career and have a genuine voice in shaping the sector. During that consultation, one young musician from regional New South Wales told us they had been removed from their own gig because they were underage. Another said that there were simply not enough places in Sydney for an under 18 band to perform and build an audience. These were not isolated stories. They reflected broader concerns raised throughout the consultation about the decline of all ages opportunities, the lack of accessible venues, and the barriers that young people face in moving from participation into a sustainable music career. Our submission asks the New South Wales Government to take deliberate action. That includes investing in a coordinated all-ages touring circuit across regional and outer suburban New South Wales, supporting local youth music hubs and accessible rehearsal and performance spaces, reducing cost barriers through initiatives such as a live music pass, and building the confidence and capacity of venues, festivals, councils and promoters to deliver viable, safe and inclusive all-ages events. Critically, young people must be embedded in the decisions that affect them, not consulted at the end, but involved in policy, programming and evaluation from the beginning. New South Wales has an opportunity to treat youth participation not as a secondary consideration, but as essential to the future sustainability of live music across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Welsh?
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members, and thank you for having us here today. When we started sydneymusic.net 4 years ago, our strategy was to increase demand for local live music by making it easier to find than it currently was across the scattered maze of social media algorithms. To that end, our Gig Guide offers a simple, static list of every original or improvised live music performance we can find in Greater Sydney, and our research overwhelmingly tells us that this approach increases participation in live music. We didn't realise the extent to which this data was not actually being recorded before then, let alone published. Local music media has been destroyed by the same corporate platforms that now shape what creative work gets to reach audiences online. Manually collating a list of gigs revealed an incredibly rich real-world scene that was in search of a wider audience and helped that audience find the scene. We've also been stunned and inspired by the picture our work has sketched out over the last half-decade. Sydney-siders are going to and staging gigs in Marrickville boxing gyms, in Filipino barbecue restaurants in Warwick Farm, in skate bowls, loading docks and public parks. We just watched one of those crews with an average age of 20 graduate from putting on park gigs to staging a all-day, sold-out, 3-stage mini-festival in a Chippendale pub with zero mainstream industry or media support. After a bruising decade or so for live music in this city, there are green shoots everywhere and a world-class scene that has rebuilt itself on its own terms. It's resourceful, generous of spirit, and astonishing in its diversity and its creativity. Our submission to this inquiry is informed by our 2026 survey, in which hundreds of Gig Guide users told us what live music in Sydney is missing. We were inspired by the passion and eloquence of these responses, and we encourage you to read through these insights from on the ground. These are the bullet points. Punters and artists are being crushed by the affordability crisis and pushed out of live music hubs by brutal rent rises. Community and independent venues are being crushed by insurance costs and over-policing, while big businesses soak up millions in subsidies and double-dip by squeezing punters on ticket prices. As this inquiry has heard, the rapacious duopoly of Live Nation and TEG makes Coles and Woolies look like food banks. Touring executives have told us that they would rather a punter go to one arena gig for $200 than attend 10 local shows at $20 a pop. Corporate influence and the pursuit of scale actively work against the vibrancy of local culture just as powerfully as noise complaints and the lockout laws. The economic benefit of live music in New South Wales is overwhelming, as this inquiry has heard over and over again. But focusing on that alone obscures the trampling of the grassroots and the missing middle of long-term sustainable careers for musicians at a local level. Infrastructure and funding are vitally important to support these green shoots because that new growth feeds the entire industry across the state and across the country. But it is equally important that government gets out of the way to let them grow how they will. A city's music scene should be a wild and vibrant garden, not a manicured lawn.
Thank you very much. Mr. Boutros, do you have an opening statement?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry. For more than 20 years, FBI Radio has been dedicated to championing local music, arts and culture in Sydney. We broadcast emerging artists before they reach mainstream audiences, connect listeners with gigs and festivals, and help build the audiences that sustain New South Wales' live music sector. From where we sit, there is still strong demand for live music, particularly among younger audiences. In fact, between 2023 and 2025, FBI Radio's audiences grew by 30% among 25 to 39-year-olds and an astonishing 51% among 15 to 24-year-olds. That tells us something important. Young people have not lost interest in music, culture, or live experiences. The challenge is converting that interest into attendance. The biggest barrier we hear about is cost. In a recent survey that we did, 43% of respondents identified financial constraints as a primary reason they could not attend more gigs or provide greater support to our station. Ticket prices are part of that equation, but so too are transport costs, food, drinks, and the broader pressure of the cost of living crisis. We are also seeing audiences engage with live music differently. Last October, FBI Radio presented Sid City, a festival spread across 3 non-traditional spaces in Marrickville and Petersham. The event sold out. Yet around the same period, we struggled to fill a night that was co-presented in a dedicated live music pub. This suggests audiences are increasingly drawn to experiences that feel unique, community-led, and culturally distinct, rather than simply attending traditional venues because live music is on offer. At the same time, we have observed a growing divide between mainstream and niche audiences. While major touring artists continue to attract significant crowds, alternative and emerging music communities are becoming increasingly fragmented. In genres such as experimental electronic, there is often not a large enough audience base to sustain multiple events on the same weekend. Promoters, venues, and artists are competing for the same limited pool of attendees, making it harder for events to survive. Importantly, live music does not exist in isolation. It depends on discovery. Every week, at least 50% of the music played on FBI radio is Australian, with half of that coming from Sydney artists. No other organisation is introducing audiences to local music at this scale. This year alone, we have added over 80 tracks by First Nations artists to our playlist, helping connect audiences with some of the most important voices in contemporary Australian music. Community radio stations like FBI play a critical role in helping audiences find new artists and engage with live music. More than 60% of our surveyed audience said they had attended a show by an artist they first discovered through FBI radio. A similar number said they had gone on to search for that artist's music online after hearing them on our station. National research from Monash and Griffith University has found that community radio contributes more than $153 million annually to Australian music industries. Community broadcasters reach millions of Australians each week and provide one of the most important pathways for audiences to discover local artists and live events. Yet despite this contribution, community broadcasters and organisations continue to operate with limited resources. The support provided by Sound New South Wales over the past year has been one of the reasons FBI Radio has been able to continue operating and serving the music community. Our recommendation to this committee is simple. Continue investing in organisations that connect artists with audiences, all of which are present today. If New South Wales wants a thriving music sector, it must support the entire ecosystem that make it possible. That includes artists, venues, promoters, and festivals, but also the community that media organisations introduce audiences to new music, help scenes grow, and ultimately get people through the door. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Boutros, I might just start with you picking up on some of the things that you've just mentioned in your introduction. And you covered well, I think, the connection between stations like FBI and connecting people with local artists. But I wondered if you had any comments on what changes have occurred in the radio landscape and how that affects the ecosystem that you were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. I think radio is one of the last media that is available for free, and it's available to listeners all around the world, right? But if we dial in on Sydney and New South Wales specifically, we have a duty to be playlisting these artists that are playing local gigs each week. We used to run a gig guide on FBI, but it just wasn't within our capacity anymore to do so. But every time an artist is played on air, we mention their upcoming gigs and what's going on in the scene. And I feel like there is somewhat of a barrier between the listener and then getting them to actually go to the gig, because as much as we can plug and play and listen and talk about how important it is to sustain our local music industry, the current cost of living crisis is pretty intimidating. I think with rent going up every year, for example, and even just groceries are getting so expensive that I think people are more likely to use a meal delivery service now than they are to actually go to the shops. It's with all this coming in, the last thing someone is thinking about is I really want to go to that gig, but I don't have that extra $25 in my pocket right now. So I think that's where our resources are limited at FBI, because we can do what we can in terms of showcasing the music and playing the music and talking about the music, but we can't put money in people's pockets. As a matter of fact, we're often asking for money ourselves. So it's hard to do that where we can get them there. But what we have noticed is, as I mentioned in my opening statement, is that non-traditional venues are really doing the work right now. For example, I went to a gig a few weeks ago and it was in I don't even know where it was. It was just a place in Marrickville. It looked like a house that was open, and it was just like open space. There was musicians at the back, and just like so many people were there, you know, or even like just like almost in someone's living room. Those are the spaces that people want to connect with now, and I would say it's the same even like in the art space as well in general. But people going to a pub where they know that they're like are gonna have to pay for their drink, and then if they're hungry, they might get some food, and then they might have to get an Uber home or have to do this or that to get back to where they're from. It's increasingly difficult to sustain that.
Thank you. I wondered that if I could open to the rest of the panel. One of the terms of reference is about audience demand. You've been, I guess, looking at the scene from different points of view, from the artist and from the gig goer. But maybe to you putting together the gig guide, have you got suggestions about how we might consider driving audience demand?
Yeah, I think a really important consideration to kind of follow on from what Tommy was saying is friction is this really massive impediment these days, and friction exists in so many different tiny ways that make it difficult for people to sort of, you know, overcome the hurdle of especially new experiences. But I think, you know, overwhelmingly we get told all the time that people find more profound encounters with music when it is something that's more akin to the context that they sort of find more natural to themselves. I do think they're in the midst of sort of trying to stay afloat. A lot of our traditional infrastructure has sort of stayed a little bit locked in time, where it doesn't necessarily sort of have this like-for-like correlation to what people are actually looking for and what they're anticipating. So geography comes up all the time. There's actually been so many emails that we've received where people have told us, like actually broken down their public transport journey. When I was doing our weekly segment on ABC 702 the other week, someone actually called in and said, it takes us 45 minutes every time we want to go to a show. And then they followed up later on and said, no, that's driving. And so I think when you think about friction, it's not just sort of the inconveniences of should I sit on the couch or should I go to a show. It's also just, you know, if you're going to spend more time traveling than actually being in the space, and also if the space is inhospitable to someone before and after the show. You know, if they can't just hang around and enjoy free space where they might be able to mix with their friends and hang around and feel like it's somewhere that they're welcome, then all of these things contribute to the overcoming overhead of someone just going, maybe it's not worth it this time.
Okay, thank you. I might hand over to my colleagues.
Oh, yeah, I can jump in.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for your submissions and Sydney Music, the survey and all of the quotes and people's experiences, really incredible, very useful for us. My first question, I suppose, is around the what is being supported by Sound New South Wales. So recognising that everybody's saying that there's funding. You've said that, you know, funding to FBI, which is though short term and not the ongoing funding, I'm assuming. But I've been curious as to Sound New South Wales's more restrictive definition of contemporary music than, for example, what Music Australia or Creative Australia has as their definition. And specifically that the Australian contemporary music is, you know, any genre, any sub-genre, but Music New South Wales removes, you know, art forms. I'm trying to find it now, I've lost it, but is more restrictive. You're aware of that restriction? Yeah, and some of the statements are around that Sydney Music Survey. I feel there isn't a huge intersection of genres within the Sydney music community, and it does seem as though therefore the funding is only going to particular types. And this goes into the spaces and the creativity and organic nature, ideally, of grassroots music scene. So would you care to comment on that?
Yeah, sure. I think, it does extend to genres and art forms. I mean, we're seeing more and more kind of mixed media, experimental, often interactive, collaborative, the art forms evolve at a rate that honestly I find staggering. Like, I've been going to shows for over 20 years, and I feel like the mercurial nature of it is more dynamic and exciting than it's ever been before. But definitely so much falls out of the scope of funding programs right now. And like, speaking only for us, now we are beneficiaries of Sound New South Wales as of this year.
Yes.
There wasn't anything that applied to the kind of work that we were doing in years prior. So I think that both speaks to Sound New South Wales being, open-minded and receptive and, continuing to think through how to respond to the needs of today. But what we make a fair bit of noise. I think a lot of artists, musicians, facilitators, curators really are putting in the work, and they don't necessarily have the time to advocate for themselves because they're so stretched as it is. And it's really that long tail that we're looking at, where just so much is left out of the definition of what's going on. That boxing gym story is a classic example. Like, we went to that and I was blown away by just, the creativity of doing something like that, but it would never appear on the radar. But also, I think you think about, like, it was, I think, a $10 show. There were probably over 300 kids there. And that wouldn't appear on an economic radar in terms of economic output, and yet the benefit to that community was incalculable. Like, ACR, Artists of the Cultural Revolution, that put on that gig, are doing the work in terms of, helping to create spaces for kids to just belong and to be part of something. And we see the effects of the community fabric that's being created, and yet I think for it to qualify for a funding program, according to the definition of most of the funding programs that I read through, they wouldn't necessarily get a look in.
Grant applications are also very onerous for community groups.
Yes.
Very, very, very difficult. I can't imagine how someone who has less experience in the industry as well navigates that. It was difficult enough for us. And I'm sure that Kate can also speak to how some of those that funding is difficult to access for anyone who isn't already fairly au fait with how these things work.
I think the way that grant programs or funding programs are assessed by panels is that they're looking for a proven track record of, in many cases, decades of experience or career history that you can prove that you are suitable or it's justified to have that level of investment put into your career or that project that you're funding. And of course, for young people who don't necessarily have decades of proven track record or a career history, you're going to be assessed quite low in a competitive context like that, which is why you will note in our submission that one of our recommendations is to have dedicated funding pools for young people to ensure that, again, in those assessment processes, that they're not disadvantaged by lack of career experience.
Because I'm thinking from the government's perspective, not that I'm the government, but thinking in terms of how if they, for example, people have talked about a voucher system, right? So if there was something like the Dine and Discover, I think you were saying music or cultural grants, that the example that you've given, Mr. Boutros, in terms of the house, back of the house, there's the band's playing, and I'm thinking like in the 90s, we used to get $5, bang, you'd go into something like that, that'd be covered. That probably couldn't be used for that situation, for example, because it would all need to be very registered on your smartphone and everything. And I'm trying to think, because what you're saying is actually growing organically, which is amazing, sounds very difficult to think about how to financially support that. Like, it's wonderful it's happening, but no buts. But it's almost, it's outside of government support, right? So where's the connection there, I suppose, to try and support more of that?
So I think at the crux of it, those events are happening because there is no support for the other events that
and
are meant to be.
As well.
Yeah. So it's like if the artists and the musicians didn't have to do this, they wouldn't do it. Yeah. They're doing it because they need their music to be heard by people. They want to bring community together. That's the whole idea of the grassroots, like, kind of realm, is that it's like, oh, we do this because we have to and we want to and we love
so
it.
there's no funding provided to them. So the bands get together, they hire the equipment, some of them will bring the equipment, very old school. People might you chuck some money at the door, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah, that's how
Could I just ask though, because there's like a tension there that's come out, in that, and it's a great question, I think, because you talk about this organically grown scene with these kind of unconventional venues, that I only know because I have a son who's doing this stuff. So I'm not at all cool, but I sometimes have to go and wave at him. Yeah. Sorry, I'm serious because I'm seriously cool. But earlier you were saying, Mr. Boutros, that there is also this kind of desire for this really authentic. So while on the one hand you're saying artists have to do this because the current sort of venue system doesn't work for them, but on the other hand, there seems to be some kind of demand from audience for that authentic. Totally. So I just wondered, have you got anything to say about that tension? Because I think it's a really good point of Kate's. How do you formalise that, support for that, when it seems also to be that's what people want?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of those things that when it grew out of the necessity for it, then people realize, oh, we want this, because it allows a new space for connection, a new space for camaraderie, a new space to experience what they've been like wanting to experience, with the cost barrier potentially too high at a local pub or a venue that might be like wherever it might be. There's always like so many people have to get paid out of that one ticket. So whereas like if you go to like for lack of a better reference, just like, let's say like the back of the house, then it's like that music goes directly to the artist and maybe to the space, but potentially that space belongs to the artist, so it goes straight to the artist. If there would be a way to support this as like some sort of infrastructure, that would be amazing. I don't think it's possible, but
it's an interesting one, isn't it?
There could be a way, I'm not sure, but then you'd have to like think about it as like maybe you'd have to register as a venue and all these things, which are probably a little bit too far out of the scope, but yeah.
Can I jump in again?
Yes, sorry.
I can see everybody kind of really wanting to respond to all of the questions as well, but thank you also, Ms. Duncan, in terms of really pointing out around alcohol and the changing desires of young people and moving away from alcohol particularly, and that's been another, I suppose, a criticism of the funding and the vibrancy reforms is very much commercialisation of music and the alcohol sales, pubs, clubs. What needs to be done to kind of bring money out of that sector, if you like, or in addition to, because, at the moment, I think there's a real gendered nature as well in terms of the live music space, because you're going into pubs with the drunk blokes and, to see it sometimes, bands, and it just turns some, people off, don't want to do that. So what can government do to what's your thoughts about that in terms of the funding at the moment that's being thrown towards that, and what more can the government do to address the alcohol-free, all-ages gigs?
For sure. So that's right. Over the last 3 years, the Push has conducted a national poll run by YouGov, a nationally representative poll that is an annual sense check on young people's engagement with music. Live music is a big part of that, and so we're now capturing longitudinal data that gives us really important insight into the changing behaviours of young Australians in music. You're correct in what you've noted, that 1 in 10 young people in New South Wales said that they don't like going to licensed venues because of the presence of alcohol, and also noting that among 14 to 17-year-olds, only 31 had consumed alcohol in 22-23, which is a huge drop from, almost 70% in 2001. So we're seeing that change rapidly declining. And as you speak to, these live music venue models are dependent on alcohol sales to be viable. You will note in our submission suggested recommendations around potential incentives to motivate live music venues to create more all ages events. So whether that's through reducing licensing fees or fast tracking processes to alleviate financial pressures in return for staging more all ages events. We continue to hear from live music venues that the cost of staging all ages events is the biggest barrier for them. We're talking about existing live music venues in that context. But I think what Tommy is speaking to around, there is a demonstrated need for young people in local communities to access live music that they can put on themselves that is relevant to them and their local communities. The Push has been advocating for the introduction of an all ages events team program for a number of years now. This is based upon a model that we have delivered with the Victorian government for the last 25 years called Freezer, now Amplify, where we currently work with 61 local councils across Victoria to stage regular all ages music events in local communities every weekend. Each of those events are staged by local teams of young people. Every community has very different needs, and those local communities of young people are best placed to know what those events should be. So not only are we creating a pipeline for future live music workers or industry workers more broadly through the young people that are volunteering in those programs, but we're also building a pipeline for future live music audiences by giving young people local opportunities to see live music in their communities.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today. You sort of answered my question in the questions from Kate, but I'll have another go at a different topic. I also just wanted to say thank you for the submissions, and particularly getting that direct feedback from those survey participants in the Sydney Music submission was really good. So thank you for that. One of the things that came up in Ms. Duncan, the one from the Push, was about access to gigs and not just sort of having the venues. And you spoke about rural and regional communities as well, but also things like not being able to access a car or transport to get to venues when events are on. And I guess I'd be interested really in everybody's perspective, but what is some of the solutions around, actually being able to access venues? Is it to have more live music in more live venues to bring it closer to home? Should any sort of vouchers or subsidies look at how people are actually getting to and from gigs as well in terms of the things this committee could recommend? I'd just be interested in your views. Yeah.
I think there's a confluence of factors through the Young Australian Music Audiences report and polling from the last 3 years. Cost consistently comes out as the biggest barrier, which I think is what everybody has spoken to today. We know that cost is the biggest barrier for young people attending live music, and so that's why concepts like the Live Music Pass, young people have told us loud and clear that is a mechanism that they would be more likely to attend a live music event if they had access to a government-funded voucher. But I think also following on from what I was just speaking to around local all ages events teams, that if there is an opportunity for you to see an event in your local community, that barrier to location of, your parents don't have to drive you 2 hours to Sydney to get to the show. There's an event there in your local community, and that's how we build these communities of young people that have an identity that's centred around live music. If at a young age they're able to have regular access, it's not just a once-off, that there is regular access for them to attend and be involved in those events.
Can I just add something to that as well?
Yeah, please.
One of the mantras that we've sort of been thinking about as, I guess, an organising principle is the idea that all you need is a system and a space. And I think like there's often so much in the way of infrastructure that gets in the way that creates, again, that friction that I was talking about before. But I think what we've observed over and over again is that when people have agency and the opportunity to sort of shape the way that things come together, like it's one thing to have a program and to sort of, go, we've created all of these empty spaces and now we're going to fill it up with stuff. But there's still the organizing principles around how all of that's done. Where does the stage sit? Who's doing the production oversight? How do things, plug together? All of those sorts of things. What we're observing more and more is that people want to be able to think through how to challenge and find new ways to approach those things. So all you need is a system and a space idea. When that is able to be rewarded, and admittedly, as Tommy gave a number of examples of, a lot of these are in unlisted spaces, and so they aren't afforded the level of visibility that they normally should receive. But you just see it catch like wildfire, like Summer Break, which is the festival that Caitlin referenced before, which I have to emphasize again, completely sold out the Lord Gladstone like 2 weeks before the show. The music industry would love to be able to put numbers through like that in completely grassroots, undiscovered artists, all of these sorts of things. The level in which the connections just sort of take, and there are so many examples that I could list off like this, there's just something else that happens when it wells up from within. And I think there's this whole there is a little bit of a challenge of sometimes it's not just about the presence of the opportunities or the platforms, it's actually that they want to build it brick by brick themselves. Now, there are all of these overheads as well. Like there is the energy that goes into these sorts of events. There's the cost of them, where very few of them are breaking even. But I still think that you see the social value that's created through this sort of organic participation, and you see the way in which it, again, catches like wildfire as more and more people come to every subsequent event. That Scram scene, that Summer Break, was kind of that's SKRAMZ, if anyone is wondering. The Scrams just kind of is this exemplar of just how every single time I go to a show, it's more packed. And it's just because they're doing it for themselves and they're doing it on their own terms. So I think there's a real leading light of, it's not necessarily that they've been given permission, but they just feel that there are no boundaries on what is actually permitted to take place.
What we're talking about there is under the broad umbrella of just DIY, do it yourself, of DIY music, of people who just want to express themselves and be in community. And that looks like putting on a gig outside of the usual structures, outside of the usual venues. And we have talked a little bit about a harm minimisation approach to that, which is people are going to do it anyway. They're going to put on gigs in warehouses. They're going to put on raves under bridges. As I said in the opening statement, the best thing that the government can do is get out of the way of that, but the support that can be offered to make sure that there are resources for people to do that safely, that there is education for people to do that safely, at whatever level of DIY, whether it's completely underground or just below the surface, ready to break through into the mainstream. That's what we want to talk about.
Thank you. Mr. Deanna.
Thank you. All really good insights. Thanks.
I just want to ask about what's happening with Western Sydney. I see in your survey,
Your question?
Half the population of Sydney lives in Western Sydney, but only 2% or just over 2% of the live music gigs are occurring in West. What's happening? Why is Western Sydney desert when it comes to live music?
Yeah, just a lack of permission and visibility. So in our gig guide last year, I think it was 86.4% of shows took place in the inner west and CBD. That seems to be the only sanctioned kind of environment that can take place, and yet we are in conversation, and I know everyone here will be as well, with artists all the time that just basically have to transplant themselves, but it also means that they're sort of contorting themselves to fit into the presentation and the context of the inner west as well. The shortage of live music, I mean, there's a little bit of DIY stuff that happens out there, but I will hasten to add that it's much less. And there are some cool examples that are going on, but it really worries us.
To what extent is it the case that sort of artists are predominantly located in the inner city as opposed to Western City, like in terms of the disbursement of artists there's a high concentration in the
Oh
inner
no,
city, and
they're everywhere. They're really,
They're
really
everywhere.
They're travelling
like
for 45
morning.
minutes. Yeah.
100, yeah.
And what about in terms of your analysis of the audience? Like, are the audience predominantly travelling from Western Sydney to the inner city to go to these gigs, or are those gigs generally populated by people who are travelling relatively short distances to go to inner city gigs?
There's a mix.
Yeah, there's a mix. Our survey showed that I think it was approaching 60% of the respondents were from the inner west and CBD. But I will also say that I think that you really struggle to develop and build an audience when that friction is so high. So, you know, I talk to, it's really interesting, right? Like I used to throw gigs in North Ryde about 15 years ago in my backyard. And a dad came along to the show and went, man, we used to have shows around here all the time. And then he started listing off the pubs. Like there was, you know, the Eastwood Hotel, and there was Epping Tracks, and there was North Ryde RSL. He's like, this is amazing. Like this, you know, there was a band, you know, playing in our backyard and doing their thing. And he was like, why don't we have this anymore? And I think what I observed from that and what we've seen countless times since is it just kind of drifts out of your field of view. Like, and when people re-encounter it, they want it. But when it, you know, our lives are busy and there's a lot going on, they don't necessarily go, how do I re-implement a live music going behavior? No one is thinking that way. So I think it's kind of about the plenty and the accessibility. You kind of just want it spilling in out of every street and every postcode, ideally. That would be my preference.
There should be venues where music can happen in every suburb the same way there are sports fields. There should be music floating out of venues every weekend the same way you can hear cheers and whistles. The idea of community permissiveness around music has suffered in Sydney and in various places across the state, but it is really important that people feel that they are able to stage and see live music where they live. And also it's about whether people are able to live where they live for more than a year. If we're getting kicked out of our rentals once a year so that they can put the rent up, it makes it hard to build community in those areas, to build the trust that is really required to start doing things that make a little bit more noise. So it affects that as well.
Can I ask you, to what extent? I mean, certainly when I was at sort of university, the university scene was pretty important in terms of generating live music opportunities. To what extent is sort of the universities in Western Sydney playing a part or not in that kind of ecosystem contribution?
Honestly, it'd be difficult for us to speak to that. I will say that I was at university during the end of voluntary student unionism, and the effect of that change on campus cultural life across the board has been difficult. The current generation are fighting back on that. They, you know, organisations like Surge over at Sydney has undergone a bit of a cultural shift the last few years under some new management. They're like the green shoots are really there, but yeah, it does often come back to cost of living. And if you are working so hard in every spare hour to support yourself while you're studying or to contribute to your family work or whatever it is, if you don't have any hours left over in the week to dream and create, then you're not going to be able to contribute that to your community.
Yeah, I might just add as well, there is a plethora of artists from Western Sydney. I curated the Metro Air in April of this year, so that was 5 shows, 3 artists per show, and at least 35% of them were from Western Sydney, and they travelled to the CBD to play the gig, and they brought a crowd with them. And then it also, that staggered, so it was like the least attended event was the first one, and the highest attended event was the 5th one, but it just took a bit of time to gain that momentum on social media and whatnot, and that was in a traditional space. So it's still possible to do it, but it was a free gig. So that's why people were coming, and we were talking about it on air for weeks and weeks and whatnot. So we were able to generate that buzz around it. But I reckon we playlist like 3 to 5 tracks from a Western Sydney artist a week, if not a fortnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Miss Merton.
Thank you. Thank you to 4 of you for your contributions and submissions. Look, it's come up here and earlier, just in terms of the cost of living and what the impact, the cost, the consequence has been to artists, to audiences. Look, I recall that at one point there was a government sort of a voucher for children in terms of creative learning. A lot of children were introduced to a music, a form of music tuition. I'm just wondering, in light of what we're seeing on the cost of living crisis, how could we best respond to something like this?
And I think that's right. There are other mechanisms in sport. We see for children, particularly primary school age children, sporting vouchers, and those mechanisms. And I was thinking before, as that question was being asked, about how they could be used in community contexts. I mean, sporting vouchers are used in community contexts every weekend. So I think that the mechanisms are there and could definitely be embedded in a music context, in a community music context. They're there and they're working. I just wanted to also just come back on the point around education, universities, not necessarily a Western Sydney specific context, but it's really important to note, and I guess this feeds into the pipeline for industry workers, the impact of the federal Jobs Ready changes on creative arts courses and the impact that has had in terms of enrolments for these courses. We've seen a decline of 30% over this time, with more than 40 creative degrees and subjects being cut nationally in less than a decade. What this looks like practically is that for a student studying mathematics, they're paying around $4,738 a year to do one of these courses, a mathematics student. But a performance student is paying $9,537 a year, and a humanities student, $17,399 a year. These costs, this is what we're talking about, in addition to, yes, how much it costs to fill up your shopping trolley at Woolies, but it is also the cost of studying, and that's having a real impact on the university culture across the board in terms of students who may be interested in pursuing a career in this sector choosing not to because of those real costs associated with doing so.
Thank you. And Ms. Duncan, in your submission, you also you also talk about sort of music education and the schools. I'm wondering whether you had anything further to add to that.
Yeah, I think it's important to consider, and following on from the presentation from SACSA, that music education is more than just learning the viola, that we would love to see music education considered as every careers teacher in this state having an understanding of the career pathways that exist in music. Where we hear time and time again, and we did last year when we were here doing our consultations for the national plan, that so many secondary students are told by the careers teacher when they go to them and say, I want to work in music, they're either told don't, or I don't know where to refer you to. So when we're talking about music education, we need to be thinking of it holistically in terms of, imagine if there was a careers pathway map that really clearly articulated what a career could be from school to stage, and the whole myriad of opportunities and roles that exist within that.
Thank you all very much for your time today and your work in the live music area. There might be supplementary questions that the Secretariat will get in touch about, but thank you again for your submissions and for being here today. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
to the committee inquiry. Just that, we do have two of our committee members online, so it's not just Rachel and I here. And Ms. Fairman, I'm sure, will be joining us shortly. Before we begin, if I could ask you to state your name and title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with you, Ms. Keeley.
Certainly. I am Jess Keeley. I'm here as part of the Association of Artist Managers. I am an artist manager. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Collins.
I'm Maggie Collins. I'm the Executive Director of the Association of Artist Managers. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jade Nazareth. I'm here as a board member of the AEM and an artist manager myself. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to begin by making a short statement?
Yes, thank you. Firstly, acknowledge the Gadigal people of this land and the Eora Nation, and acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land. So the Association of Artist Managers is Australia's peak body for artist managers, representing upwards of 400 music career strategists whose primary goal is to make artists' dreams come true, that of making an honest living doing what they love best, creating and performing music for audiences of all kinds. Our tight-knit management community is wildly driven by passion and a love for their artists' music that outshines even the biggest fans in terms of what they're willing to exchange for it to succeed. Time, sweat, risk, emotional labour, actual cash, and more. Managers only succeed when their artists succeed. So how does this fit within the scope of a state-based live music inquiry? Well, firstly, because live music does not exist in a silo. It lives in an interconnected ecosystem. When issues are presenting in live music, they are not always exclusively due to other issues within the live music industry itself. They are often symptomatic of larger problems. Managers have touch points at every facet of the artist's career, and given it's our duty to protect the artist from these threats, we are well versed in the many areas that may help to improve it. Peer-reviewed research finds that every $1 invested in artist managers returns $19.94 in quantified benefits to artists, record labels, publishers, and the live industry. And the baseline edition 2, commissioned by Music Australia, documents that artist management generates the highest gross value added ratio of 48%, highest of any subsector in Australian music outside of music education. If a core success measure of the New South Wales Contemporary Music Strategy is to increase contemporary music's contribution to the New South Wales economy from $2.7 billion to $3.5 billion, it's hard to name a more reliable sector than artist managers who operationalise careers and monetisation pathways across the entire ecosystem. If there's anything we don't know today, there'll be no stone unturned until we find the answer for you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And did either of you want to make an opening statement, or are you happy just to go to questions?
I think we're comfortable to go to questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wondered if I could maybe start with the managers then and ask about your reflections as working in your field over in New South Wales. Have you noticed a change in the past 3 to 5 years? Has it become easier or harder, the work that you do?
Do you want me to start? Yeah. I should also declare here that I'm a Deputy Chair of Sound New South Wales, which is the advisory board.
Yes.
So I would say unequivocally that I have seen improvements, certainly from the existing activities that Sound New South Wales have undertaken, some of the grant availabilities and the financing on an individual level for artists and also by proxy managers. When I say, if you ask about easier or harder, I don't think we are there yet. I don't think I could possibly say right now, oh, it's much easier to have this as a job now. I would say it's just as complicated and just as difficult. I think we've strongly identified issues within the sector across the industry, which is live, recorded music, viability. audiences. And I think there's now beginning to be a gradual progression to solving those problems. This is a long-term cultural issue, particularly for the state. A lot of the initiatives that have been put in place to date are addressing problems that happened over a 10-year period, and it's going to take some course correction in order to see the fruits of that. I don't think we're close to that yet. But I do feel right now that the strength of support, actually, from state and federal governments has been the strongest that I've seen, which to me makes me optimistic. Does not mean it is not highly difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that the complexity of the issue is involving a lot more than just the live sector, which touches on what Maggie was talking about. It's the easiest right now to identify the problems within live music. The economics are a lot clearer. But it's certainly a gradual cultural repositioning that needs to take place in order to feel like the sector and the industry itself is going to be confident for another 10 years from now.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Nazareth, have you got anything to add?
I would say the same as Jess. I think she's nailed it on the head there. It's there's definitely a lot of support out there, but it's still difficult to grow an artist's career right now.
Thank you. Ms. Collins, quite a part of your submission was devoted to the Michael's Rule initiative. What is the early feedback on the New South Wales government's that initiative, and how would it work in other venues, do you think? That's what your submission goes to, I think.
So you mean other venues that are not state-owned venues?
Yes.
Well, I mean, that's where it really needs to be picked up by the industry itself, where the government, the state government, picking up on Michael's Rule and giving that financial incentive via the reduction in venue hire. That is the market signalling that really helped with that incentive to get that across the line, to get those local supports on those tours and create that incentive to naturally have that happen. There are promoters that really want these local supports to happen, and they do work hard to get it happen. There's a lot of things in the way at the same time, and there are a lot of different promoters that have different barriers in the way. So it doesn't really come down to the venues per se. It really is more so about the promoters and who are actually hiring those rooms. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So while Michael's Rule does focus on the venue, you're suggesting that for that kind of initiative to work outside of government infrastructure, if you like, that it would need to focus on a different part of the sector, which is the promoters. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, some advocacy at a national level is potentially an area where it really could help, and that's kind of where it enters into a visa framework, which, for us, this is definitely an area that when we introduced or suggested Michael's Rule as a thing, we said, this should be a thing. It used to be a thing.
It used to be a thing. Wasn't there the big Sinatra huge dispute?
Yeah. Well, the reason why it's called Michael's Rule is because a manager called Michael McMartin accepted the Legacy Award at our awards a few years ago, and he said, what happened to this rule? Where did it go? And then he passed away. And when he passed away, we said, he's right. What happened to this rule? We're going to call it Michael's Rule, and we're going to say, bring it back. And so it did exist from a visa standpoint at a national level. And when we brought it back, the New South Wales government listened. The Minister for Music found a way to make it a win-win policy and make it an actual incentive, at least from the New South Wales venues perspective, that could work for the promoters. But it's still, obviously that's within New South Wales, and we're working hard to try and get that rolled out within the other states and territories. That's relevant to this discussion. But I think that advocacy for trying to figure out how we can find other incentives to get this working across the board, not just at venues, New South Wales owned and run venues, in whatever way that looks like would be amazing.
Right.
I was just going to say, I think it touches on what I mentioned in this sort of cultural repositioning and this cultural distance that we're trying to navigate now. There are a lot of, culture in general and industry has a lot of sort of systemic boundaries around it. So there's stuff that's been really traditional, and that there's formats now which become quite redundant based on the new economics that we're seeing within the industry. And this is a really good example of something that was happening, that people were doing and that everyone kind of assumed was the case. And what happened was policy changes that existed then created over time an understanding, it actually isn't a rule. It was just kind of something everyone was doing. So we're sort of hitting that point again where the importance of music as a cultural leader, as a position that, especially from government, is an identifying cultural and worthy moment to get behind. I think we're sort of repositioning that now. And we'll probably start to see some of this attention that's being paid actually just by proxy become culturally significant. Therefore, it's easier economically even for people to be making these decisions. It needs to become a habit again. And I think that that's what we're starting to reframe. So Michael's rule allows a template. It's sort of a practice essentially that could become something that is rolled out across the sector. It's going to take some time and some education and some further incentives.
Yeah. And sorry, just to go back to that submission as well, looking over it, I think what we're really driving home in this is to ensure that the brilliant policy that is in place now is entrenched, and that it doesn't go away. That would be amazing.
Thank you. I'm just going to check in with my colleagues. Ms. Merton, have you got questions?
Thank you very much for your submission and participation. If I could just pick up, you speak in the submission. You talk about it's under. It says the major event ticket contribution. We've had discussions earlier in the day about this or a levy. And then we've sort of looked at some of the international examples. Just wondering what your position might be on that.
Yeah, well, we think that there needs to be some exploration of the different versions of what this could look like. Our two examples were specifically where there are government-funded events where there has been a large spend on any international acts coming out, that money can be spent on the support acts, which, obviously echoes the Michael's Rule element of that. And then, of course, the major ticket contribution, the live music contribution, which is something that we have supported ever since it was introduced within the UK. Their ticketing levy, simply because it worked so well there. However, there we also learnt some good lessons, because it originally was intended for the grassroots venues in the UK, but they also learnt that it would have benefited to be expanded towards artists and grassroots artists and communities at large. So that is what we believe as well. I'm not sure if we've been explicit in that in our submission. But definitely through the Australian Music Venues Foundation is one method of exploration for that. Yeah. Also a state level. I know in Victoria they've been looking into a state version of that. Our colleagues at Music Victoria have been looking into it. So I think some more research would be fantastic into that specific thing, some economic research.
I was going to say, I think it's important to articulate we're very passionate about where finance is directed. So anything that is raised, whether it be a grant-based system or even within the levy, we're here on behalf of individuals, realistically. Yeah, we're here on behalf of artists and then their managers. We only exist, as Maggie stated, we only exist as entrepreneurs if the artist does. So we're talking about individuals here, sole traders trying to get through and pay their rent every week. So if we're going to be working within policy structures that allow us to be revenue generating in some way, we feel really strongly that enough dialogue needs to happen around how to make sure that that's individually supporting and not just industry supporting, because we do have some big discrepancies around where the income is coming and where it's generated and who it's paid to within the industry. And the artist tends to be, as a sole trader and has a distinct lack of advocacy, tends to be where a lot of that pressure point ends up being pushed onto. So if we're talking about venue levies, this was particularly ticket levies, which in the UK instance were benefiting grassroots venues. We really need to look at policy and ensure that that's actually feeding through to the individuals on our behalf that we're representing.
Yeah, no worries. We've also, earlier today, witnesses have raised cost of living pressures and the impact on the industry. Just in light of that, a proposed, a ticket contribution or a new levy or a new tax, so whether that's going to, provide a barrier in terms of, attendance and affordability.
Well, you mean a tax offset?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I think systemic change is needed across the board, and that does help individuals, and it's the individuals that need to be prioritised in this situation, and that needs highlighting, because when you're looking at even if the positions that we've put forward in our submissions, all of those need to be looked at from the perspective of individuals, because this is who the artists are, and independent venue owners, they are small to medium businesses as well. We managers are small to medium businesses too. The music industry is a microcosm of multiple sole traders, businesses, etc., who are all invoicing one another.
International conglomerates.
Yeah, and it's very hard to get your head around. So the tax system. I tuned in earlier today where there was talk about the tax summit that happened here in Sydney last year. It was I went to that. It was unexpectedly one of the most inspiring days of my life. Was not expecting that because it was tax. But I realised how important it was, because it was actually about being a citizen, and also about realising how uneducated artists are around tax. I just had an artist recently who hit me up saying that, now this is an artist who used to be signed to a major record label here in Australia, that they are going to have to apply to Support Act crisis relief because the ATO is chasing her for a massive tax debt that she hasn't been able to service, and they're going to have to take some extra action. So this, that is just absolutely tragic to me, that there's an artist who has served up brilliant art for this country that people are still to this day benefiting from, profiting from, that the ATO is still chasing down, and we don't have a tax system that can support this artist to the point where they are asking for crisis support relief from Support Act. It's just all broken.
Thank you.
Ms Mitchell?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here and for your submission as well. I wanted to ask, I particularly liked when you gave the analogy of sort of like the artist is the board and the manager is the CEO. That was good for someone who's not all that familiar with the music industry to kind of have that as a concept. But one of the parts of your submission that I also liked, I'd be interested in hearing a bit more from you about, is around that capability development piece for managers. Going to that concept, I guess, of, your success and the artist's success are very intrinsically linked, and if there are more that can be done, I think you talk about a resource hub or things that better support you as managers to do your work, which would then in turn support artists and help with sort of a thriving music scene in Australia. So, where are the gaps? What are some of the things we could do better to support particularly managers?
Thank you so much for asking that question. I'll start off by giving an overview of what's happening, and then maybe you could, Jade, talk to what would be really helpful for you in terms of support.
That'd be great.
Because, we were very lucky enough to get a few grants from Sound New South Wales for a managers hub, which is really, really groundbreaking, and we envision is going to be extremely helpful for our membership. And also the placements program, which is a paid internship program. Everyone gets paid. So interns get placed at a host company for 4 days a week for 6 months. They get paid, the host company gets paid, and the artists benefit from extra work for the price of one. So that's been amazing, and that's happened twice, and hopefully will happen again. There's been a number of different ways. We have a shopping list of things that we would love to see in terms of support financially from managers. Jade, do you have a list?
Yes, I do have a list. I think that Maggie's right. It's that financial support to managers. Realistically, is there, I don't know, tax breaks for managers? Is there financial support? I know that we've got a couple of grants that help managers go out overseas as well to find audiences, not just internally here in Australia, but ways in which we can export as well our artists internationally. So continued support of those programs, I think, is very beneficial for managers. If there's anything that helps internally as well, finding audiences here internally, I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we find at the moment now as managers is finding audiences within Australia. So for our artists, because live music is not just, as Maggie says, it's not just a silo with live music. It comes from streaming. It's finding the audiences within those programs as well. So if there's anything that can be done to support us finding audiences here, so if there's programs like the international conferences that there's
helping
great
to get there.
helping to get there, and I think that those are some of the ways. I know that there's parameters where you can't affect the number of streams that Australian artists are allowed to get on streaming services because they're global services, but I think really helping us with finding the local audiences by putting artists in front of local audiences. So if there is a visa program for international artists to come in, making sure that they have Australian artists as support, that is a huge one for us.
I wanted to... Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Sorry. I was going to quickly touch just on the education piece, because I think that from a sector perspective, we're starting to experience some significant skills gaps simply because the opportunities to learn are not present. So we have managed to get support from New South Wales to enact this placements program that Maggie mentions, which is an internship. Jade and I actually have a very, very similar background. Both of us work full-time as managers, and are probably a select few that managed to make a full-time wage out of this job nationally. Both of us actually had international experience, and that's what's enabled us to do that. So both of us left Australia, had 10 years, worked underneath another manager internationally in order to get the skill set, and then have returned. We would really like to see support for that kind of learning, that sort of internship template, in order to make sure that we actually are getting the skills gap met, both with our staff, people that need to assist us and that we can continue to bring into the sector, and to skill them up enough to be able to then continue to grow where we're at. Currently, because of the shrinking nature of the industry and the return on that, we're finding it is much harder to employ people to learn on this job, particularly in our very dynamic management skill set, which is very, very much based on if the artist is having a fruitful year or not. Can I afford to pay someone or not? So I think that the education piece, which is, I'm touching again on this kind of long tail that we need to now be invested in, where we can't see investment be removed when we're starting to start, a process that could be 5 to 10 years in growth at this stage. And I think the education piece is one that we're quite passionate on at the AEM, just to make sure that we're all operating at what we would consider to be a global level. We have global artists. We would like to be operating at a global level as managers, to retain both the management capacity of the industry, but also retain managers here in Australia. We are often forced to move. And so it's great to think that we can actually at this point think, well, it's viable for me to have a full-time management career and stay in Sydney.
Thank you. Thank you. That's really useful. Thanks.
Miss Fenner.
Yeah, I've got a question. Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to ask whether the submission that you've done, thank you for that, talks about funding the artist managers, looking at how to especially in terms of grant funding, ongoing funding, percentage of tickets, whatever it is. there are other state jurisdictions in Australia that do this that we can look to more than New South Wales. Does Victoria do it, for example?
You mean in what capacity, like funding managers directly?
Yes.
Victoria has been amazing over the years, and then New South Wales sort of like overtook. Bless Victoria's heart. They, I think the budgets went down in terms of creative arts and everything recently. But there's a lot of really good people who are working so hard there, and there's a lot of great industries and businesses who benefited from all of that over the years. So management companies, and when I say management companies, I mean sole traders, businesses or companies or partnerships or whatever, who have benefited from the investment in Victoria, whether it was getting them overseas to conferences, to getting them overseas to actually do a series of meetings. What you went on, it was something in partnership with the AAM, which was a series of meetings with business professionals. So they would have a mentor with them as they'd go and be introduced, just opened up to the contact book of whoever they were with.
And who was that one funded by?
Victoria. Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of them, VMDO, I can't remember. So yes, Victoria, and then South Australia and WA have some direct manager funding as well. But as far as I know, nothing, like New South Wales has been actually quite significant to the AAM specifically, in that we've been able to create the structures, the infrastructure to be able to funnel that down to the members. And what I mean by that is that sometimes we've had funding partners where the people in question that have benefited has been about 3 to 10 people, whereas this Managers Hub that we've been able to develop is benefiting in a huge way 400 people across the country. So that is very significant and a wise use of the funding.
Yeah. Recently, I think we've been able to articulate more after a lot of volunteer work within the organisation. We've been able to actually articulate the benefit from management, the benefit of a solid manager and what that actually means to an artist. So I think there's been some reframing probably only in the last 5 years around what funding an artist would look like. So it does not necessarily look like just money to an individual artist who can go out and travel. It actually means funding their business. And so to come back to the CEO and the board members, that actually needs to be driven by people that have the skill set to understand how to use that money. And often it won't be the artist directly, it'll be the team around them. So I think there's just been a cleaner articulation recently about what that would look like. And then also the research that's been provided more recently that articulates the value of management has just allowed us to give you that dollar-on-dollar investment, which makes it a little bit easier to understand considering the intricacies of the industry itself.
Thank you. And do you have the data on Michael's rule in terms of how many local artists over?
Ongoing, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely.
You can
would
provide
you
that?
like that? Yes, we can provide that.
Excellent. Oops, sorry, I did it this time. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, that brings us pretty much to the end of our session here today. We thank you very much for your submission, also for making the time to come and share your experience with us. You've agreed to take a couple of things on notice. We may have supplementary questions that we'll get in touch with you about, if that's okay. But again, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks so much.
Thank you for joining us today. Would you mind beginning with stating your name and position title and swearing either an oath or an affirmation?
Ewan Craig, Head of WinArch Experience, part of the WinArch Group, and an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making a short statement?
Yes. Just a really quick background statement on myself and the company that I work for, and part of the submission that we made. I've basically worked within the concert promoter industry the majority of my working life, so over 30 years. Started with one of the old stalwarts of the industry, Paul Dainty, who's a major concert promoter, and I've also worked with most of the probably what we deem the old school concert promoters within the country, and then worked with Michael Koppel, who moved into Live Nation. So also, as well as working with the old independents, did work for the last 15 years with Live Nation, Michael Koppel, who sold into Live Nation. So I have a lot of experience from a business point of view. My background is accounting, so it's about doing all the budgets and settlements related to a lot of the major concert tours that have come through the country. And recently, as in 4 years ago, I moved into a company called WinArch, which is a privately owned company by one individual, and their aim is to establish large concert venues, primarily in New South Wales. We've got one underway in Morisset, which is halfway between Sydney and Newcastle, and we're also working with one of the Western Sydney LGAs to try and establish a concert venue out there as well.
Thank you. I might start by asking you just what you've finished up on, your venues proposal for Western Sydney. Could you talk us through that? We have had some conversation today about the lack of opportunities for live music in Western Sydney, but we've mostly been talking about, to be honest, the smaller end of the sector.
Yep.
So can you talk us through, I know you've got it in your submission, but in a bit more detail.
Effectively we've probably had 2 to 3 of the Western Sydney councils come up to our site in Morisset to have a look at it and see what it's about. That site is a large site, and the initial aim for that was 30,000 capacity venue. So they've been on site and had a look at that venue, and then wanted to basically go through the due diligence process of working out whether an equivalent site could work in Western Sydney. From our point of view, Western Sydney definitely has the population base to do large shows out there. It also has, the council that we're looking at is near a major railway station, so it has that infrastructure there. And the park that we're in discussions with them to convert into a concert venue is well suited to deal with basically the same infrastructure that we're putting up in Morisset to move that down in Western Sydney. What we have to do and work with the promoters in the country is that it will be we'd be looking at different demographic style shows to play out there. We also, I personally believe, Sydney is big enough now to have 2 major concert venues. One basically east and Sydney or lower North Shore, and one out in the western suburbs. That we're basically a big enough population, and if you look at the likes of LA or large cities like that, they'll have 2 or 3 major venues that acts can play across town.
So when you say venues, you mean in addition to the indoor venues that we currently have?
Yeah, where we specialise in is outdoor amphitheatres.
Okay.
So basically it's a sound shell and then a bowl that can be either seated or just general admission. And it's a lot lower price point from a construction point of view than a major indoor arena with a roof structure on it.
And what's the benefit? I noticed that you talk about this in terms of possibly the Domain, we talk about Liverpool. So what's the benefit of that? So, the benefit of a closed venue is, of course, that it's weatherproof, etc. So why the focus on this type of, you've said it's lower construction costs, but long term, what's the benefit?
Initially, because we are a privately owned company, it is very much a cost factor. But to answer your question, long term is those sound shells work equally as well. They work very well over in the States and what they call the shed run over in America, where specific tours are geared to play through that style of venue all through America. And even if we compare locally, in Brisbane, you've got the Brisbane River Stage, and also down in Melbourne, they've had the Sydney Myer Music Bowl since the 60s, and they still, those capacities are, anywhere from 10 to 12,000 people attending those shows, but they've been operating very successfully for decades.
Okay. And just for my understanding, sorry, just about the company, that's just one element of what you do, because there aren't any outdoor venues of the type that you're proposing. So if that's your only business, then
no, the company itself is a mixture. Fundamentally, the founder is a property developer, and he has been successful in property development.
Okay.
But he is also an extreme music enthusiast.
Right.
And has then gone down the path of creating a business to basically build these venues and then operate these venues.
Right.
So in the last 4 to 5 years has gone around and acquired different event management companies. So, we own and operate a security company, an event management company, risk management company, a bar services company, all geared to operating venues. So they are standalone businesses, but equally we're using the IP out of those businesses to effectively run our venues when they're up and running.
Right.
So for us, it's a major capital investment, but then a long-term return in operating these venues on 20 to 30-year management rights.
Okay. I'll just ask one quick one, which you may be taking on notice, because your submission refers to studies of Sydney's cultural provisions that identify the lack of these outdoor venues, that's a gap. Are you able to provide to us on notice some of the studies that you're referring to?
Anecdotally, very quickly, is that, again, I mentioned Brisbane River Stage and the Sydney Myer Music Bowl.
Yep.
Both very successful inner city amphitheatre style venues that have been operating. Now they average between 30 and 35 shows a year, whereas with Sydney, you look at the Domain, and because it's completely temporary, they have to have stages, trucks, fencing, all of that infrastructure dragged into the venue, where it's no longer used as a parkland because it's got to be a construction site to build the venue and then removed again. And I came to Sydney 25 odd years ago and worked with a promoter at that point in time who wanted to do outdoor shows. And we'd do a show in Brisbane, do a show in Melbourne, and there was nothing in Sydney because that Domain stage would only go up and down for that short window during the summer period. And here we are 30 years later, and they're still putting that stage in every summer and taking it out every summer. So there is a gap there in a permanent piece of infrastructure. And to relate that to the other venues, it's just, as I said, Brisbane gets used, Melbourne gets used.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I might hand over to my colleague.
Thank you. Thanks for coming today and for your submission. I don't have to be convinced about the worth of what you're kind of advocating for, having lived in both Melbourne and Brisbane and had some really great experiences, particularly in the Sydney Myer Music Bowl, in terms of outdoor events. What's the cost of, can you talk us through the cost differential a bit in terms of like why, what Sydney has to do for these various outdoor events that Melbourne doesn't have to, because I've got Sydney Myer Music Bowl, for example. So the same event in the Domain versus Melbourne.
It's literally to open the doors. You're talking about a cost saving of, and I've done that same comparison with the venue we're building in Morisset with other venues. You're looking at about $3.5 million to $4 million just to open the doors, because there's basically 4 major line items that are the big ticket items. So there's the actual stage itself, and the stage that goes into the Domain is probably anywhere from $600,000 to $800,000. Because you are dealing with a parkland that needs to be protected, you're dealing with a lot of ground protection, and then a lot of turf replacement, all that sort of bringing it back to the way it was. And those, the ground protection can be anywhere from $400,000 to $500,000. When you're in not so much the Domain, but say in a sports stadium, it'll cost you $1 million to put the turf back the way it was. Then you've got all the infrastructure like the portable toilets, the portable site sheds, all of that again. That's probably anywhere from a $300,000 or $500,000 equation. So those 4 line items alone could be anywhere from $2 to probably $3.5 million. And that's the difference between opening your doors and not opening your doors. So if you walk into the Myer Music Bowl, it's ready to go. So all those 4 key items aren't required whatsoever. So from a promoter's point of view, it's a lot lower barrier to entry, a lot lower risk point to then go and do a show. And hence why it gets, 30 to 40 shows a year, and why when the Domain does operate, you're looking anywhere from, say, 6 to 12 shows during that summer period.
Is there... So in terms of what Sydney, over the years, in terms of your potential approaches to government, I mean, I'd say one of the reasons potentially of there not being enthusiasm would be because of our parklands in terms of that whole... it's like, Melbourne's got beautiful parklands as well. But are there any other kind of reasons? What's been put forward as to why this has been impossible over the years from your experience?
Well, also to perhaps counter that parkland argument, so to speak, is that the benefit of putting permanent infrastructure in is that permanent infrastructure would be built in keeping with its surrounds. So it would be in keeping with the parklands and sympathetic to those parkland surrounds. So whilst it is there, 365 days of the year, it would be built in such a way that it would be sympathetic to its surrounds. So if you walk through that parkland, it's like if you walk past the Myer Music Bowl, it's it's a beautiful structure and it's not interfering with you walking through that parkland. That counter it with when they build that stage every summer, it basically, I've walked through that parkland when a major event's going on, and that central parkland is, there's times there where you have to be escorted from one end to the other because they're moving forklifts between the site. You've got temporary fencing, and you've also got a huge amount of truck movements every time it needs to come in and out. So it's sort of, it's obviously whilst, you're changing that purpose of the use of the parklands, the overall benefit by putting permanent infrastructure is less destructive than doing it every single summer. So that's sort of against the that would be our argument about the usage. As to why it's never been looked at, the park is a sensitive park. I mean, it is right in the middle of town. It is next to a hospital, so it is a major hurdle to get over. But it's having said that, the Sydney Myer Music Bowl is right in the middle of town. The Brisbane River Stage is right on the edge of town there, right on the river there. So, it is a major piece of capital expenditure, and it would need the support of government to back it.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mann.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Craig. If I could look at the Greater Western Sydney Cultural Equity Liverpool reference in your submission on page 4, and I'm just wondering if you might be able to update us as to where the latest might be on that in terms of sort of the proposal and the discussion. I understand that it's that there is provision for such a permanent outdoor event venue in some of the sort of the development plans.
Yeah, we've had no further discussion with them literally since we lodged a business case for doing, putting a concert venue out there.
Yep.
Having said that, we believe in Western Sydney, and we're actually doing an event out there in July. It's a consumer event. It's basically a family event built around a real snow time activity. And we're going in there as the promoter to prove that Liverpool can sustain events. We're still, the latest correspondence we got was we're still waiting for the expression of interest to come out for a major concert venue.
Thank you. And I understand, as stated, the revised Liverpool Woodward Park Master Plan identifies a permanent outdoor event venue.
Yes.
So I guess the need's been identified. Or, but nothing further. Just in terms of costs on something like this, what would we envisage?
The estimates we were putting forward were in the realms of between $60 and $70 million at the top end. And again, we can scale in the construction, and again, one of the benefits of the amphitheatre is you can scale how far you want to go, whether you do put a full seating bowl in or whether it's just a grass general admission lawn. And the bottom end of the equation was in the $40 million mark.
And is there any sort of precedent in terms of funding agreements or arrangements that you may have previously come to?
No.
With levels of government?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just on that, so the facility in Morisset,
yes,
that's entirely privately funded.
Yep.
And when is that likely to be operational?
We have downscaled the original vision for Morisset from the 30,000 that was originally proposed, and we're in the middle of resubmitting a DA where we're looking at 13,000 instead of 30,000. So still building a full entertainment precinct there. But what we've found is the surrounds, the vision of doing the 30,000 also required the surrounds, i.e. transport, to also support that many people going in and out of such a small, basically a small village. So in order to proceed, we've revisaged it as a 13,000 capacity.
Because one of the questions I was going to ask is Morisset's quite small,
yes,
and it's not in a major town. I mean, it's proximate. It's kind of on the way to places. So, what other planning in terms of the associated sort of services and things you need? So you've talked about transport. Anything else that you've had to consider?
From a location point of view, I've always argued that Morisset is actually a prime location because I've always said that it sits literally halfway between Newcastle and Sydney, and it sits halfway between the M1 and the heavy train line. So I always said if you had a dartboard, that it would land straight in the middle, right on Morisset. So it's perfectly positioned from that point of view. The population corridor along there is over 1.1 million people from Greater Newcastle down to basically the tip of Sydney. So there's a large population base there. So from a selling point of view to the promoters, they could still run their Sydney show without cannibalising the market out of Sydney and end up with a show on in that region. And it is why Newcastle at the McDonald Jones Stadium is getting shows at Newcastle, and they're generally run on a Tuesday night or a midweek night, and they sell out. So the demand is there. So from a demand point of view, very confident that if we had continued down the path of 30,000, it would have succeeded. From the facilitating a concert there, transport is the major issue, but it is on a heavy train line. The train station's 400 metres from the site.
Okay.
And with the new trains running, they can, something like, I think it was like 2,200 people per hour can be moved through that station. And then we did have a lot of discussions with Transport about then doing the trains then activating their major event programs for such a thing. So we had a lot of discussions with Transport before we started changing direction, and they were confident that they can move 30,000 people in and out. We've just made a change to be more accepting in the region to, all right, let's not try and kick it right out of the park, which is just something more in keeping with what Morisset is.
Okay. And other sort of related questions. So I've spoken about Liverpool, Morisset. In terms of Western Sydney, are there other areas or sites that you think or you've looked at that are suitable or that you're considering? I'm guessing it's your business to go and do these things, so you've probably scoped out others. And a related question is, what about other regional options?
The Western Sydney element, we've definitely scoped out other regions, but we went down the Liverpool path basically because they'd come up and seen our site. So it was a path to follow, and whether it's Liverpool or Penrith or Bankstown, to a lesser extent Parramatta, because Parramatta is, it's probably on the eastern side of Western Sydney. So we were looking more further into Western Sydney, which is far more, underserviced, because even, with Homebush of where it is, it's not far from Parramatta to Homebush. So it was more that we would seek a deeper Western Sydney pocket to play in or to set up in. And that's where Liverpool sort of answered that scenario. From a regional point of view, it wasn't quite answered in the submission, but we have looked heavily into the regions and have developed our own regional touring strategy that we've basically kept in-house at the moment. But looking at the regional towns, specifically within New South Wales, any of the major centres that are within 2 hours of each other. But our ultimate aim would be there, and it's just one of these vision statements, I suppose, is that, we'd look at building a circuit that would then make it cost effective for bands to go from A to B to C. At the moment, it's extremely expensive for artists to tour. I'm talking domestic artists now. Yep. Extremely expensive for them to tour. So if they had the ability to basically do a loop around New South Wales and be able to play we scoped out a lot smaller outdoor amphitheatre style setups. So downscaling it right down to then between 3,000 and 5,000 people, which would be more in keeping with whether it's somewhere like Wagga Wagga, or whether it's Bathurst or those sort of style strong regional towns, but still downscale it to the 3,000 to 5,000 capacity and reduce all of our construction costs. And then, but again, it was the vision statement was like doing 10 to 12 to 16 of these style venues where you get economies of scale, and again you become a very big question at that point in time.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. So you have scoped that it would take between 10 and 16 across the state to hit that point where you're getting
becomes viable for them, for an artist to then get on the road and then basically have the production and tour, and so they could basically just go from town to town to town. And basically rebuild that touring circuit of what it was.
Okay. Thank you. And I just wanted to confirm, so these structures, they're permanent, they're not semi-permanent?
No, they're permanent, yes.
Right, okay. So they're expected to last for
30, 40, 50 years,
right. Okay. Thank you. Any further questions?
I'm good, actually.
Good. Thank you very much for your time today. We appreciate it. I think we did ask for something on notice, but we might have further questions. We'll get to you.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us. We're a few minutes early, which is extremely rare, but we might take advantage of that and get you all sworn in. So if I could start with you, Mr. Gibb, with your name and your position title and swearing either an oath or an affirmation.
Sure. Mick Gibb, Nighttime Industries Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
James Thorpe, Vice Chair, Nighttime Industries Association and Director of Odd Culture Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Andrew Bassingthwaite, Board Member of the Australian Live Music Business Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, Stephen Wade. I'm a board member of the Australian Live Music Business Council, as well as the owner and founder of the Select Music Agency. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sam Nardo. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Century. I'm also Chair of the Live Music Venues Alliance New South Wales. And I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Greg Curry, Director at Century Venues and Board Director of the Live Music Venues Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And we might start down this end, if you have an opening statement that you'd like to
do a very brief one, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Perfect. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to appear. I'm joined by our Vice Chair, James Thorpe, Founder and Director of Odd Culture Group. James Group operates venues across the Sydney CBD and Inner West. The Nighttime Industries Association is the peak body for the nighttime economy, representing independent operators, large groups, live music venues, small bars, arts organisations and the broader ecosystem that keeps cultural life going after dark. Live music is not separate from the nighttime economy. It is one of its most vital expressions, and you cannot protect live music without addressing the conditions in which the entire nighttime economy operates. The reform work of the past 6 years is real and we applaud it, but 3 structural barriers continue to suppress participation. The first is policing. Operators face a licensing culture that is enforcement first, inconsistent in its application and incongruous with a modern nighttime economy. The second is transport. 7 in 10 Sydney-siders would go out more if 24-hour public transport existed. Extended trading hours without extended transport is just half of the formula to grow the nighttime economy. And the third is cost. 81% of Sydney-siders would go out more if it were more affordable. While many challenges sit at a federal level, levers such as late night transportation sit directly in the state government's purview. The audience demand is improving. What is missing is a structural environment that allows venues to consistently retain and engage interested audiences. And we look forward to the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bassingthwaite or Mr. Wade? Mr.
Wade. Yes, me. Thank you, Chair. And committee members, my name is Stephen Wade, Director and previous Chair of the Australian Live Music Business Council and the founder of Select Music, which is one of Australia's largest booking agencies. With me is Andrew Bassingthwaite, ALNBC board member and an insurance and risk specialist with Accelerate. The ALNBC is a national association led by Australian business owners. We represent more than 200 financial members and reach around 20,000 live music workers, artist managers, booking agents, promoters, venue operators and the technical crew who put shows on stage. We want to start with credit. The reforms delivered in New South Wales since 23 are the most coordinated this industry has seen anywhere in Australia in decades. The vibrancy reforms, the contemporary music strategy, Sound New South Wales and a dedicated minister have changed the operating environment. Venue registrations have more than doubled and our members report genuine confidence to program live music again. So our message today is simple: keep the momentum and turn to the costs and structural pressures the reforms have not yet been able to touch. Two biggest of these for us are insurance and ticketing. Public liability costs are forcing venues and festivals to cancel, scale back or close, and no amount of planning reform fixes a venue that cannot get covered. Our submission sets out a practical package: shared government buy-in to de-risk the market, ban on claim farming, capped claimant legal fees, mandatory publication of de-identified claims data and standard mediation. Andrew leads our national work in this area and can take the committee through any of it in detail. And we see ticketing as remaining as a kind of very opaque frontier in which the ticket purchaser and small family businesses equally end up sharing the risk of the promoter at times, and that this can end up in major issues for people who have purchased tickets to events. We are asking New South Wales to finish the job, and we offer our support in engaging difficult communities with our significant First Nations board membership and our excellent community and cultural engagement focused industry development record. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nardo or Mr. Curry?
Thank you, Chair, and the committee members for the opportunity to appear today. Before I begin my statement, I would like to correct some statements made at the last hearing by the MEAA. MEAA is an important industry organisation. We support their recommendations. However, two statements made in evidence relating to Century were inaccurate. Firstly, Century does not manage musicians and is not affiliated with any music management company. So the suggestion that musicians receive preferential treatment through management relationships is incorrect. Secondly, it was stated that Century owns all mid-sized venues. That is also incorrect. Century operates venues ranging from 200 to 2,500 capacity, and there are many independent operators serving these markets in Sydney. Century is a third-generation, independent Australian business founded by theatre practitioners. Our cornerstone venue since 1986 is the Enmore Theatre. For 4 decades, our work has focused on saving, revitalising and operating performance venues. As venues have closed, we have often expanded into smaller capacity venues because there was a need for those spaces in the live music ecosystem. The Metro Theatre was saved from liquidation and retained as a live music venue. The Factory Theatre expanded its offering with smaller dedicated spaces as developmental venues disappeared. More recently, we acquired Victoria Theatre to return it to cultural use. Many of these venues are commercially marginal, but a healthy live music ecosystem requires developmental, mid-sized and flagship venues working together. Artists need somewhere to begin, develop and grow. And I want to acknowledge the work of the New South Wales Government in this space. The establishment of Sound New South Wales, the Office of the 24-Hour Economy, special entertainment precincts and broader vibrancy reforms have all made a positive difference. From our perspective, there is more positive work being done in support of live music today and stronger consultation with industry than ever before. But it is also true we continue to face major challenges arising from lockouts and lockdowns, changing audience behaviour, ongoing cost of living pressures, disproportionate cost increases and a contraction of touring activity for mid-sized venues. The first challenge is audience sustainability. Audience development is now one of our biggest challenges, and dedicated live music venues do not open unless there is a performance and an audience to support it. Occupancy is critical and audience sustainability is key to our survival. We are working harder than ever to attract and retain audiences, and particularly younger audiences. At Century, we have developed initiatives such as Freakin' Weekends at the Factory and our Artist in Resident program at the Metro. Through the LMVA, we have launched My Gig Pass. These initiatives are small compared to the scale of the challenge, but they demonstrate that the industry is prepared to invest in practical solutions. If we are serious about rebuilding audiences, these efforts require sustained support and investment at a scale capable of delivering meaningful impact across the sector. The next challenge we face is cultural infrastructure. Live music venues should be formally recognised as essential cultural infrastructure. We strongly support the live music venue certification framework proposed through the Music Bill and believe it provides a practical framework for planning reform, regulatory settings and targeted investment. At Century, we have navigated firsthand lengthy and expensive planning and heritage approval processes. Too often, projects intended simply to preserve and improve working performance venues face unnecessary delay, complexity and cost. My colleague Greg Curry, who joins me today, has been at the forefront of many of these projects and can testify to this. Finally, the next challenge is competitive neutrality. We strongly support public investment in arts and culture. However, public investment should grow the ecosystem rather than shift activity from independent operators to subsidised environments. We support initiatives such as Michael's Rule and Vivid's music program, but believe they should be intentionally extended to the independent venues where much of these programs would have otherwise been presented. We believe New South Wales is moving in the right direction. However, if independent venues are not viable, artists do not develop, audiences do not develop, and the broader ecosystem weakens over time. In closing, our recommendations are this. First, formally recognise and register live music venues as essential cultural infrastructure and ensure policy and investment are appropriately weighted on the contribution of different venue categories. 2, support audience development as a long-term investment in the sector. Look to programs such as My Gig Pass to provide voucher incentives for audiences under 25 to connect with live music venues. Streamline planning and heritage approval pathways. Consider initiatives such as transferable airspace rights for dedicated live performance venues. Return previous incentives to the New South Wales planning regime that reward the inclusion of new and existing cultural infrastructure. Continue sound New South Wales investment in venue infrastructure, advanced lighting and audience growth initiatives. And finally, ensure government investment strengthens the broader ecosystem, including independent operators, recognising that support for live music should be embedded across related portfolios, such as tourism and planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I might kick questions off with Mr. Wade and Mr. Bassingthwaite. You mentioned in your introduction about insurance reform, and it's a big part of your submission. And we have had witnesses refer to it, but not go into particular detail. I wondered if you could tell us a bit about why insurance has increased over time and what that has meant to sort of the bottom line of businesses, and what would be the most impactful reform.
I'll take that one on. So, pre-COVID, businesses were being charged minimum amounts for their public liability premiums. Venues that were being charged $6,000 per annum. It was feasible for their business. They could maintain small profits. Post-COVID, insurance companies and their investment portfolios were dwindling, so they looked internally at their own cost structures. So they did deep dives into what parts of the industry are causing the claims and whether it's in property or public liability. And once they drilled down into public liability, they found that it was the recreational activities that were causing the claims. So to improve their profitability, they increased premiums. So it's purely a profit base where there is a high risk and high claim cost environment. The insurance companies have increased premiums accordingly. So we've had some members who, for example, one member was being charged $6,000 per annum. Their premium went to $65,000 in 1 year, so in the 2023, so tenfold increase. But on top of that, they have other ridiculous elements that have been put on their premiums and conditions of their premiums. One is no dancing or a $100,000 excess. So if you do have a claim, you wear the first $100,000 and you're paying a $60,000 premium. So what it's meant, there's about 1,300 venues since COVID that have closed around Australia, and they've now moved from the territory of being a small profitable businesses to really a charity. The owners are doing it because they love the industry, love music, and they open up purely on that basis. They're not making any money at all. If there's any other shift in the in premiums, it will basically tip them over the edge. I think one of the difficult things about insurance as well is that you get a premium notice at the beginning of the year and you see a change from $6,000 to $60,000. It's like a dagger through the heart. Even though, yes, they can space their payments out over the year, but it's an upfront hit to their bottom line. It's also been, of course, there's been exacerbated by people aren't spending as much, economic pressures. It's like the Swiss cheese model. All of it's happening all at once, but insurance is a massive component to our small to medium-sized venues.
So if you were to suggest one insurance reform, what would it be?
Ideally, we'd love to see tort reform, and that is probably the most difficult because we have to go across every state and territory in Australia for that to happen. But we'd like to see changes in how claims are made. Patrons have up to 3 years now to lodge a claim. And that could be exacerbated when they go and see a lawyer, and it may be a no-win, no-fee. A lawyer will say, let's hang off, and let's not make any approaches now. Let's just wait. they note that there's only a certain amount of time that video footage is retained and staff move. So we've had our members who 2 years after an event, they've been approached by a no-win, no-fee lawyer with a claim, and they've got no method of defence. So they don't have the CCTV and they don't have the staff because they've moved on. It's not a long-term staff in that respect. So we would like to see a tightening on those reporting time frames. But we'd also like to see some limitations placed on the legal fraternity that if they are notified by a potential claimant, they've got a certain time frame to let the actual venue know that there's been an issue. So they do have that opportunity to retain evidence and to try and defend themselves. And that then also flows on to the advertising of no-win, no-fee lawyers. So we do have claim farming. So if someone does slip over in a nightclub, someone can say to them, oh, do you know if you wait 6 months and you lodge a claim, you might get some money out of this. So we'd like to see a big contraction on that part of the industry.
And sorry, I don't think you said this explicitly. You suggested that this was a sort of internal change because of the business models of insurance companies. Was there some spike in claims that promoted it? Was if we were to look at data, or do you have data over time? Or?
No, that's one of we actually presented at the Federal Inquiry for Insurance and Small Business yesterday, and one of the elements is data, having access to data to see where are the claims being made, because unfortunately in terms of the industry codes, small and medium-sized venues are all lumped in with pubs and clubs, so there's no delineation of where those claims are coming from, but we're lumped into that pool. We've had a number of members in their operating time of 20, 30 years who have never had a claim, and their premiums went 5 to 10-fold. So there was no pat on the back, you've done a good job in mitigating your risk. It's a full brush effect on the industry. Everyone was impacted. Larger venues, they missed it because they're bigger, they have economies of scale, and they're also deemed, because they are big venues, that they've probably got better risk mitigation and that perception of the industry that they're probably better managed than small to medium-sized venues. But that is a myth. We know that in talking with our members, they're very focused on the mitigation piece, making sure that their patrons are safe when they're there.
Okay, thank you. Just before I move on, did anyone else want to say anything about the insurance aspect, or it's covered?
I'd just like to add to that, as dedicated live music venue operators, that framework for venue certification could be one of those overlays. There is a different risk profile, as Andrew, alluded to there, and I think there's been some previous studies. I wouldn't want to go on the record without double checking that, but I think it was 2014, where there was a study done in Wollongong on live music venues and other types of venues and the different risk profiles that were presented through that study. It's something that the LMVA is looking at closely, because it's something that's coming up from our members, just in terms of overlays of risk profile and the effort that goes to it.
I think that's where I recognise. I think they had it in their submission. Yeah. Okay, so risk profile. Anything from?
One point we would note is regarding the data as well, particularly for licensed venues, a lot of them are using physical incident registers still, so they're not able to collect and collate the data of a good history of proactive compliance either. So for a licensed venue, that could cover all manner of sins of going and looking at how frequently you're doing bathroom checks, how quickly and frequently are you looking at slip, trip and fall hazards. So digitising those processes and looking at how you can improve the efficacy of that and their data collation of these are well-run venues, they are managing their risk profile and they're managing the risk in venue, would imagine go some way to supporting a better environment as well.
And was that was part of your submission?
It was.
Reading them all on, so I do recall the digitisation was a suggestion. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, can I just add, in addition to that, the ALMBC have developed 2 apps in that respect. So we've developed a risk survey app that assists venues to better present themselves to insurance companies. Okay. So it guides them through what are the key risk elements that insurance companies want to see and note, taking photos and notation about what the venue looks like. But also we're developed in conjunction with a company called FM Track, a New South Wales-based company, which is essentially that model. We set out a best practice of when you should be checking for spills, security rotation, kitchen cleaning checks, movements in bar staff, etc., is all digitised. So you can set up 30-minute intervals, and staff have to actually record that they're doing this. So they're checking all the time, and they're noting down. We've got that data in behind. If there is an event, it escalates. So they can record on their phone an event, and then it gets escalated through to management, retaining CCTV footage and ensuring there is a digital footprint of what's happened for future use.
Thank you. Just moving to a different topic, but something that I think you spoke about, Mr. Nardo, in your opening statement. One of the areas we're interested in is audience development, obviously key to the work that you do. And I just wondered, we've been talking a bit today about all ages shows, and I wondered, what are the barriers to companies like yourselves putting on all ages shows?
Yeah, there is, and more so there has been over the years. I mean, I would like to say I was really thrilled to see the All Ages grant program come out through Sound New South Wales. I think that was a really important initiative. I don't think that's been announced yet as to who's been awarded that, but I think that's going to go a long way for helping with audience development. The barriers for all ages shows, there's two main barriers. One is simply the financial element of running that, because of how you're going to operate your venue, and depending on the size and the way your venue is laid out, you may or may not be able to still serve alcohol, which essentially is the driving, economic driver for live music venues to stay viable. So there's a challenge there. Then, of course, there is the risk of how you might operate that. So ultimately, it comes down to cost. As well, those audiences, if we're talking about, under 18s audiences, getting access to a show, you need the ticket prices to be considerate to that as well. So there's a real push and pull across trying to make an all-ages show work. I'm sure Stephen can attest to that with a lot of the acts that he represents. In the past we've run dedicated all-ages programs without any alcohol served. We've run mixed, where the audiences are split. We've got several models on risk mitigation about how to do that. And I think operators that have a history of doing it safely, there's a real opportunity, again, perhaps through the venue certification, to be able to provide some funding to do more in that space. And it can be really the difference between an act developing too, to be able to go up a venue size, to be able to get an audience capacity beyond, what they're currently sitting with an over 18s market as well. So, if we don't have the under 18s coming to venues, they're not introduced to them when they came of age, and that was particularly a problem coming out of COVID. And then we came into a cost of living crisis. So for us, that's why this challenge is so acute. We're still experiencing the effects of that. It was already an arc of change in terms of going out to see live performance and music. There's more on offer now in the home. There's, changing habits and behaviours that come about with that. But COVID just accelerated it to a point where we haven't been able to fully recover. So we'd like to see more in this space around all ages.
It's almost like you've anticipated my next question, which is, and this might be to all of you, which is, what has the sector kind of been doing to respond to changing audience demand? As I said, one of the things we're interested in is what we can do about this. So what has the sector been doing, or what more could be done to respond to changing audience patterns of behaviour and demand?
Do you mind if I just finish then with that leading question? The LMVA have a program called My Gig Pass. It's designed specifically for under 25s. I think Mark Gerber may have mentioned it at last hearing. I think there's a real opportunity for that program, which is now expanded, I think, 500% since its launch, to offer voucher incentives like Dine and Discover through a mechanism like that. Now, could be that mechanism or another, but I think if something was targeted to under 25s and under 18s to experience live music for the first time in dedicated live music venues, it starts developing a relationship. They start knowing, this is where I go for live music. Hopefully they're going on your website to check. That's how I was introduced to live music when I was under 18, now at a venue that we manage. So for me, I think that's really important. So we've got initiatives that we're doing, and I've mentioned them already, to try and strengthen that relationship. But it really needs to be done on scale and in a way that all operators can engage with and artists can engage with as well. And I'll probably leave that now for the others to give their opinions on it.
Mr. Ward or Mr. Davenport?
Yeah, look, I think when you talk about those cultural changes or how those kind of things developed or what as an industry can we do, and it's very difficult that you could actually pinpoint something that would make a difference collectively for us to do, because I've worked in this industry my whole life, and the way that it is developed, obviously pre-COVID and post-COVID, is that it being part of a cultural experience, it's something that is normally kind of passed on from kind of older generation down to younger generation. Older brothers and sisters that go and see events, their younger brothers and sisters want to be cool, want to go and hang out, they want to do those kinds of things. The reality is that I think the thing about live music is it's never gone out of fashion. It's just become a different way to kind of get to it and interpret it. And as Sam pointed out, the COVID experience really just damaged, I kind of call it our production line. Having my company represents over 200 Australian artists and some of the biggest artists in Australia. Every single one of the artists we look after started in a tiny venue, in a tiny pub. Now, there were lots and lots of opportunities 20 odd years ago when we started, and lots of opportunities in venues where you could put on under 18 shows. And what was quite common was an artist would go into a pub or a venue, and in the afternoon they would play a all ages or under 18 show, and then the venue would clear up. There would be no alcohol, everything was covered. And then they would come back and they would play to 18 plus that night. Now, that was very effective because the artist was in the one place, and even though they performed twice, they didn't have to pay for the costs of moving things around. And for the venue, they could take a larger chunk of the ticketing for the first show and then, as Sam said, make up where they really make their money later on out of the 18 plus. What has really become a major issue for our artists now is that most Australian artists at these levels are what we would call self-promoted. So they are taking the risk. So they basically are going in, they're hiring the venue, they're paying all the costs, and they've got to hope they can sell the tickets. So when it comes to an under 18 show and the venue has to charge a lot more, there's ticketing charges as well that go on that, you're trying to keep that at a safe level. It literally leaves all the risk on the artist. A lot of these artists are not wealthy, they're not funded by anybody. Essentially, they're just growing, developing businesses. So that risk and how many of them want to take that risk has gotten smaller and smaller. So I can tell you that the vast majority of the artists we represent always reference under 18 shows and would like to do them until we present them with the financial reality, and then I would say 90% of the time we can't move forward.
Thank you. Any comments on that, Mr. Gibb or Mr. Thorpe?
Yeah, from my side. Speaking about how do you grow the industry and support more engagement with it, in particular, one of the pieces we've found is the barrier of public transportation running 24 hours a day. That is a considerable impediment for a lot of people. We, with the support of the City of Sydney, ran a research PEGS part where we engaged a market research firm to poll people across Greater Sydney about their engagement. And 7 in 10 said they would go out more frequently if they had 24-hour public transportation, and 54% said that it's actually been the reason why they've decided not to engage with the nighttime economy. And that could be any manner of things, but including live performance. So looking at how we can address that structural barrier of 24-hour transportation and how we can provide an offering that is actually appealing to people, giving them trains, heavy rail, or the metro as a hub and spoke model that gets them some of the way home. It doesn't need to do all stops, every station, here we go. Looking at a hub and spoke model gets people some of the way home, and it's the difference between a $100 Uber ride or a $20 ride for the last stretch. I think that's a considerable way that will support more people to engage with the nighttime economy more frequently.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues.
I can go?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to ask a few questions about, I suppose, broader kind of cultural issues that may be impacting on Sydney's nightlife and live music. And of course, I'll go to policing. to begin with, Mr. Gibbs. You've mentioned it in your very good submission that quite a few of the NTIA's members have talked about the issue with New South Wales Police, I'll call it harassment of some venues, venue operators. You have provided some examples here of a disturbing trend, I suppose, at the moment of police discriminating in terms of certain genres of music and requiring schedules or requiring venues to provide their upcoming schedules, which you note is not required in any legislation. So the floor is yours in terms of this. I'll just ask you a bit more about what's happening.
The relationship between police and nightlife venues is one of the most consistent themes that we get brought to us by our members. And largely it comes down to the fact that the disposition of an individual licensing officer can play a disproportionate role in the experience that venue has when it comes to policing the nighttime economy. So you could have, and that could happen by local area command or by individual venues. You could have one venue 50 metres down the road from another having completely different experiences purely because of the relationship between that licensing commander and that individual venue. And that stems from an inconsistency in the application of the Liquor Act and its use by police to try and enforce its conditions on venues that may be beyond their remit. So you mentioned point around seeking venues to provide evidence of what performances they have and providing feedback on which ones should and shouldn't proceed. I mean, it's an ongoing issue that we've seen consistently across a number of different venues, which is why in our submission we've pointed to a model that's actually been adopted in New York called CURE. So the CURE model basically stands for Coordinating a United Resolution with Establishments. And effectively what it does is it removes police doing those compliance checks on peak hours of trade. So instead of police coming and checking for smoke alarms or exit signs or relatively mundane things that still has a significant disruptive force on the venue, it requires the police to engage with the Office of Nightlife in New York City, and they will coordinate outside of peak trade time. So instead of a Friday night at midnight, it'll be a Tuesday at midday. Engage with those venues to go and do those compliance-related checks at that time and mediated through the office as well. So what it does is it takes police away from doing compliance-related matters and actually puts them on the street where they're most needed for safety. And it's a similar model of what we would call for here is adopting that CURE model where police aren't necessarily going and doing these inspections and being a physical force inside the venue. Rather, they're a presence on the street that's able to keep people safe outside of the venue. And it's really that delineation where industry doesn't want less police, we just want them used in a different way and in a more collaborative manner, where the venue can operate what happens within their four walls, knowing that the police are there maintaining public safety on the street.
Does anyone else care to comment? No. People.
Yes. Probably would. I'd just like to say, support Mick's comments there. We've been in business for a long time, so we've been operating venues for 40 years, as I mentioned earlier. So we've seen quite a gamut of different licensing appointments through our time, and it has had varying results in terms of depending on the personality in the past. I'd like to say, right now, our relationship is in a really good place. I hope that's had something to do with the signalling from government around special entertainment precincts and vibrancy reforms, etc. But when you are disrupted at a place like the Enmore Theatre or the Metro and you've got 1,000 people or 2,000 people on site, it really attests to what Mick's talking about. Stopping the individuals that are managing those audiences at a time like that is not the time to be doing a compliance check. It's not a time to take our resources away from doing their job that they're to do, to keep people safe and make sure the environment's in the best possible place. So I really support that framework, and I think, as I mentioned earlier, the different risk profiles around what people do when they go and see a performance compared to otherwise is very, very different, and I think that context should be considered. So there is consistency and also consideration to the context of what you're going to police.
Mr. Corey?
May I add to that by saying I believe that the certification of dedicated and substantial live music venues would assist greatly in this area. And I know with a couple of our venues, particularly Metro, that was in a hot spot, you might say, that a lot of the process was about education, where it was explaining to the police that the primary purpose for attending was for a live performance, for a live music performance, and that considerable money had been paid for that ticket. The primary purpose for attendance was not the consumption of alcohol. And we would find that once we had gone through those processes and shown that over a period of time, that things would settle down. But also because of turnover, etc., we would often be going through that same process of education. And I think certification would assist the police in knowing, right, this building actually functions in a particular way that is different from a large-scale hotel or bar. And I think that's very important.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. We'll go back to just in terms of what the NTIA is saying, because it's not just theatre. Your members aren't just theatre or live music as such. That correct?
That's correct,
yeah. Noticed on my feed, which I mentioned to the police commissioner when I met with him about this issue, how many dance floors on a Saturday night at 2 a.m. Are subjected to police with dogs walking through Universal on Oxford Street. That happened this weekend, and people were dragged into the toilets. I'm getting this on the record deliberately, to be searched on the weekend. So if that's not kind of impacting people's experience of nightlife in Sydney and going out, I don't know what is. And have you heard about whether police have numbers to meet in terms of a weekend, getting out there and getting as many move-on searches and business inspections as they can? Because I've certainly heard that.
We've not heard any anecdotes of a particular quotas that police are working to. However, we do hear consistently about the impact that this has on the businesses involved. So I think Mr. Thorpe could probably talk to this one.
Just speaking to the Universal issue, so obviously speaking to that operator, they are keeping a log of how many visits they get of police with dogs, and it's roughly once per month that they get. As an operator who started my career during the lockout laws and remembered what the attitude of government towards our industry was like back there, it was hostile. And something as simple as putting live music on was met with sort of an incredulous stare from Liquor and Gaming or Council. The vibrancy agenda and the appointment of the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner has done more than legislative change. It's actually changed the attitude of government towards our industry. The last holdout is, of course, the New South Wales Police Force, who seem to be stuck back in 2012. There is no mandate for what we intuit is a ramping up at the moment of these operations. That operator, Universal Hotels, the operator of two of the most important queer venues in Australia, like the Imperial in Erskineville being the other one, reported that after that incident happened, where a drag queen was taken into a bathroom and strip searched
At the Imperial?
At Universal on Saturday as the result of a drug dog indication, which, by the way, last year the Supreme Court said that a drug dog indication alone is not grounds for a general search. The club emptied out, and their revenue only did 30% of what they usually do on a Saturday because everybody left. And there were reports of police officers taunting people on the way out on the door. So, I mean, that's a very, shocking example, but it is an example that we hear about all the time, with dogs in particular, where the Liquor Act and the Gaming and Liquor Administration Act are being weaponised to run dogs through a venue where there's no intention of prosecuting people under those sets of legislation. It's for drug possession. It's not for an offence under the Liquor Act or GALA. It's disgraceful, and it is the last structural barrier from what I hear from people having the courage to put on events. Like running drag shows at Universal is expensive, and so why would you do it when you have a sword of Damocles hanging over your head, where some disgruntled licensing sergeant who is relying on no data beyond police folklore? There has been no increase in alcohol-related crime as a rule across the state since the vibrancy reforms were established. Yet New South Wales Police seem to still be in this lockout era paradigm of evidence and enforcement.
Police and pokies are my thing, so I've got to ask about pokies as well in terms of how they're killing Sydney Live Music Business Council. You did mention poker machines in your submission, and $10 billion. We're getting up to almost $10 billion that will be lost on pokies. That's a hell of a lot of money that's not going into, other things, entertainment, including live music and small bars and restaurants and things. There's any, in fact, you have some recommendations in your submission. Do you want to talk to those?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. I mean, we, as an organisation, we, acknowledge that during the period of time when pokies came in to our industry, that they did deliver a more reliable return per square metre than those 1980s band rooms at the time could actually do. A lot of them became gaming floors. As an organisation, ALMBC is not proposing prohibition or anything along those lines. We understand that there's a balance and a place for those things, but we've proposed things like rebalancing, voluntary incentives, or even a buyback scheme for a music venue that chose to remove or reduce their machines, so that there was an encouragement away from direct gaming income if somebody wanted to put that into live music. And, I think if you look at the byproduct of a venue with pokies and a venue with live music, the byproduct of a venue with live music is joy, right? That's what people leave with. They've seen one of their favourite artists. They've done it with a whole group of people. They've experienced something that makes them feel good. I've had a few wins on the pokies, but many times I haven't. So I don't know if I've ever left with a feeling of joy unless I got a 1 in a million jackpot. But one of the examples was the Lord Gladstone, which we referenced and said to you that it can work commercially and for the community. But that was financially very costly for them. And it shows that that support is potentially needed there. And we feel that it aligns with community expectations and recent state moves to, limit overnight gambling and things like that too.
Conscious of time, but
thank you. Yes,
yeah.
Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much. If I could start with, Mr. Nardo, in your earlier comments you made reference to competitive neutrality. Just wanting to pick that up in terms of, in your experience, has this been lacking in the sector?
Yeah, look, I think it's more about where the opportunity is rather than a loss. Like it's something where, with the best intentions, I think, with programs that can come from potentially other portfolios and government-funded programs, that is, when music is included, sometimes it can mean that touring work that would have otherwise happened in independent venues or was going to happen in independent venues then move to government-run subsidised venues. And that's something where it can, you can't compete with as an independent operator. So you often don't have the tax advantages that you might have as a government-run venue, and you certainly don't have that funding. So for us, I guess there's two examples of it, and it's come up with the LMVA. It's come up at the local venue, at council level. It's come up at state level, and it's certainly something that we experience through the venues that we operate. So, for example, at the moment, we're really fortunate. We had two really wonderful sold-out shows at the Metro Theatre during Vivid, but I think there was like 50 ticketed events approximately for live music in Vivid, and 20 really wonderful big events through the Tumbalong Nights program, and we were competing with all of that during the period, right? But not just us, but all the other operators that the LMVA represents. So it's certainly come up in our discussions. And what we're saying in somewhere like Vivid, you should bring us in the fold. There's all this great work being done in special entertainment precincts with the vibrancy reforms, and we want to be able to celebrate what Vivid is over that time, for example, alongside other government programs. So what we're saying is bring those venue operators in the fold, and it could be something where The Destination New South Wales team is incredible. We know they know what they're doing. We've seen that with those last two events we've run just recently. So it could be them. It could be done through Ben Marshall at the Sydney Opera House, which Mark Gerber mentioned at the last hearing, similar to what's happening at Culture Station, where that initiative is for the entire industry but is being run by the Opera House. So our point is include the independent operators. We want to be able to not just celebrate Vivid, but be putting our venues on the map nationally, so when people come to Sydney, they're being introduced to special entertainment precincts, the venues that are doing it day in, day out, not in places that don't. I mean, we've seen the expansion into Carriage Works and other places this week, and I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity not to include, for example, Enmore Road, where James has some wonderful establishments and the broad range of businesses that benefit from the shows that come through there is really significant. The other one that came to mind is Michael's Rule, which again we commend and support that initiative that the Sounds New South Wales announced earlier this year, but we think that should be extended to independent operators as well. We noted that the Opera House is receiving the benefits of that, and it just puts places in a position where it's difficult to compete, where there's an incentive to go there. To put on a support act, I think 95% of our shows have that anyway. But if there was an additional incentive, it should be an even playing field in our view.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, just on that one, just to clarify, so Michael's Rule, it's available in terms of government venues, however, not for independents.
It is at the Opera House and at the stadium level.
Yep.
So I guess the Opera House is the one example there where it is available, but not at other independent venues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And just picking up, and on page 3 of your submission, I think you've each also touched on this too, and that is the how crucial it is to sort of, in terms of growth of the industry, to promote audience development and participation. I think we spoke about possibly a voucher system for young people to come and experience this. Is there anything else you think the government could consider here in terms of growing audience development?
Yeah, look, I think the recent initiatives through Sounds New South Wales have been really important. So we touched on the all ages grants that recently came out. I think an expansion of that or a continuation of that is really important. And also they did have an audience development grant available, I think, earlier in the year as well. So I think those initiatives should continue. The work they're doing is really important, and I think that we're going to see the fruits of that work in the next 5 to 10 years, not immediately. This stuff takes time. So we'd love to see that. But I think at a broad scale, the voucher system would be an eloquent and easy way to do so. Obviously, we haven't costed it ourselves. Appreciate there's a cost to it. But if you did limit it to that introduction level under 25s, we think it would have a really significant impact on building those relationships with live music venues.
Yep, noted. Thank you.
Yep. On another note, I'd love to see the social media platforms also get involved in this process. We've got Spotify and TikTok, which are the main go-tos now for people to find music rather than going out to venues and discovering a band. They're doing it with their friends behind a phone. And it would be great to have TikTok and Spotify throw their weight and money behind initiatives to foster those people in their bedrooms with a guitar singing away, getting them out to a live venue and to promote those shows.
Thank you.
May I also add,
Certainly.
while it's not strictly the remit of this inquiry, that there is a very strong role with education and access to contemporary music at that level. And you see it in other genres. And I was talking to a colleague at the Sydney Symphony, and I was saying part of the renewal of their audience that has happened over the past 15 years is essentially work that has been done by many of the major schools that have very strong music departments and a very large uptake in the study of instruments, classical music instruments. And I believe this, certainly in the last 5-10 years, great work has been done in New South Wales with the acknowledgement of contemporary music, but I think that also needs to move into the education sector as well.
Thank you. And we have to leave it there. And we appreciate the time and effort to appear today, but also in your submissions. Thank you so much. I can't remember if you took anything on notice, but we might get back to you with supplementary questions if that's okay. Again, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here this afternoon. Before we begin, if we can get you to state your name and position and swear either an oath or an affirmation, beginning with you, Mr. Limkin.
Thank you. Craig Anthony Limkin. I'm an executive board member for A New Approach. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Cato.
Susan Gay Cato. I'm the Deputy Chairman of ANA, and I also give an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Waterford.
Eamon Waterford. I'm the CEO of the Committee for Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making short statements?
You go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving us the opportunity to be with you this afternoon. A New Approach is Australia's leading arts and cultural think tank. We work to create arts and culture systems that deliver for all people and communities. Our research demonstrates that the scale of the opportunity of arts and culture is immense. It's a core driver of flourishing and cohesive communities, resilient economies, productive nations, and connected regions. Having viewed very many models, we take an approach, a systems approach to policy and investment, as we believe it provides opportunities to achieve better outcomes. A systems approach considers the interdependencies and interactions between levels of government, across policy portfolios and throughout the cultural and creative industries, instead of chasing ad hoc solutions, attempting to resolve one issue at a time as if they exist in isolation or in neatly defined and demarcated ways. We believe taking a systems approach is important for live music in New South Wales because challenges and opportunities to see live music thrive, and they exist across all levels of government and other creative policy portfolios and adjacent portfolios. To assist the committee and save time, I'd like to table ANA's recent research that highlights the importance of a systems approach and what governments could be doing in addition to the direct funding. Additionally, our team has looked at some of the quick wins that could occur on a system level, particularly empowering local councils to support live music as part of their local arts, culture and creativity work. Continue to alleviate regulatory and cost burdens for live music venues. Support foundational discovery platforms like community media, and ensure education and skills pathways that build the creators and audiences of today and tomorrow. Once again, thank you for giving us the time.
Thank you so much. Mr. Waterford.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to give evidence today. My name is Eamon Waterford. I'm the CEO of the Committee for Sydney. We're an independent urban policy think tank backed by 160 member organisations from across Greater Sydney, and we advocate for the whole of Sydney. We want a more livable, productive, creative and equitable city, and a thriving live music scene sits at the heart of that. We welcome this inquiry with a bit of a sense of optimism. When we provided evidence to the 2017 inquiry, it was a bit of a rescue mission. But today we're hearing from music people in Melbourne who longingly look north to Sydney as a place where music is going well. The repeal of the lockout laws, the First Minister for Music and the Nighttime Economy, Sound New South Wales, the 24-Hour Economy Agency with the Uptown Precincts program, successive waves of vibrancy reforms, and now a dedicated music bill before the Parliament. These actions have rebuilt trust that government can deliver structural reform, and the settings are now broadly right. The task is to build on a strong policy platform, a platform of policy reform, and finish what has been started. Because beneath the busy surface of touring acts and festivals, the foundations of live music remain under enormous pressure. Policy reform is enabling new spaces for live music, but they haven't come close to replacing the live music venues that have been lost over the past decade. Rehearsal and recording space is vanishing across the city. The cost of housing, the cost of living in Sydney hits artists twice, given their precarious circumstances and the ability of audiences to turn out to shows. That's making it harder than ever for music makers and the ecosystem of workers around them to afford to live in the city whose stories those artists tell. We have to grapple with the fact that most live music does not turn a reliable profit. When we analysed the Enmore Theatre for a report 5 years ago, it generated an estimated $39 million a year for surrounding businesses. Given the phenomenal growth of the Enmore Road Special Entertainment Precinct that it's catalysed, that number has probably grown significantly. But the venue itself barely returns its cost of capital. It survives because it was built generations ago. If it didn't already exist, it could not be built today. And that's why the private sector has not built a major new venue in decades, and even terrific public or quasi-public venues such as the City Recital Hall and Carriage Works have struggled. Our central message is this: live music venues and the rehearsal and recording spaces behind them, record shops, places where people connect around music. We need to think of these places as essential cultural and social infrastructure, not simply as businesses. Whether they are owned by government, not-for-profits or private operators, they deliver a clear public benefit. Once you see them that way, the policy response follows. Our submission has set out recommendations across 5 goals: fantastic venues, audiences that turn out, musicians that can afford to live and make music here, a scene that is safe, welcoming and representative, and an economically strong sector. But if I can leave you with 3 things. First, let's move from rescue to renewal. The job now is to build durable foundations, not simply respond to the crisis that was coming out of COVID. Second, treat cultural infrastructure as essential infrastructure. Protect it in the planning system, including a no net loss principle, and recognise its public benefit. And third, invest in demand and in people, not only in regulation. Because unless we rebuild audiences and make a music career viable, the hard-won supply-side reforms will not hold. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you all very much. And I'm going to kick those questions off with something we've talked about, but not in this way. So we've discussed technology and innovation and the impact, particularly the impact on musicians and artists. But we haven't really considered innovation by musicians and music workers. How do you think government could play a role in encouraging innovative creation and production, and what does it require to do it differently? So we've been focusing on one side but not the other so far. Ms. Cato, do you want to start, or Mr. Limkin?
If you just bear with me for a second, Chair, maybe go to Eamon.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Waterford.
Oh, no, it's a really interesting question, which is my way of saying, let me just
Give me
collect my thoughts.
Sure. I'll take a sip of my tea and everyone knows.
It's a good one.
I can dive in.
Yeah.
I was just trying to give the boys a shot. But,
I appreciate it, Sue.
They appreciate it. We appreciate it, Ms. Cato.
It's actually really interesting if you actually see what is happening globally right now. And there are a number of hubs that we're seeing of terrific leading edge thinking about how to tackle both the upside, if you like, and the threat that the creative sector sees from AI. And there are some very interesting organisations who are trying to get deeper and deeper relationships with government so that they can actually have these conversations. So I think fostering some of those discussions and creating some roundtables with both national and international thinkers could be of great assistance.
And just to add on to that, so ANA did a piece of work called Guiding, Steering, Repeating the Application of AI in Arts, Culture and Creativity and How Australia Should Respond. And our focus has been really about that AI is here. We need to learn how to live with it, learn how to work with it, and more importantly, support artists and protect artists as part of that. For us, we think government should, and their cultural and creative policies should really take a cross-portfolio approach. They should look at how do they regulate these deep fake or these activities to support artists. We think, major galleries, libraries, archives and museums should actively share knowledge and the benefit of AI with smaller institutions to ensure institutions use AI better. Our cultural institutions around our nation and in New South Wales are system leaders. So for us, we think they should be taking a leadership position and supporting the small to medium sector that are really the engine room of arts and culture that we do. We also think that the federal government has a role to play here. States and territories have a number of legislative matters that they can play within their space, but the Commonwealth government has legislation as well that they need to do. So it needs to be a true partnership. This is one of the key reasons why ANA has called for the next national cultural policy to be delivered in partnership between states and territories, Commonwealth government and local government. The whole system has to work work together to deliver an outcome for our institutions, our artists, and more importantly, the people in the communities that we all serve. And so we think it is a great opportunity for that to happen in the future.
I would add, Chair, we like to think of arts, live music and creative endeavours in general as being innovative. It's cutting edge. You know, sometimes you see art that you don't care for because it's, you know, trying new things, and often those things don't work or they don't work for you. But we're not very good at supporting artists to be innovative or to take risks in their business matters, in the actual operations, the commercial realities of their business. And I would suggest that in the conversation about AI, there's a big conversation about regulatory sandboxes and allowing people to take risks and try new things when it comes to technology. And we could apply a similar approach to creative organisations and businesses. You know, a lot of the time, because funding for the arts is scant, we take an extremely risk-averse approach to that funding because we're nervous that if you fund an organisation that goes bankrupt or collapses or does not deliver what it had hoped to deliver, that it'll be controversial, that government will be blamed, that treasuries will ask questions that creative agencies don't know how to answer. And so we're very risk-averse when it comes to funding and supporting arts organisations on the financial side. I think we're pretty good when it comes to letting them do weird stuff with the arts side, but letting them do weird, innovative, risky stuff on the business side is something that we should be more encouraging of. That's as much cultural as it is kind of policy or regulatory. I mean, there's elements of the changing the policy, but it really is about an understanding of the risk tolerance of government, the understanding of the risk tolerance of treasuries and funding to enable and support new approaches. And I would note that that is particularly pertinent right now because clearly the business model of arts is not working. You know, continuing to fund arts organisations the way that we've always funded them is not a sustainable model right now. The nature of audiences, the nature of global interactions and global competition is different. And so the reality is if we keep funding things the way we've always funded them, we are going to start to see a sliding decline of Australian productions for Australians and fantastic live music and people going out because they'll get onto Netflix or they'll go and see a major US, performing artist as the only piece of live music they see in any given year.
Could I ask for maybe an example? So when you said, we don't necessarily support risk, or you may have said weirdness, or weird,
I did.
in terms of business models, etc. Is there an example that you could think of that you could say, well, that was a good example, but it wouldn't have attracted the kind of support? Or
it's easier to give you examples of things that we fund in that sort of more innovation business space. I mean, a good example is the federal government's research and development tax incentive, a significant multi-billion-dollar program that basically funds innovation, people to invest in research and development. We don't enable that for creatives. We could. I mean, it would be expensive, but it's a good idea. We should, obviously not the purview of the state government, but something to consider. Similarly, if you look at programs being run out of industry development arms of government, whether it's out of industry policy, out of investment policy, around the growth of sectors that we know are going to be drivers of prosperity for New South Wales, pardon me, biomedical technologies, advanced manufacturing, we have a very different risk tolerance when it comes to funding programs in that area, and we understand that often they'll fail, and quite often they'll fail, but that's part of the creative process of developing up new industries. And then another thing I would point to is the way that venture capital invests. Venture capital famously expects that only 1 in 10 of the investments that they make will return an investment, but the investment in that will pay dividends significantly beyond the losses they make on the other 9. So those are easy to come up with. Examples of programs that were unsuccessful, I guess part of it is I reckon people are just they're not talking about those ideas because they know as soon as they mention that, they'll either be slapped down or they will be unable to get funding for those ideas, and so they're not as well publicised.
Chair, with your indulgence.
Yes.
So I would give you a point to the UK. The UK has a lot of examples, particularly in the performing arts sector, to where governments and industry get a partnership to actually deliver those innovative approaches. A lot of it is tax breaks. I think I would also say governments, it's not about just direct funding for governments, it's also about getting out of the way. And so removing red tape for innovation to actually happen, to actually make it easier for people to do business so that it is less risk averse for them to invest their money in. So by removing some of the red tape, people will be more and more open to trying that innovation. If they've got to take, get 27 permits or do, 6 months to get a project up or, I'll use an example. Renewable energy projects in Australia take a very long time to get up. And yes, there has to be balance between economic, social and environmental. But, if an investor has to look at that for 14 months, they're going to take their money elsewhere. It's the same with the arts. It's very hard to do that if you've got a long time where you're burning through money.
One of the other things I would add is actually for the government to understand what already exists. A lot of the people who are actually building AI and its various strengths don't come anywhere near government because they don't think about speaking to government. So actually understanding who's out there. I mean, there are people at the moment working on the identification of deepfakes for use in videos and commercial things. The ability to actually apply that in the arts as a protection is very real, but it's actually understanding what's already been built as well, I think. So rather than just relying entirely on the government, it's actually understanding what allies there already are for the sector.
Thank you. Good answer. I've got more questions, but I'm going to pop round the committee first. Ms. Bird?
I'm happy to come back.
You have to come back?
Yeah. Sure, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon. I'll go to Eamon first in terms of your committee for Sydney submission, which is great in terms of what we've been hearing has been kind of very similar around that kind of mid-sized music venues, the different public spaces that are needed. And in terms of recommendations, you've got priorities on page 2. You've got support the establishment of more live music venues. There's annual allocation here, $10 million, could modernise dozens of venues, support projects like mobile stages for outer suburbs, and you call it a Venues Future Fund. $10 million isn't much. I mean, for something like that. And this is government funding that you're suggesting?
Yeah, my understanding of this, and I'm happy to take on notice and come back with more details on it, but that would be the annual allocation. Essentially, the loans given out over a given year, so over a decade it would be $100 million. Many of the upgrades required are relatively modest in cost, but there's just very little places to get that funding from.
Do you know the difference between so this is, because the government has been, it's one of the things it probably has been doing a bit of in terms of through Sound New South Wales, the venue upgrade grants and stuff. Is this slightly different in terms of what spaces would be able to access this? Because one of the things I feel like that the government has prioritised, we've heard this from grassroots musicians, is the venue, the sound upgrades, venue upgrades. Right. But there's still there's not enough diverse spaces and public spaces. And so what does the committee, what do you kind of recommend in that way in terms of supporting many more diverse spaces and venues? As someone said today, it's almost like there's a bit of a, I don't know if they use the word old-fashioned, but slightly older way of looking at what live music is, and now a lot is happening outside of those traditional spaces. Yeah. And that, I think, is what you're suggesting in some ways in how the government can support that.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a convoluted question, but...
So what I will do is take on notice the specifics of the $10 million fund. Yep. Unfortunately, my colleague Matt is incredibly crook today, but I will make sure to come back to you on the details on that. What I will say in general is that we published a piece of work a couple of years ago called Plug and Play that specifically looked at activating public spaces and diverse spaces for live music and for other types of performance. Often the cost is low, but real when it comes to activating a space. You need to bring in a PA, you need to get permitting, you need to, to do it in a town square or the like. And so we recommended modest, relatively low cost upgrades to some of these public spaces that basically allowed people to come in, plug in, start playing. So light touch permitting systems, inbuilt PA systems that were weatherproofed for an outdoor area and the like. So these sorts of upgrades that, can basically be invisible, a small little sort of stand box in the corner of the town square when not in use, but basically bring the cost down to zero for them to be activated for live music at a time that's appropriate, at the right time. That is huge potential. We framed that up around town squares and then to some extent town halls, but you're right, it could be all sorts of different spaces, and it comes to the chair's point around innovation. I don't know what sort of spaces people would like to perform in, but wouldn't it be lovely if we kind of opened it up to give them opportunities to try things out?
We heard a lot about houses that have
Right.
become performance spaces, which is interesting this morning. What about interacting, how this interacts with the special entertainment precincts? Has the Committee for Sydney spoken with the 24-hour Commissioner, for example, about this? Because there's also the special entertainment precincts are largely the venues and obviously bit of transport. Everyone says there should be more, obviously lighting, all of that. But around the public spaces and what needs to be happening for more creative spaces to be open for and available for live music at all different times of the day and night.
Yeah, we have spoken to the 24-hour economy team and Sound New South Wales and indeed local governments who are, still figuring out how they interact with, they've all got a slightly different version of what they want their special entertainment precincts to look like, and some of them are kind of music bounded and some of them kind of music is not the centre of them. So there is potential, but it's going to be very different for each one. So it almost is one where you probably need to bring local government into the conversation rather than be going through the state government, purely because the response will be different. The role of the state government might be to create an enabling environment, possibly, modest incentive payments to encourage local governments to look at it. But my sense is actually the answer for Inner West Council will be very different to the answer for Penrith Council or indeed for, the Northern Beaches Council because of the specific, public spaces in those entertainment precincts.
Thank you. I'd be interested in knowing with the A New Approach think tank, with audience demand and the really incredible difference between what a 21-year-old is seeking now compared to what a 21-year-old was seeking in 1988 or 1993. Actually, specifically 1991. Just
I'm with you on that one.
I went kind of to see either side. Let's just say 1991. Okay, 1992 is very different, and what people are talking about vouchers, cost of living issues with, transport and everything else. But isn't it also the case that we just live so bloody comfortably now, and I think there's something in the fact that kids are kind of, a lot of them are at home with their parents and it's all kind of comfortable and they'll go out. Like, has there been research into or anything that you can point to in terms of the real motivation and for young people to go out and take risks, going out to venues, and it's just very different. And sometimes I think like we're trying to create, you've got these older, policymakers and older politicians trying to recreate something for that is probably, it's just not going to happen again. Or maybe it's just not as damn exciting to people, now.
You're saying we can't see In Excess down at the Bexley North Hotel.
Or Nirvana. Or
Nirvana
at Fisherman's Wharf, or, crazy raves and clubs as much, right? But I feel like we're, in some ways, that we are trying to recreate a bunch of stuff. And we heard from the younger people today, and they're recreating things right now that are kind of very different, I think, to what the government is trying to fund. So it's just I'd be interested in your thoughts on that.
So I'm going to start this by just first of all saying we need to consult with young people. It's the best thing. I'm going to make some statements in a second. I'm not young anymore, but the more we consult with young people, the better we do that. What I would say is the Creative Australia's most recent National Arts Participation Survey show Australians, particularly young Australians, have a desire to experience live experiences. They want that connection. They want to see it. We actually, this survey has actually proven that we are at the highest level of live arts and cultural festival events on record. And every one of those is different, but they want that. They want to see that. They want to experience that. It is how they connect. It is how communities are driven. But when asked, when asked, what is the biggest challenge to it? It's cost of living. It's the ability to get to venues. It's the cost of it. In a regional community, for example, Mr. Amons has talked about. Venues upgrade, but even just getting productions there, the cost of touring, and that was before the fuel crisis, is significant. And so,
not to mention insurance.
Exactly. So for them, cost is the most significant barrier to their attendance, and they even see that as a challenge at their local venues. So, you may want to come and go to a stadium and see, Taylor Swift or Pink or someone, but, even at a local venue, the young people are saying it. So I would say young people want arts and culture and live music and festivals, but they are just seeing that cost being the biggest barrier at this stage.
We also heard about the alcohol and people. A reasonably significant number of younger people being reluctant to go to some live music events because they're at pubs, basically, and not wanting to kind of deal with that very kind of alcohol heavy environment. Is there kind of more research on that in terms of what can work? Not talking all ages, potentially all ages, but trying to incentivise. And I know that having to sell alcohol is how lots of, the money is made, basically. But are there ways in which gigs can be kind of subsidised or not having to rely on alcohol so much?
So it's not something we've looked at. We really focus on the arts and culture system. So we don't look at the fraying of costs really. So it's not something we've looked at. Apologies.
I just feel like in New South Wales it's a big deal because the pubs and clubs are getting so much incentive for live music, and so it's kind of like it's a kind of big part of live music.
I guess how I would answer that would be, if you're looking to reduce costs to offset, that sale, our research shows that fit for purpose and streamlining measures, legislative and regulation reform actually drives downward costs to venues. So I'll use an example. Tasmania and Victoria, for example, are looking at a single permit. So you go onto a single forum, an online thing, you put all your details in, you can get a permit within 30 minutes instead of having to go through 27 different approaches to actually get a permit. And so that's reducing their costs. So there are ways that a venue by fit for purpose streamlining measures that can reduce those costs from venues that would make it more cheaper for them to be able to deliver those outcomes.
I would just add, to your point, I think that is true. Probably the business model of venues has changed. The business model for musicians and for artists, alcohol's not kind of a core element of them making money. But obviously the venues that they want to perform in probably rely on the alcohol in the kind of traditional business model. But I would also note there's lots of money made in the music industry. It's not as though the music industry has kind of become a failing business. It's just that it's being taken up by different players. Obviously, major international streaming services that are making plenty of cash from music. So, one of our recommendations is around looking for ways that we can be leaning on those that make money from music to support music, homegrown music. I think that's one of the key things, cultural changes, yes, young people are drinking less, but they're also much more exposed to global music. You know, there is essentially no kind of regionality to the music that people are exposed to when they log onto Spotify, onto Tidal or Apple Music, because the platform doesn't necessarily throw local music that's nearby. Whereas if you were, purchasing your music through a record store in the old days, there would be a tendency for there to be more local music purely because they would be the CDs pressed or the records pressed. So I think that there are ways that we can look at saying that that's probably not a good thing. The exposure is great, but it clearly has had a detrimental effect on a successful, thriving live music business and live music industry. That people want to experience good live music. They want to know when good local bands are playing. We all have amazing experiences of going to gigs, and so if there's money moving to another place and there is an important component locally that we want to support, how can we be linking those two?
Thank you very much. Thank you for each of you for your contribution. Just a couple of things. In your submission under 1.2, and I think it may be the fourth dot point, you talk about creating a standardised live music toolkit to ensure every council adopts core elements. From reading that, I think this looks like an effective way just to probably make it easier for councils to accommodate live music. Just wondering if you had anything further to add on that.
Yeah, it's more to say, I think the world of local government. I think local government is wonderful, but there's 168 of them across New South Wales, and there's not 168 different ways of approaching live music regulation. Many councils do it well, but many more councils just don't have the resources and the capacity to have dedicated resources and expertise to do these sorts of things. It makes sense across a whole bunch of different policy areas, but this is a good example, to provide people with a toolkit to say, you don't have a live music staff member in your local shire council. Let's give you the stuff that person would have spent a year preparing, that has been done by experts and tested against a bunch of other councils, and help you skip to the end to deliver best practice in this space. My sense is for a lot of councils, the desire to do good things, to support local economies, local communities, local residents, local artists is really strong. The capacity is really weak, and this is a way to basically close that gap.
And in terms of that toolkit, what would be the status of it? How developed would that toolkit be in terms of your work on this?
Look, there's different levels that you could take it.
Yep.
One would be to require certain minimum standards across every council, and you'd flow those through DCPs or LEPs or various other regulatory and legislative measures. The other would just be a best practice guide and say, hey, you don't have to use this, but here's a mechanism we'd encourage you to use, because it kind of saves you having to do the work yourself and paying a consultant or whoever to do the work for you.
No, good. And in earlier witnesses' appearances today, we've spoken about music education, and I see reference to that in your submission. So it requires 60 minutes of weekly music education backed by specialist accreditation and support for primary music teachers. Wondering if you wanted to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Yeah, I think we know that there are enormous benefits to music education, both through appreciation of music and potentially going on to having a flourishing career in music, but also we know there are enormous benefits for kids across their education, across their ability to learn all sorts of different learning maths and English is benefited by having music education. Music is an incredible connective tissue for people's brains, for the synapses in their brains to stitch together in positive ways. And so we really think that music education is something that should be core curriculum for every kid, because even if they don't go on to become the next insert famous musician, the Kid Leroy, let's say, they will still benefit, and their brain will benefit, and we as a society will benefit from them all having knowledge, appreciation, and education in music.
Can I just add on to that? I think I completely agree with everything you said. ANA is really calling for the next cultural policy, national cultural policy, to put children and young people and education at the heart. We think at a system approach, this will deliver not just better arts and cultural outcomes, but better creativity and set people up for the future. We've got a report coming out later this year, really focusing on Education Edge and the impact on children as part of this. And the report actually shows that you get better attendance, engagement, and well-being if children are engaged early on in music education as well. One of the bits of pieces that is still being worked through is whether it should be music teachers or actually bringing artists in, or a combination of both. I actually don't know the answer at that because the team is still working through that, but it's a really important piece of work that we think will help drive both federal government policy and hopefully state government policy in this space.
Thank you. And if I could just pick up the issue about all ages events, and we've had some discussion of that. And I guess sort of just from, feedback and what we're hearing, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot available for young people in terms of, often they're sort of, they'll attend with parents on concession tickets. But in terms of, I guess, all ages events, is there any sort of aspirations or plans in terms of the City of Sydney in this space?
I don't think we've made specific comment. I mean, I can say in general as a thematic, we as a society have become very risk averse. I feel like that's a bit of a theme of some of my comments here. But part of what I suspect is the loss of all ages gigs and all ages music performances is we no longer trust 14 and 15-year-olds to be unsupervised with a bunch of other 14 and 15-year-olds. And I think that's probably a great shame. And, I don't have a policy recommendation for that one, but I would note that I suspect there are broader cultural challenges that have led to some of the loss of all ages gigs around, what we believe young people are capable of, and I think they're much more capable than we give them credit. Just to your previous point around music education, I want to just alert you to a really wonderful example of a pilot program that was undertaken with the Australian Chamber Orchestra and St Mary's Primary School in the Penrith LGA, where they had specialised music education in the classroom with chamber orchestral artists. And the outcomes in terms of broader educational attainment and, basically the kids' grades went through the roof, not just in their music education, but, the learning to play the viola, learning to play the violin turns out really great for your ability to retain mathematics.
Mm.
Good for algebra.
Yeah. Well,
thank you very much.
Could I just jump back in and ask you, Mr. Waterford, in your submission, you talk about a creative land trust. And I wondered if you could talk a bit more about your work in this space so far and any sort of recommendations around it.
Yeah, so for context, a creative lands trust is essentially a not-for-profit property trust that owns workspace for artists in perpetuity. It's essentially like a community housing provider, but not housing, it's workspace. So it's artist studios, it's rehearsal spaces. It's not performance space, it's the space for artists to produce work. The benefit of that is they don't have to be the most luxurious office spaces. They can be honestly pretty ratty, concrete slab walls, because if you're a painter, you don't want nice furnishings because you want to splash paint everywhere, or you just need basic baffling and sound. You can chuck up some eggshells if you're a musician to soundproof the room. So we've undertaken a piece of work in partnership with the City of Sydney and Create New South Wales on the feasibility of establishing a creative lands trust in New South Wales. That work is ongoing with the government. What I will say is that there is enormous potential to the model. It is a model that is used in cities around the world, many other cities that we aspire to look like as far as their cultural production have creative lands trusts, and it responds directly to one of the big challenges that Sydney is facing. Obviously, we're all aware of the housing affordability crisis that Sydney is facing, but in so much as that is affecting artists' ability to afford to live in Sydney, it is also increasing the rents on spaces for them to produce work. And we are seeing the squeezing out of creative production spaces, particularly from inner city areas in Sydney, but across the city, a reduction in workspace. That's a great shame. Sydney has more creative workers than any other city in Australia, but it's also the only major city in Australia whose creative workforce is going backwards. In a couple of years' time, Melbourne is going to be beating us when it comes to their creative workforce, because they are going forward and we are going backwards. And in large part, that is because of the unaffordability of being an artist in this city. And so a Creative Lands Trust is not the silver bullet to solving for that. There are many other issues that we need to deal with, affordable housing being an enormous one. We're talking about the supply, the demand side and all the other elements of this. But one critical part that's really important is this, is making it as affordable as possible to create work, to take risks, to paint, to create, to compose, because these things are not huge money spinners and probably can't afford to pay commercial rents all the time.
And I fully support what you're saying. I would like to just add there's also an opportunity here for tax reform and a system approach to support the private sector to do it. Government doesn't need to do it all. The private sector has a lot of land and spaces available for artists that can be done. One of the things ANA is really focused on as part of national cultural policy is get on and do some of the easy tax reform that New South Wales and Minister Graham has identified through his tax summit. Just get on and do it. Donation reform, prize reform, get on and do it. However, actually commit to a review of the tax system, a cultural tax system as a whole. The Cultural Gifts Program was put in 1978. That piece of legislation has not been reviewed since. There is huge opportunity. We're seeing in London, for example, opportunities where they've used the tax system to support more makerspaces, more creativity. And I think that is an opportunity for New South Wales, but also our nation as well.
Thank you. That's a very wide arching answer. I wanted to go back just to draw on, Mr. Waterford, your comments, but maybe get some comments in response about the workforce and the likelihood that we will stop being the sort of centre of the creative workforce. We've had, we've had evidence today about skills shortages. We've talked a bit about education. I wondered if in your work at ANA you'd looked particularly at that skills development, because we're talking musicians on the one hand, but there's all of the sort of attendant skills required in live music.
Look, so we ran a series of roundtables around the nation recently regarding the national cultural policy and our submission into that process, and to help support our research. I would say it was in the top 3 issues in every state and territory. New South Wales was one of the states that it really came out. It's about a pathway forward. It's about accessibility to TAFE courses and university courses, being able to do it. We think also how governments fund organisations make it really challenging for them to invest in artists and workforces that longevity. Our view is that we should be looking at 10 years in agreements to actually give certainty of income for them to invest in long-term planning of music teachers, long-term planning of lighting technicians, everyone. So we think it really is important. And look, we think that arts, culture and creativity needs to be returned to the skills priority list for all states and territory in the nation. It is currently not accessible for people to make that choice. For people to have to invest $50,000 to actually get a degree or get a training certification to be able to then earn money, it's prohibitive and it's difficult for people to do it. So we think at a national level that conversation should happen and states and territories should support it.
Thank you. Any final questions from my colleagues?
I'm good, thanks.
In that case, thank you all very much for appearing today and for your thoughtful submission. We might have some supplementary questions for you. We'll let you know. The Secretary will be in touch. But thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much for joining us this afternoon. Before we begin, I'm going to ask all of you to tell us your name, your position or your title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And if we could begin with you, Mr. Escombe.
Yes, my name's Luke Escombe. I'm a songwriter, musician. I'm a creator of the Australian children's band The Vegetable Plot. I'm going to read an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Erickson.
Hi, I'm a freelance musician. I have been for 40 years, and I have 2 ensembles, and I've also had a small company that promotes concerts and recordings.
Mm-hmm.
And my affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Yasmina Siddiqui. I'm an independent artist here from Sydney. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to begin by making short opening statements? Anyone? No? You're happy to go straight to questions?
Happy to go straight to questions.
Excellent. Okay. So thank you all for your submissions, which are really helpful in understanding what you've done, but also in providing some pointers to us as what we should be looking at. Perhaps if I could start with you, Ms. Siddiqui. You speak about in your submission I guess, attempts to access funding and the sort of scope of the work you're doing and trying to create, I guess, a career out of the industry. Do you want to give us a bit of an overview of that and perhaps land on sort of the funding system and how that has or hasn't worked for you?
Yeah, so obviously like the work that I do, it's all self-funded. I have to produce it on my own means. I take all the financial risk. I work with a lot of musicians. I've probably worked with at least 80 individuals in Sydney over the course of my career. So funding is really imperative to, the quality of my work. And funding, thus far has been, extremely limited for me and my experience. So I have gone into, obviously, the Sound New South Wales grants. I mentioned it in submissions, the specific ones. And yeah, I mean, potentially it could be that the instructions or the language at times can be confusing. I found that some of the questions in the contemporary music one seemed a bit repeated, and I was unsure of what actually they were, I suppose, like trying to understand about the project. But then it got to a point where now if I was to apply again, I would have had to have already a body of work out, which, to me seems ironic because I'm obviously accessing funding to create a body of work, which I think a lot of people and a lot of young musicians, that's what they really need the funding for. They need like that, foundation for them to be able to then apply for bigger grants and to have a portfolio which is of, good quality. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a good start. I wondered if I could go to you, Ms. Erickson and Mr. Escombe, and your experiences. So the Sound New South Wales grants obviously are a newer thing, but I guess your experience over time with getting support for establishing your careers.
So I've been a freelance musician for 40 years, so I think I've won $20,000 worth of grants in that time, so not very much. But did get a Sound New South Wales grant last year, or the year before, last year was. And that was just to cover your travel and accommodation and per diems. And so that didn't guarantee a fee for the playing. So for instance, we played into small country towns, and the deal was that we just got the door as our fee, and so we got $700 in the door, and there were 6 of us, so we got $120, and we had to drive all the way. It was a day's driving there, days driving back. So yeah, it's really hard as a touring musician to make ends meet, I guess. Yeah, but it's just one experience.
Yeah, Mr. Escombe.
Yeah, I mean, Yasmina's experience, she speaks for so many young musicians. It's so hard to actually break into the sort of grant ecosystem. It's taken me, how old am I? So 25 plus years to get to a point where now I feel that I can really be very competitive in grant applications because I've had ARIA nominations and a number of awards, and I've proven I've been able to put out 10 albums of my own material that I have self-funded without any grant help. But I mean, thinking about my way of dealing, I suppose, with feeling that there wasn't really any support available is just a process of constant reinvention, and feeling like as a musician, ever since Napster and the internet, the rug is constantly being pulled out from under us, and we have to pivot constantly, otherwise, those doors will completely close. So I've gone from being a musician that went out and played blues and soul gigs around Sydney sort of 3 or 4 nights a week, to pivoting, to realizing that there was absolutely no way I could sustain a career of touring with a 3 or 4 piece band playing that kind of music. Some people complimented me on the humor in some of my songs, so I decided to go into comedy, and went to the Melbourne Comedy Festival with a one-man musical comedy show, and that was the first place I got some critical acclaim and some award nominations. That helped open up some doors as a keynote speaker and an MC at lots of events. It opened up possibilities of being a musician in the health industry and in the education industry. And what I found actually is the worst place to be as a musician is in the music industry. That's the hardest place to make a living. Whereas as soon as, I would go into health events, health conferences, and I, get paid 4 figures easily for basically doing a singer-songwriter set with more talking in between the songs. And sometimes it would be 45 minutes of talking and then a song at the end. But then I would do a singer-songwriter gig for, barely the cab fare home. And, it always struck me, why is something so valued by people outside of the industry it's actually in? But those experiences have really helped shape the kind of projects that I do. I always try to work at the intersection of multiple industries of music and health and education. The work that I do now is mostly for children and with children, both very young children and parents. That's what I do with the Vegetable Plot, but I also have worked as a teaching artist with the Opera House and through Sydney Children's Hospital. So I feel like that would be my advice to musicians, is get out of the music industry and find other places you can operate. But that also seems like a very sad situation, that as a musician you can't actually make a career within the music industry. But as I say, I've been very fortunate to receive Southern New South Wales funding. In 2024 I received a $30,000 recording grant for the Vegetable Plot Season 3 album, which I have brought here. And I bring it along because...
people who are watching online.
Thank you, yes. By the way, because this is... I was able to produce a fully beautiful illustrated 32-page album book package because I had funding to actually achieve the quality level that I've been trying to achieve for the last 25 years. And it is absolutely transformative, and it's such an empowering thing as an artist to have funding organisations believe in you. One thing I will say about that grant, it took me 2 weeks to put together that application, pretty much full time. I attended every single virtual information session that Sound New South Wales put on. I found them very helpful. I called them up 3 different times and booked appointments because the budget page of that application is so difficult to wrap your head around. In the end, most of the funding, all of my work was done in kind, which means I'm not paying myself, but it means I'm also not taking that $30,000 out of my own pocket, which was probably going to be the situation. And then the following year, I got a touring and travel fund. I do think the touring and travel grant is great. It's not something that is decided by a judging panel, as far as I'm aware. I think if you fill it out correctly, if you have to go through the whole thing of basically booking the tour before you get the funding. But if you do that, it seems that you can be successful with that grant. So my main message is I hope the funding continues. I hope it's increased. I hope you double it next year. And I hope as much of it as possible goes to musicians.
Thank you for that. And I might just pick up on the travel and touring and travel fund. and again go to you, Ms. Siddiqui, because you mentioned that specifically in your submission. And just so that I understand, so when you apply, you're having to give an explanation of how you're going to use that, and so that it becomes a time-sensitive thing as to whether you get the funding.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah. And obviously, like he said, you have to already have the shows booked, and like you have to have concrete gigs booked, which can also become a bit of a challenge when, you know, going out and talking to venue bookers and stuff, especially if, you know, your band is really relying on the money to get over there in the first
So
place.
it's a chicken and egg thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you book in gigs that you don't know if you're going to be able to afford to get to?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask a bit about the other aspects, I guess, about the availability of spaces to record, to rehearse and to perform, and whether you found that getting easier or harder.
I think it's a lot harder now, a lot harder. So just recently, I'm both classical musician and a jazz musician. So recently I went to hire a venue, which is by an operator, not for profit, but they get government subsidy. And it was going to cost $4,000 for a 80-seat theatre. And that's before you even pay the musicians. So, and for classical music especially, there's very few venues for small ensembles like mine to perform in that don't cost over $3,000 or $4,000. And it's just not viable because we can't charge $120 a ticket to go and see those shows, and that's what you would need to charge if you're going to cut even. Yeah.
Ms. Siddiqui, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I am very lucky that I have people around me who I can lean on when I need to record music and actually produce work. I don't think it's going to be sustainable in the future just because of the actual space and like the logistics of like being able to record something in a very specific way to get a particular sound out of it. So it's really like between a bedroom with a couple of like MIDI inputs or like a really expensive studio with an isolated booth, isolated drum microphone setup. So yeah, for me it's kind of, I haven't really found a middle ground personally. Yeah, so.
And so when you say people around you, so you've got like a community of...
Exactly, yeah. People who have their own like literally home studios.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, which isn't obviously the most ideal setup.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Escombe?
Yeah, I certainly, things have changed a lot. As was said in the previous session, the rehearsal spaces that I remember from being in bands in the early 2000s have more or less gone. I don't know the extent to which people still hire rehearsal spaces at the sort of lower level. It used to be the whole scene was around the rehearsal space. You'd see bands and you'd see posters, and there was a very vibrant kind of rehearsal community. I don't know if that still exists. I do want to say that some of the best venues that have ever been in Sydney have been what I would call underground venues. And when the government found out about them, they ceased to exist. And it was always a terrible shame. And I hope now that if those venues do manage to come back, that there will be goodwill enough to actually support them to stay open. Some of the people that used to run those underground venues are now the head of major arts organisations, so that does give me hope. But it is such a shame. You know, as a musician, what you want the most, especially if you're a songwriter wanting to write original songs and connect with an audience, you want a dedicated music venue where people are coming just to listen to the music. And that's very difficult to find when you're competing with sport on the big screen and pokies and alcohol sales and drunk people and conversations going on and pool tables. So we need dedicated music venues. And as I say, some of the absolute best ones were operating underground, semi-legal, but putting on a wonderful service to the community. Whole scenes built around these venues. A lot of them were in the inner city in spaces that have since been bought by developers, and the artists have been pushed out to the inner west and are now being pushed out further because of the cost of living. So I would love to see those kind of spaces come back. I do suspect that there are some of them, and I'm not cool enough anymore to know where they are.
We had this discussion this morning, and
yes.
I said I was cool by default by having a son who's in the scene. So.
Well, there you go. And look, a lot of young people are getting into jazz, and that can only be... I'm not sure what to say about that, but, jazz persists. It is good.
It is actually a good segue, though, because we did hear this morning about this kind of alternative use of space that... I mean, I don't know if we're using the term underground because we don't want to make it a thing that we're now going to go and regulate. But we did hear from the music programmer at FBI that a lot of gigs are in these alternative spaces, or in spaces between buildings, or in alleys, or in, people's backyards. And so I wanted to ask all of you about that, and you've started that, Mr. Escombe, but perhaps, Mr. Siddiqui, it might, without wanting to cast any aspersions on anyone else's age, it might be that you might be able to speak to, I guess, maybe a younger demographic and that kind of alternative venue.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time I was personally performing in a space like that. They've all been licensed venues, but it does happen on the streets of Marrickville. Backyards are open, and everybody comes in, and it is a beautiful thing, obviously. But for me, I think I would like to see more, thought and protection around musicians in licensed venues, because I think there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of protecting us. And I think it's really quite funny how, if me and my friends were to put on a backyard gig, as we did a couple years ago, we would probably make more money on the door than I would make in a licensed venue that is probably making double the profits in bar sales on a packed evening, not getting paid any super. So yeah, those are my opinions.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues. Ms. Fairman?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon. Thanks for coming. I wanted to talk about, just ask you about artists' wages, musicians' wages. And I'll start with you, Ms. Siddiqui, because you gave, in terms of your submission, really made the point about superannuation. So would you care to explain a little bit more about that? You're putting in as much as you can if you, when you're getting paid, making your own contribution. I'm sure that's difficult to do quite a bit, actually, when you're getting paid. We've heard about incomes today of sometimes $15,000 a year. So what needs to happen there? I'm also interested in different solutions for more consistency in terms of what musicians are paid kind of across the board.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree with that. It's funny because I have been paid super by very specific people, like 2SER FM. They had a stage for Parramatta Lanes Festival, and from that one gig I got some super. And then I think Pleasure Club and Raz Room make a contribution to my super, and that's the only time I've ever been paid super into my account. I'm not sure why. If I have 3 gigs in a week, one of them might be cash. It's such variety in terms of what I'm going to get paid for a particular show. Even the same venue might pay me a completely different rate depending on what day it is, even if it's the same amount of work.
How is that worked out? So, I've always, this is terrible, but thought that, back in the day, and surely it's different now, but venues just go, oh, well, yeah, this person will give them $600 to turn up, or $1,200, and it wasn't based on much at all. But you're talking about, you just mentioned rates. So that's marked against, that's against what in terms of the rate?
I don't know. I haven't been told. Often when agreeing to a gig, they'll give me a budget, which now I've learnt to, kind of barter a bit and negotiate a better price. But I've been like, when I started out, when I was younger, like I've been paid, like each of us got like $40 for a gig, and then I heard the next day that another band went there and they all got like $200 for the same. And you know, like you just learn over time, okay, you gotta be a bit smarter, gotta think greater about how much you're worth, essentially. But yeah, sometimes it's clearer, and like maybe if I'm doing like a festival, you know, they might say this is equal to this and some GST, but often not really. It's a bit up in the air.
Ms. Erickson, what's your experience?
Well, especially with the jazz gigs, and my son also is a jazz musician, so I can be a bit cool. So I have to speak for him as well. But yeah, it's really just door, basically. So if it's got, and often you do only get 30 people, so it's just and they may be paying $35, and so that's it. Yeah.
I mean, but it's interesting, isn't it? Because the people behind the bar, and we don't want to change this, but everybody else who's working on the night, they get paid regardless of how many people come.
Yeah.
So,
and not only that, the venue will take out like the sound person and the hire or a bit of sort for the venue, that sort of thing. Because I mean they're struggling as well, so it's not just the musicians; it's the people who are owning those smaller venues.
Mr. Escon, do you?
Yeah, I mean, this is an age-old conversation. I'm very wary of bringing in any sort of standard rules as well, because part of the way the local scene operates is having some flexibility. Like I think if a musician in a band is booking a $400 gig for 4 people, and then the obligation to pay them all super falls on that musician booking the gig, that would not be a great way of making sure musicians get paid super. I have recently been paid super in a way where each member of the band got paid super from a Inner West Council library, and that's the first time it's been made clear to me that they can actually, even though I'm the one invoicing, they can pay every individual musician who's providing labour super. So that's really interesting. That's going to be my model going forward. I want to say that I hardly ever operate on a door charge. There's absolutely way too much risk. Every time we tour, I'll only go flat fees. I won't pay any venue hire fees. So we pay theatres, we play libraries. Libraries, it's a flat fee. And the flat fee is the amount of money that makes it worthwhile for us to do that gig. And if the ceiling is not high enough, then the band will be smaller. Because when you tour, you have to make money. That's the golden rule that was told to me when I started touring. So if you can't make money as a 4-piece, you have to be a trio, and if that doesn't work, you have to go out solo to begin with. Which, again, it's a sad situation because the musicians are always the ones losing out. But yeah, I mean, I think one of the great things that's come in, and I think we can say that this is clearly a change. I don't know how often it's enforced, but there is now a $250 minimum per musician gig for a 3-hour call for any gig that has received government funding. I don't know if everyone knows about that. I don't know if it's always enforced, or when musicians say this is the minimum, you have to pay me, whether they get knocked back on that or the gig goes to someone else. But actually, there was a word I think you used in your submission, Jenny, opaque. So much of the music industry is opaque in terms of what people are getting paid, why they're getting paid it, what collection agencies are collecting in terms of royalties, what rates streaming services are paying based on which record label you're with, or whether you're with a label or not. And opacity in terms of how grants are assessed, why some people get knocked back seemingly every time. So we would love to see, I think, more clarity, more transparency in the industry as a whole.
That's good. So did each of you come through, so what was your musical education background? Like, was there an opportunity where information about how the industry works and how not to get ripped off was provided to you? Like, maybe if you could each just sort of explain.
Yeah, it's all, for me, it's been definitely like personal experience, being amongst venues and people who are employing me, other musicians, older musicians who, pass down their wisdom. EMC, I was invited to do a course with them, and they were really great at shining a light, and specifically to do with like the royalties and streaming rates. They shed some light on that. But generally, it's like secret information for me, so I'm not sure.
When I went to the Sydney Conservatorium, so it was all about practicing and getting really good, and not about how are we going to actually be a performer out in the real world. But so yeah, definitely learnt along the way. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Nothing from the con. So the con didn't.
They do it now. I know my son went there a few years ago. They do it now, but when and he found it very useful, but not when I went through, no.
I think there's a lot of information out there now.
Yeah.
I certainly don't remember anything when I was sort of coming up through the bars and clubs, but nowadays organisations like APRA AMCOS put on free sort of online information sessions. A lot of organisations do that, and they make them available to watch. Even if you can't watch live, you can watch it after the fact. There's a million music bloggers and vloggers who are providing information about things like publishing deals. Last year, like I had a song that I had like a hit record last year for the first time, and suddenly there was money, and that shines lights on all the bad parts of your record deal. So I had to go out and find information. I had 4 lawyers at one point, what I found, as much as I absolutely am terrified of generative AI and I see it as an extinction level event for the music industry and for musicians especially, AI is very helpful at analysing contracts, or you can ask it questions about agreements, and it will at least tell you which questions to ask that you might not have thought of. So if AI puts some lawyers out of business, that's the cost of doing business, I guess. I hope we end up with musicians and lawyers left after this all washes out. But don't know where I'm going with this now. It's sort of fallen off a cliff. I'm sorry.
I guess I should have said too when I said the gigs I do is just stores, and that's really just jazz. As a classical musician, I do get paid like fairly reasonably, so that's a different.
It's so different depending on what stage you're on, or who's paying for it, or what industry you're in.
And so that's what makes me so mad, because these guys who are just as good as these wonderful classical players are paying so little, and then these other guys are getting a good fee. So that makes me cross.
Can I ask? Obviously, we're running this inquiry. There was an inquiry in 2017 which kind of set out some policy changes, which many of which have followed and have made good changes. But in thinking about what the government can do to improve the live music industry from the experiences of artists, are there things you think that the government could be doing?
I mean, one of them, as the previous session said, is just to remove red tape and restrictions and regulation that make it very difficult to operate for venues. I think supporting venues at the grassroots level is a great kind of priority area, and making sure that money that goes to venues actually goes to musicians who are playing in those venues. I mean, as I said in my submission, I'm extremely grateful for the funding I got for my recording project, and I know that Sound New South Wales did fund lots of artists through that particular round in 2024, so I hope that money will be available each year, and I hope that pot will grow, and I hope that you'll see that investing in the creation of new original music actually reaps lots of benefits down the track, and I hope that those benefits from big international tours, big international festivals, all of it kind of flows back into the grassroots level.
Thank you. Ms. Erickson?
I think a big thing is venues. So the cost of venues, especially for classical music, for a small group. And if the state has several venues, they could perhaps have a list that they could give a reasonable price to artists at some stage, so they could put on a concert that didn't make them break, didn't lose money. So that's a big thing. Also, I think you got all these heritage organisations that are government funded, like the Sydney Symp and so what. And that I know the Sydney Symp has 50 admin staff. So like as freelance musicians, we do all that stuff. So just some funding, like $10,000 to $20,000 a year for a small size business or artists to put on concerts would make such a difference. Yeah, and so some of that money coming from that big heritage organisation into these smaller ensembles.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Funding at a grassroots level and smaller funding that's more frequent, less competitive, especially with tour funding and stuff, because, funding one tour could, mean everything for, a person's career. When they're in the heat of a rollout, album, EP, can really make a huge difference.
And from your submission, you were suggesting that quite small amounts of money for new artists could make a difference. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely. Like, you could definitely, as a starting musician, start with like $5,000 to fund a really good studio project. Probably not like heaps of songs, maybe like 4 tracks or something. But yeah, like $10,000 for a musician would be a really great project, definitely. Yeah. And that's also including like the visuals and the music videos and hiring camera and hair and makeup, which is also very important to like producing very good quality work. There's also, I work with like graphic designers who do the PR releases for us and the text on the music video. Like, there's so many people who you end up working with when you're working on literally just one song, so definitely opens up doors for a lot of different creative people, and I'd like to see more funding.
And so currently with the PR, with the graphic designer, with all of that, you would self-fund that?
Yeah, I have some people who are willing to work for free, like we all do, work for free, get the opportunity, hopefully stay in that person's ecosystem. But yeah, there's definitely people who I have to pay, especially when we're doing like video stuff. There's usually a lot of money gets sucked up from that. From just one day of shooting, it can cost like $3,000. Yeah, it's very expensive.
And do any of you have, or have you had do you have managers who do things for you, or do you do it all yourselves?
Now I have a manager who helps me. She doesn't do everything for me. We work together, just because we have to. There's a lot to do, and we both need to be on the same page. But yeah, for years I was working completely by myself and doing her job and mine. Yeah.
I have a really fantastic husband, and that's just us two, basically, who run a little production company here.
Yeah, I'm self-managed, but I do work with different booking agents. I have a community. The kids' music community are very wonderful people, and there's a lot of sharing of information and knowledge, and that's very important within the music scene, is that we all show up for one another and we share knowledge and insights where we can. And also I do have a production company. The Vegetable Plot now has an animated series in production, and so I have 2 producing partners that I work with there, which means we're able to apply for funding as a production company, which means you can apply for different grants, which is very helpful. I would like to say as well, the Sound New South Wales grant that I received did include, it was a recording and promotion grant.
Right.
I thought it was great that Sound New South Wales recognised that once the album is done, there's still so much money to be spent to actually get it out into the world. And the big danger I see is that if funding is not available for us to promote our work, the question, why don't you just use AI, becomes more and more kind of loud in our heads. It's like, how can we promote this work and use humans and support creativity if there's no money to do it? And, we should always react very strongly against that question. Why don't you just use AI? Because we don't want to use AI. We want to use real creative New South Wales artists to make our art, and not some massive, overseas big tech company.
I'm just popping around to see if this.
Yeah, I just. In terms of Sound New South Wales and the grant process, question for Ms. Erickson and Ms. Siddiqui, because you both had trouble with that process. What could be done from your perspective to improve I suppose, your understanding and what you can apply for, because there's the chances of getting the grant, but that also comes down to, in some ways, how you apply, what you find out, all of that as well as. So, what could Sound New South Wales do? Do you think? Do you have recommendations for that?
I think one recommendation I could make is, a lot of musicians and artists will already have some kind of demo and some other material that is probably already a starting point for them. And I think actually showing that beforehand would be a really great way to actually tangibly hear and see what it's going to sound like, rather than typing everything up and kind of just selling yourself, because it's not really a great representation of what the work could be and what it is. So I think it's a little bit black and white in that sense. But obviously, there's a million ideas you could put into one entire project. I also think, just touching on the promotion aspect of it, I also think while getting money for promotion is great, also money for merchandise and tangible things like CDs and vinyls, that's a great way for the artist to get money, but then also be able to make money off of the project. That's my suggestion.
I think for me it was just the confidence, once you've missed the grant a few times, and the energy that goes into it, you're going, I don't know if I can go through this again. So that's, and I suppose just a letter from Sound, a personal letter maybe from Sound New South Wales saying, I think you should really try for this, it would be really helpful, because I know, as my son is also starting out as a musician, he's got knockbacks already, and I just see that same glance in his feeling that he's losing that confidence. So so maybe some feedback from that we don't ask for the feedback, but you give it to us, even a personal letter or something like that would be really great.
So how is the feedback? Because we've heard this before in another inquiry, actually, from unsuccessful grant recipients, successful grant recipients, but obviously unsuccessful in terms of feedback. So what I assume you just get a email or something saying you haven't been successul. Yeah. And are you able to then do anything to make inquiries, or not really? I mean,
you can. I think you can. Yeah, if you want to know more information, I think there is that possibility there. But it's and
did you know about the workshops? Mr. Escombe said he's been to a couple.
Yeah. And
I wasn't aware of those.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you say workshops, were they Sound New South Wales workshops?
Sound New South Wales workshops that talked through the grant and what they were looking for. There are quite clear sort of breakdowns of allocations. They're looking for 10% of this, 30% of this, 40% of this. Yeah. And it's not easy to wrap your head around exactly. For instance, I didn't realise that merchandise, I asked if merchandise was covered by promotion, and they said yes, they consider creating this was funded by that grant because it's a way of promoting the work. Right. So I did find those sessions incredibly helpful, and I certainly have found when I've been successful with grants, it's when I've engaged, prior to the grant application, I've called the organisation, I've tried to have a chat with someone there, tried to understand. I remember the first Sound New South Wales meeting was very encouraging, in that they seemed to be saying that there was quite a large pool of funding available, and you could tell because a lot of artists were on that call and a lot of people put in submissions. And I think that's what you want, because I certainly can't remember a grant application previously where it felt like, there's a real genuine chance here, not just for the big artists that always get the grants, but for the sort of mid or emerging artists.
But it's kind of hard, isn't it? Because you've described what is a very intensive process to develop your grant application, but we've also heard how much goes into just the hustle.
Not all that grants are that onerous as well. I found grants from Screen New South Wales, for instance, a much larger amount just required a 3-minute video. It didn't require a massive budget page that had to balance, where you had to consider every variable and have buyers for every person. So you can make that grant application less onerous and more transparent, and I think that would create a lot of goodwill within the community.
Yeah, also in that application, you have to put down the hotel costs and exactly how much they're going to cost, what van you're going to be using. And it's really hard to tell those final things at the last. And I know for our grant, like it ended up costing us more for accommodation, more for travel. So we missed out, you know, because. Yeah.
There is with some of the Screen News, not Screen New South Wales, Screen Australia grant, we have ongoing support. So for what we've made, if we're entering into commercial discussions, we've been told, you know, come back to us. We are here. We're not just giving you the money. You make the work, quit the grant. That's it. Like, we're here for ongoing support. So I think if Sound New South Wales was able to provide that, if it didn't take up too much money out of the funding pool to provide, especially grants for young people. I absolutely agree. Like, there need to be specific grants for young emerging artists who don't have that body of evidence to show, you know, they haven't made work that's won awards yet because they haven't had the funding to make work at that level. If they were given a mentor or some support through the grant process and through the process of, you know, seeing out the grant, quitting the grant, I think that would be very helpful, and you're increasing professionalism and capacity within the community by doing that.
It seems to me that the level of support is something to be considered, because I was at a round table at the Cronulla Jazz and Blues Festival where it was less about young and newer and emerging artists and more about established artists who felt that they didn't fit the categories of young and emerging or other issues. So I think it might be a general support issue and a general understanding and a general tailoring to the fact that there seems to be a lot of time needed at the current system.
And I think there's a difference between you know, an artist and a musician. You know, an artist might be someone with a creative vision who's employing musicians to achieve that vision. We have a lot of musicians out there with enormous amount of experience and talent and skills that have built an incredible music scene in Sydney over the last many decades. And they've created a cultural legacy that is just not being honoured or recognised. And when you read through the submissions here, you see so many submissions from those older musicians that feel that they just aren't being recognised for the contribution they make. And I think that's a sad thing, and I think we need to find ways of honouring their contributions and enabling them to keep having careers, you know, past the point where they're young emerging artists.
Thank you. Any final questions from my colleagues?
I'm good, actually.
Yeah, good. In that case, I will thank you all very much for making submissions and making yourselves available. That time I know is so very precious, and we very much appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that brings hearing to an end. I don't think
Feel like I should go and buy that one.